Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Deku had to save Bakugou from the League? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's been 4 days since Bakugou Katsuki had been taken by the League of Villains. The media has boomed within this short time span. Nearly all channels held hot debates and theory marathons speculating the current state of the missing UA student, not shying away from the subject of torture possibly being inflicted on the boy. And when that topic was thoroughly milked, they casually pushed aside any more mention of the missing child and focused on dragging the names of pro-heroes and UA for allowing such events to unfold under their watch in the first place. And though UA and their staff admitted to their failures and went on to personally apologize to each of the parents of the students while balancing long meetings centering the future security of the high school, damages to their property, the continual search of the still missing student, and with the additional rise of crime from low-ranking villains taking advantage of the disarray, the media had the audacity to begin accusing any hero, pro or not, of being traitors based on shallow evidence such as villainous appearances or untasteful personalities. The teachers within UA, weighed by the stress and the leering eyes of the public, had tried satisfying the masses enough with public statements reporting the disappointingly shallow updates for the search of Bakugou Katsuki and precautions they planned to implement into the school. However, a majority of these events ended just as they started, the longest having been 7 minutes. Reporters and conspiracy theorists were prone to begin shouting out over each other for any juicy details. And in fear that there may be some casualties in the already tight room, the events were usually cancelled. The hype regarding the missing UA student has decreased significantly due to barely any updates being announced. The media had already given up interviewing the Bakugus. Police littered the exterior of the house and the boy's mother threatened to kill any more reporters attempting to crawl through their windows. Everyone seemingly had forgotten about Bakugou Katsuki. Damn it. Midoriya Izuku, with sullen eyes, could only watch as Kirishima clawed at his pajama shorts in an effort to ease his anger. He didn't have the energy to comfort his friend, not when the talk show before them offhandedly addressed the possibility of the death of Bakugou at the hands of the villains before lightheartedly transitioning to their sponsors. The TV zipped to black, steering Izuku to face Todoroki standing behind him and the couch he sat upon, remote in hand. The composed boy waited for Kirishima's attention. The hardening boy avoided any eye contact as he rubbed at his puffy, red eyes. Izuku nor Todoroki judged. My father told me that they believe they've found the League's real hideout. He continued. They have a clear plan and everything if it is the case. Izuku wanted to smile at the news, but they were fed so much false hope before that it had lost its initial taste. It's not that he didn't believe the pro-hero's ability to track down the League, it was just at this point, Victory didn't feel the same. No, Victory would have felt great if they managed to find Kaken then. But with the paranoia and neighboring hero-villain battles taking place in nearly all directions surrounding them, they didn't want to risk getting caught or jeopardizing the pros' battles with a hostage situation. Sure, they managed to find one of the League's hideouts containing Nomus, and in addition the missing hero, Ragdoll, which allowed the pros to detain and secure the creatures and building, not after a good scolding of course, but they didn't find Kaken. And neither did the heroes. Who knew what the League was doing with Kaken in their grasp? Izuku gritted his teeth as guilt crept up his spine. If only he reached Kaken sooner. There's a rock-paper-scissors competition in the kitchen, Todoroki adds. Uraraka initially wanted me to ask you two to join. Ever since the school had forbidden any student from leaving UA and with lessons being temporarily on hold until the school and its staff were in order, entertainment for the students seemed to dissipate drastically with the registrations. If it came down to staring competitions, then it meant that activities the students would originally indulge themselves in were becoming too repetitive and dull. The boredom had them joining together to plot some sort of time-passing activity to fill the void. This time, the green-haired boy smiled. It was a tired smile, but a wholesome one nevertheless. Sure, that would be fun. What about you, Kirishima? Kirishima's crimson eyes were stuck to the floor as he gave a slow nod. No thanks. He begrudgingly got to his feet. I'm just gonna go sleep. I win again. Come on. That's like your 10th win, Hagakure. What did I say? I'm a pro at this game. This doesn't seem all that fair, considering Hagakure's quirk. What are you insinuating, Yayorozu? You're one to talk to? Yeah, how do you expect us to take your word? You could be lying about your moves and we'd never know. Hey, I'm a very honest person. The group that had formed around the two 1A students on the island table all let out exasperated sighs at the additional draw. Through all the matches beforehand, Hagakure always seemed to restart the matches due to complications arising. The judges, Ida and Shoji, with no proof of whether Hagakure truly played her truthful move or not during the matches, decided that starting from the top would appease both sides. This led to the invisible girl ultimately questioning if she should stay out of the next round to try and finish the competition at least once. Those that came the closest to reach the finals before Hagakure's turn would arise were typically Todoroki, Ashido, and Uraraka. However, during the middle of the 4th round, Todoroki went off to his room, so it would all fall down to Ashido and Uraraka fighting for a victor. And without even saying it, the handful of Class 1A students in the room could all agree that this small competition wasn't the same without the vigorous wrath of a determination student. Izuku cringed when his stomach gave out a low growl. It would be best to put the staring competition on hold for now to prepare dinner. Since being stuck in their dorms with little to nothing to entertain themselves with, a majority of 1A had taken to preparing dinner, lunch, and breakfast as a team. It wasn't perfect, but it had somewhat strengthened their cooperation and teamwork skills. But actually deciding on what they would have for meals roughly took about 20 minutes or so to vote on, and it mattered whether they had the materials necessary to create it. Kaminari and Siro volunteered to get Jiro and Koda, who were cooped up with Sato in his room, and Mina was already making her way to Todoroki and Kirishima's to at least try and drag her friend from bed. But before the three reached the stairs, Todoroki runs right into the kitchen in full sprint, followed by a wide-eyed Kirishima with puffy, bagged eyes. Koda and Sato follow not too long after, though their expressions were hard to read. Midoriya. Todoroki doesn't give the latter a moment to open his mouth as he screeches to a halt before him, phone in hand. My father just called me. He said they found the hideout, but they were ambushed by Nomus. Midoriya, All Might, it was on the news. All Might fought All for One, he won, but there were some casualties. The room was silent. Izuku didn't know how to process this. All for One, the news? This was happening the whole time and they were playing a stupid staring contest. Does everyone know about All Might's secret now? What about? They found him, Midoriya. Todoroki solemnly answered. There was no relief or joy in his voice when he spoke. They found Bakugou. This current sensation was indescribable. Nomo's mind frankly didn't know how to process this new surrounding. A world of brilliance and warmth greeted his awakening, provoking a hiss of discomfort to escape to the boy's underused vocals as intense light speared his red, weary eyes. The minor commotion of discomfort was not long-lived, for the boy immediately composed himself into a passive state and quietly took in his foreign location, despite the steady burning irritation lingering in his bagged eyes. Nomu was enveloped in a tent of white, pliant silk and soft padding which emitted waves of security and paranoia into the blonde's psyche. Paranoia that clashed with vivid memories of familiarity, trying despairingly to rationalize these conflicting thoughts and emotions pulsing in his strained mind. As far as he was aware, Nomu had never experienced such simplistic relief like this. Was he supposed to? Nomu could only remember registering anger, pain, fear, bad, all the bad, only the bad. Nomu did not miss the delicate baby blue gown he donned rather than the filth-stained coal shirt and baggy pants he bore for as long as his hazed mind allowed for him to remember. The boy was somewhat puzzled by the various plastic tubes pumping clear fluids and the occasional red liquid in and out through his veins. Nomu didn't understand why he saw this as a necessity for his improvements, but either way, he left them be. Red eyes grazed the bland cream wallings in the mainly vacant room, a few chairs besides him, some strange appliances here and there, Nothing that interested the blonde, which rounded to an end on his left where the tasteless walls were substituted with enlarged wide clear glass, allowing light from the outside world to engulf the room, the same piercing light that sharply greeted his awakening in the first place. Large towering buildings of all designs lined unevenly together just a few meters away stretched far into the sky, their peaks completely abstracted from the blonde's wandering gaze. Such a sight was alien to Nomo, and he wondered what prompted him to transfer him to this location, or perhaps this was Shigaraki's doing. The hand-covered man had been growing more antsy after each improvement, and he mostly rambled on about unrooting from hiding and taking down All Might at last. The names the powder blue-haired man used for his rants in repugnance no longer fazed the boy. Perhaps he had grown in immunity to those sturdy headaches, or the names that had held some relevance in the past simply lost all meaning. Either way, the unhinged rambles always seemed to stem back to him. Shigaraki was expecting big things from him, something grand. But that victory he did not know. Nomo's future actions all depended on Shigaraki and his commands. But where were they now? Nomo was never left unattended. Those were his direct orders to Shigaraki and the others. Why change locations altogether so abruptly? Whatever the reasoning was, Nomo would just have to sit and wait for them to return. The blonde couldn't help but turn his head towards the broad window. There was an infirm sense of nostalgia when observing the indefinite silhouettes walking airily along the crowded sidewalk before blending in with the masses. The creaking of wood from behind won over the boy's attention from the lively world outside. There, in the door frame hidden on the right walling of the room, a dark-haired woman in a pure white uniform, clipboard in hand, stood still staring at the conscious boy with a bit of a startled expression that melted into forced ease. "Ah, you're finally awake, Bakugou. Please, wait here and stay in bed. Don't strain yourself. Dr. Ishii will be in shortly to check on you." Shutting the door, the woman vanished as soon as she appeared. The clicking of high heels melts away with her, leaving Nomu in a dumbfounded state. But the woman ordered him to stay in bed. What is a bed? This soft padding he awoke in. But he was already on it. Was she blind, or was he not in it right? Don't strain? Did she not want him to perform any physical tasks at the moment? Strange. Shigaraki would normally prefer the opposite. The red-eyed man would drone on upon improvements bestowed by him, like an owner praising their dog's tricks. The blonde didn't know who Dr. Ishii was. Perhaps one of those men who assisted his improvements or aided him when his well-being faltered. Bakugou? What was Bakugou? Bakugou. Was she indicating that word towards him? Why call him Bakugou when he was? Nomu clawed at his skull as a pounding headache coursed through his brain. The boy learned relatively quickly what triggered these massive migraines in the past and had sought out avoiding any triggers since then, thinking. Don't think about anything, don't question anything, just follow the voices. It's the only thing that doesn't enkindle any pain when his brain tries digging up loose pieces of meaningful memories that once gushed his functioning mind, memories he isn't even sure exists nor is able to conceive, were they even his. Another click like before reeled the boy's attention forward. He remained calm and compliant as a plump elder man in a white uniform, much like the woman prior, tottered into the room and muttered, "Sit up, please," proceeding to inspect the boy's distasteful body when the order was complied with. He shined a light into Nomu's crusty eyes, dry snot nose, wax-clogged ears, and smoldered throat which the old man fairly relieved with the uses of eye drops, nasal saline, and tissues which he was ordered to use independently to scrap out the snot somewhat successfully, cotton swabs, and a cup of water that had waited set at a nearby nightstand to the bed's left. The stout man went on to inspect the blonde's reddened blistered hands, calloused feet, knife-scarred back, and torso, marred forehead, the discolored hand imprint wrapping his neck, and other remarkably healed scars and bruises he wasn't likely aware of. The elder's friendly smile seemed to sag a bit more with each mark counted, but the appealing smile was still there when the inspection concluded. So he was like those men that assisted in his improvements, but different unlike those other men. This one, Dr. Ishii, showed emotion and something like. Nomu just couldn't think up the word. The old man also made him feel more humane. The doctor was careful and considerate, which made no sense to Nomu. The doctor showed solemn in his wrinkled features, pity in those cobalt eyes when he looked upon the stained forehead and ruined hands, and that spiked something hot and sharp in Nomu that didn't make sense, but felt right. The boy instantaneously shut further train of thoughts when the man parted his chapped lips. Those villains, he croaked, so calm and fragile, going as far as to torture a child for their own twisted agenda. What have people come to nowadays? At times, I wish quirks just never came to be. We would not have these many horrible disasters if it were so. Nomu blinked. Dr. Ishii gave a hearty smile to the boy as he slowly lowered himself into a chair near the bed with a tired grunt. You are strong, young Bakugou, he hums. You have a bright future as a pro. His smile sags the slightest. I am sorry you had to go through such a traumatic experience at an age like yours. This would usually result in PTSD for most, but from what I have seen from the sports festival, you can definitely make it through the trauma just fine with support from family and friends. Though, perhaps you should hold back your excessive mannerisms. A wheeze-like chuckle followed suit which turns into throaty coughs. There's an itch scratching at the back Noma's mind. The plump elder takes a deep breath through his nose once his coughing fit subsides. He gives Nomu another warm smile. Your parents were called and are now on their way over. Hopefully, your mother does not cause another incident on the road. Your father would not be able to handle an additional heart attack. Another burst of wheezed laughter and coughing fits before the old man fixes on Nomu quizzically. Young Bakugou, you seem awfully reserved. With concern, Dr. Ishii moved his wrinkled palm to the boy's discolored forehead, checking for a temperature. Are you feeling well? You are much more vocal than this, I presume. Are you in any pain? Are you disorientated? He asks, pulling the hand away. Noma's jaw drops, but no reply staggers out. He doesn't understand how to answer that complex number of questions thrown at him like this. Scratch that. He didn't understand anything the elder man told him, but his brain pinched itself at some of his words. Familiar words, yet undecodable. The door is kicked in by a woman with a resemblance uncanny to him, or as far as he can recollect his own mien. From the red eyes dancing from one emotion to another with vigorosity to her semi-spiked ash-blonde hair. But the aforementioned aspect of this woman wasn't the only thing churning the boy's stomach. Her mannerisms. The way she hiked over to him with such strength and visible emotions, tracing her trembling scowl and glassy eyes, alarming to any sane being, seemed so normal and soothing to the identically appearanced boy. A brunette man with some minor facial features under the nose, decking a pair of glasses, and looking absolutely nerve-wrecked follows behind the woman at a hasty pace from behind whilst fiddling with a handkerchief between his sweaty palms and fingers. Something clicks in Noma's mind. These two people, the man and the woman, they're relevant to each other and himself in some way. But his brain doesn't seem to have anything else to present. The pair's strides pick up until they're exactly hovering over Nomu. The brunette hangs back a few inches anxiously but stares at the red-eyed boy with a yearning to reach out and scoop him in his arms. But something propels the timid man to stand idly by, choosing instead to wipe away at his sweat-soaked face and tear-stained eyes with the very much damp handkerchief. The man also seems to be waiting for the woman to make a move before him, and Nomu looks up curiously at the woman's trembling face. She looks to be rallying all her willpower into keeping herself from erupting into a sobbing, gushing mess. There's a tickle in the back of his throat at the thought of her falling into a pathetic mess of tears. It sounds so funny, but at the moment he really couldn't wrap his head around why. Dr. Ishii eventually broke the silence that was all too familiar to Nomu. He didn't understand nor care for the words coming out of the old man's mouth, but whatever he was saying yielded great reactions from the man and woman. Distress, pity, anger, and joy were major ones. The plump doctor waddled away after that but promises to return in a bit for reasons Nomu ignored to pick up on. His focus was still on the unique pair of faces. The red-eyed woman raised her hand in a strike-like position that provoked the bespectacled man into a frantic protest, speeding over to her side in a sweat whilst continuously begging for the mercy of the boy. And not now, Mitsuki, please. Look at him. Oh, Katsuki, you think I'll fuck him up like those fuckers? The woman spat back falterly at the man. He expected her voice to be much more firm, lowering her raised hand to her side. It's his own damn fault he got taken anyway. Said he completely ignored instructions from a pro. Fucking got himself in this damn situation. Nomu may have been dizzy from all this nostalgia, but he didn't miss the single strands of tears creeping down the woman's smooth cheeks. The blonde looked back at Nomu, biting her lips. Her clenched hands twitched for a brief instant before uncurling and hesitantly reaching out towards the boy's scalp. Nomu had to mentally suppress himself from flinching as her youthful hand plopped upon his heap of grimy spike hair. But, unlike the times Shigaraki would rest his destructive palms on the blonde's head, this was comforting and safe. His tensed posture lessened, but still mustered enough attentiveness as warm fingertips tentatively brushed his sore, red-discolored scalp. The woman sighed tiredly and seated herself at the very edge of the bed. The man took a seat on the nearest chair and took this time of peace to dig up a new handkerchief from his breast pocket to wipe at his moisturized eyes. The blonde herself wiped away the salty moisture with the sleeve of her free hand. Looking Nomu in the eyes, a sly smile finds its way on her tired features. "You're a lot of trouble, brat, you know that?" Her words are a mix of humor and sincerity. Not just to our lives, pros as well. God, everything always got to center around you. There is silence after that. The woman, as well as the man, more anxious than ever, look at him as if watching a bomb preparing to blast off their faces. This confuses Nomu. What are they waiting for? Are they waiting for a response from him? He hasn't been ordered to speak as of yet, so he doesn't know what they're expecting. The woman's smug look turned sours. Her eyebrows furrowed and tears threaten to break as her face turns red. The gentle brushing of fingers halts momentarily. "Giving me the fucking silent treatment? Why? 'Cause you know you fucked up? Are you finally growing past your arrogant phase, Katsuki? Everyone makes petty mistakes, it's goddamn human nature. No one's fucking perfect, brat, not even you. So get off your shitty high horse and face real life. Mitsuki, please." The man has left his chair and has moved to place a hand on the latter's shoulder in hopes of taming the woman's fiery words. Katsuki is very well aware of his actions, but there is no need to run him down like that. And what? Continue to groom him till he becomes a pampered baby man? He's never learned as a little shit, so might as well take it all in now. The woman's hand drags off the blonde's mop of hair and a heavy sense of dread cultivates throughout the boy. Just like that, he suddenly felt all numb and alone even though the woman and the man were barely a few meters away from him arguing amongst themselves. What was happening? What was this? He was used to this feeling or lack thereof before. But now he hated it. It didn't feel natural. It was like someone stole a part of him, a crucial part of him, but why was he here then? It was disorientated. He felt so lost. He was missing something. No, he was missing everything, things he didn't even know he was missing. Oi, Katsuki. That name. Red eyes looked up to the radiating faces, his mind trying to match them with any buried memories from the past he so desperately wished to be recovered. Katsuki. Bakugou. Brett. Those names. Those names were so familiar. But which ones was he supposed to respond to? Neither. Who was he? I know this. Was he Nomu? Was he Bakugou? Was he Katsuki? Was he Brat? Neither. A hand gently caresses his discolored cheek. The thoughts disappear. The ash blonde is frowning concernedly. The brunette has his handkerchief over his gaped mouth. Both their eyes are glassy and fixated on his own. Katsuki, the woman's voice is softened. Both her hands desperately grip onto Nomu's shoulders. The motion is rough but familiar and comforting. It's grounding for Nomu, helps him think, but not for him. Why aren't you talking to me? The boy leans into the woman's chest, nose dug into her neck. She smells so nice, makes him think of flowers, but what are flowers, he knows? Her breathing is also nice, a rhythmic flow, making his body move up and down harmonizingly. Katsuki, she repeats, a quiver in her voice. Something wet drops on his head and rolls down his face, over his mouth. Salty. The bed dips. The man is seated next to the woman. He still has the handkerchief over his mouth, but that too was now very damp, covered in tears. The man's choking back tears, ducking over when his vocal cords produced a mournful whimper. The steady breath of the woman is now uneven, uncontrollable. She takes short gulps of air that seems suffocating to muster. Answer me, damn it. Anguish. She shouldn't sound like that. This was wrong. She never got this emotional. M.O. Get the fucking doctor. Why the fuck is he not fucking talking? The bed undips as the man runs out of the room, stumbling over his footing. The woman still shouts, "Is this some PTSD shit? Did those villains fuck up his brain?" Between hiccups and gasps of air. The blonde engulfs Nomu tightly against her chest. Her ash blonde hair tickles his face and her uneven breathing jerks his body. The blue gown is drenched and his back is fondled by gentle hands. Tentatively, one of his hands clutches her blouse. It's soft like the bed's sheets, and he rolls it around his fingers occupantly. He remembers the tickling sensation in his throat from earlier. He was right. There wasn't anything really funny about that mental image. Instead, Nomu felt a sea of unease continuously growing in the pit of his stomach as the woman continued wailing like a mourning banshee. The students of UA shifted anxiously in their seats within the school's auditorium on this particular, hot summer day. The summer heat and technical difficulties the air conditioners faced on this distinct day only added to the incense of sweat and common teenage odors produced from the students forced to remain in the same pair of clothing for the past 5 days with no shower or sanitation of any sort. Class 1A and 1B weren't the only students of UA to be packed in the school's auditorium. Shortly after the news of the attack was announced, students from all grades and classes were transported on their own accord by police and taken to UA in case the League of Villains tried going after them as well. A majority of the parents of these students were fortunately quite understanding and thankful for the security of their children, though some harsh words were thrown at them by some protective and outraged guardians. Compromise with those families was established with the agreement that police would be situated out front and on watch of their homes. Both first-year classes couldn't help but envy the fact that those rounded individuals had the luxury of bringing fresh pairs of clothes with them. They weren't given a chance to bring their extra set of clothing or belongings with them from the camp. The best they could work with to deal with their stench was a quick scrub from head to toe in the public bathrooms using paper towels or stealing some unused gym uniforms from the storage closets in the school's basement. Even though there were no showers or any sort of entertainment besides cheap TVs that only played one channel and old board games donated by the teachers, the students were still thankful for the teacher Cementos who sacrificed his energy into creating the dorms in the best of his abilities all on his own, and the pro deserved all the rest for his wonderful solo construction. The empty kitchens and living rooms he opted to make for the students despite his exhaustion was furnished again through small donations of the teacher's belongings, like a purple mini-fridge, an all-might-themed toaster, cat-shed couches, and hand-knitted blankets used as bedding for the students in their bedless rooms. It was assured that all appliances would not be permanent and would be replaced. However, due to no teacher or pro having any experience with plumbing, no works on the private bathrooms were even attempted, much to the dismay of most of UA's students, but it was agreed upon wordlessly that it was probably for the best. No one had the energy to deal with plausible flooding in the school. The reasoning for all these restrictions and little progress in the school's dorms had to do with the strict lockdown UA's staff had placed once all their students were discharged and returned from the hospital. This lockdown was to be set until the League of Villains was arrested and the missing student Bakugou Katsuki was found and returned. No one except for the school staff or pro-heroes were allowed in or out of UA in fear that a parent entering the school or a student leaving may reveal to be a villain incognito or a traitor. There were many complaints about this decision from parents and the media, but it was assured to the public that this was the safest course of action for the students' well-being. But if the press was to question each and every teenager in the auditorium at this exact moment, all would say that this experience was worse than their short time in the training camp. They wouldn't hesitate to go as far as to call it torturous. A mild droning noise activates within the auditorium, followed by a slow-moving, yet efficiently cooling breeze that storms up an uproar of cheers and tears of joy as the students relish in the cool recycled summer air from the freshly repaired air conditioners. But the real burst of cheers come when the Department of Support student Hatsum Mei is escorted into the auditorium by Power Loader with a stretched smile, toolbox in hand. Honestly, it shouldn't take less than a second to put 2 and 2 together. Hatsum takes a random seat as the students of UA cheered her on like a pro hero having just saved all of Japan. Honestly, though her relationship with classmates was almost parasitic, at least both sides met their own personal benefits at some points. But all the roars of applause ceased when a familiar mouse-like figure made its way onto the podium stage, with the assistance of a stool. The training heroes to be all seemed to be waiting in anticipation. Perhaps they were fervent to hear the news of the failed arrest of the League, the defeat of All for One, the future of All Mights, the condition of the missing classmate Bakugou Katsuki, and the new state and security of UA from this day on. All the teens in the auditorium sat on the edge of their seats. Principal Nezu adjusted his microphone before looking out towards the mass of observers with his unruffled, candid smile, despite his sensitive nose twitching uncontrollably against the amassed human odor circulating in one single room. Good afternoon, students. I hope you are all doing wonderfully on this beautiful summer day. A muffled wave of groans momentarily filled the room. As most of you are aware, the principal continues with the dampened mood. The villain attack at the training camp under UA's care has left a disconnect of trust with the public. Our sincerities apologies have been issued during the conference, and we touched upon the new security measures UA High will be implementing for your safety. If you wish to continue your education in UA, that is. The room was filled with low mumbles between the teenage masses. Izuku turned glances at his intermingling classmates. Each shared personal concerns and opinions of the future of their school years with furrowed brows. Izuku grimaced when his moving eyes caught sight of Kirishima seated far off in the row before him. The redhead didn't bother hiding his frustrated anticipation. No doubt he was awaiting the mention of the rescued Bakugou. On their one-channel TV, replays of All Might's victorious fight against All for One played repeats of selected clips from said battle. There would be a small icon smack in the middle of the clips encouraging the audience to check out the full fight on the news channel's website as shown. Amongst all the students in Class 1A, Todoroki somehow retained his personal phone. However, the difficulties of 19 people watching from a shared phone screen became apparent. So they opted to simply put the recorded footage on blast and listen in like a radio. But it turned out that the footage had no sound to it. Eventually, it was decided that they would listen in on the website's news broadcast and see what was going on in the outside world they were excluded from. The clash between All Might and All for One took place in Kurinoheiken, Chiba, an area far from UA and Kamino, Yokohama, hence their obliviousness throughout the whole battle and the pro-heroes' difficulty in locating the League. The fight had left Kurinoheiken completely annihilated by the villain and hero's destructive quirks. The area was completely flattened and many homes were reduced to crumbling rubble, leaving many of the residents homeless. A reporter on the broadcast was currently on the topic of Kurinoheiken's cost and length for reparation with remaining and unscathed residents. Speculations were thrown and shared on the city's businesses and economic growth that would be stunned by this catastrophe. But the debate of Kurinoheiken's economic issues was halted for the time being when the camera was switched back to the presenters who seemed to be repeating overall news and updates every 30 minutes. It was emphasized that the League of Villains were successful in escaping the scene at Kurinoheiken with the help from All for One prior to the fight. A majority of the villains' civilian identities were distinguished and were announced as wanted personnel. Police and hero officials made them out to be Stain wannabes. Those whose civilian identifications were not revealed were simply dubbed as pro-villains by the public and media. But it was when the presenters brought up the rescue of kidnapped UA student Bakugou Katsuki that all of one as concentration went into the newscast. The information given to them by the report was just as vague as the information Todoroki was shared by his father, number 2 pro-hero endeavor. Bakugou Katsuki was found in an unresponsive state in the semi-damaged warehouse in which the pros and police force initially opted to raid, resulting in the discovery of All for One and the League. No other description than miraculously healed physical scarings were spared to the audience. They ended the report of the missing teenager with condolences to the student's family and friends and prayers for a quick recovery in the unnamed hospital the boy was now being treated at. The camera switched from the presenters to a different reporter from before standing in front of a press conference taking place in Kurinoheiken's moderately stable city hall. all of Class 1A was silent for the rest of the newscast. Dorms. The principal began after his pause, urging students to shush and look back up to the quirk-yielding hybrid we've constructed for you students as a way to keep you safe and away from villain attacks or targetings. It is also to give you all privacy from the public. As some of you may have experienced, the USJ incident and sports festival have garnered some of your unwanted attention. More information regarding our new security will be addressed in the emails that we will send to your parents tonight, and any questions you may have can be answered when your homeroom teachers come and visit you at whatever date and time is in said email. Principal Nezu looked out to the heroes to be with a smile. Now, I have some news that I think you will all be happy to hear. A large percentage of the sweaty teenagers looked doubtful of those words. With the current crisis concluded, for now, UA will now allow you students to leave and return to your homes and family to spend the rest of your summer with. Your belongings from the training camp have just arrived and will be delivered to your dorms. If you are sure you have all of your luggage, feel free to call your parents to bring you home with the use of your personal cellular device or with help from the school's office. Be sure to sign yourself out with your homeroom teacher. If your parents aren't able to pick you up, please tell your teacher. A police official will escort you home. The auditorium began to grow in volume from the giddy teenagers eager to return home and take a well-desired bath. Students, Principal Nezu cheerful said as the auditorium's volume continues to grow dangerously loud. UA would like to thank you for your patience through these past chaotic 6 days. Please remain seated until your teacher calls you out of the room, and have a wonderful summer break. Stay safe. Everyone was practically vibrating in their seats at this point. Izuku himself was just as animated. But the freckled boy couldn't help his eyes from falling back onto Kirishima. His fellow classmate now donned a smile much like everyone else, but he seemed hesitantly fixed on Principal Nezu as he and the other teachers made their way off the auditorium's platform. It was clear that Kirishima was waiting for something. Like any second the hybrid would bounce right back on the podium, apologizing before his forgetfulness and finishing his speech as the rows of teenagers would proceed to die from false hope and the summer sun's deadly waves. Kirishima was waiting for anything concerning Bakugou, like everyone else in 1A. But it seemed like the topic of Bakugou's overall state was plaguing the redhead more than anyone else. He felt powerless that his friend's current condition was being withdrawn from him. Izuku bit his lips before turning back to a squealing Uraraka crying tears of joy with a clumsy grin. When Izuku was returned home, a suffocating hug from his adrenaline-fueled mother greeted his arrival. His escort stood by the apartment's entrance like an awkward child as the young teen was pampered by his teary-eyed mother, inspecting every inch of him. She commented nastily at the school's carelessness for leaving her baby in such poor living conditions for 4 days straight. Midoriya Inko ushered her child into the bathroom for a well-deserving, warm bath. The woman didn't proceed without thanking the police officer for the safe escort. She offered the young officer to come inside for a cup of tea, but her offer was politely turned down, perhaps still abashed by her earlier display to consider staying any longer. Izuku really wished the young police officer stayed. His mother would have at least been occupied with attending to company than insisting on forcefully bathing her 15-year-old son against his will. There were plentiful screams of protests that went unheard that afternoon. Green eyes scrolled through the app's homepage flooded with nothing but articles of the fight. The freckled boy was finally able to watch some recorded footage of the battle itself, these with audio, though all you could really hear was the news team desperately cheering on all might and the roaring of the helicopter's motors. There was the occasional explosion from the fight below, but the audio barely picked up any of it. Static came with each powerful blow of All Might's, which was easily deflected by All for One. Izuku kept on watching, eyes stinging with tears, until he eventually fell asleep. There was an irritating vibration that awoke the boy. Weary eyes painfully opened up to the bright screen of a phone. The boy tightened his eyes and let out a yawn before squinting back to the eye-frying screen with sleepy crankiness. But upon making out the name of the messaging individual, Izuku was wide awake and on full sprint. The green-haired teen ignored his mother's concerned objection as he fumbled with his shoes and tore out the front door. Running through the darkening streets of Muzutafu in a fury, Izuku lets the text message lead him to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Eyes land on a familiar skeletal-like figure near the beach shore as feet meets upon friable sand that crunched with each step the boy took towards the figure in his frenzy. All Might. The #1 hero had always looked sickly in his true form, but Izuku had never thought it could look frilier. Some of his golden locks in his wild mane seemed grimy with dust and concrete remnants still clutching on. The very tips appeared violently torn and split. Bandages wrapped the man's bone-shattered arms, and with the large cast securing the forearm of the hero, it was easy to conclude that that part of the man's body garnered the most damage from the destructive fight. As Izuku approached the slender man, sand piling up in his sneakers and digging into his sweaty socks, the boy could make out the bruises and cuts that littered the All Might's sunken features, as well as the heavily wrapped bandage around his forehead. Tears once more picked at the edges of his dark emerald eyes. Well, sure took you long enough. All Might looked down to the mop of green that had knocked the air from his weak frame and was clutching desperately at the seams of his shirt, all the while grossly sobbing into it face first. The ninth holder of One for All was babbling apologetically, but it was incoherent nonsense drowned out by the boy's heavy sniffing and crocodile tears. All Might returned the embrace with an exhausted sigh, substituting as an act of comfort. It helped in easing the boy's sobs of hysteria into small sniffles. All Might, Izuku inhaled against the white fabric. Young Midoriya, please. Focus on your breathing. The deflated hero soothed to the best of his abilities in his current sore and weakened state. Midoriya's grip on the man's shirt tightened as he burrowed his face further into his side. The fight, you almost died, All Might. You could barely stand. Fresh tears rolled down the boy's already wet-stained cheeks, enlarging the t-shirt's soaked stain. Young Midoriya, All Might spoke throughout the teen's sobs, resting his bandaged hand atop his head. Will be permanently retiring. He paused to let those words process the training hero. Izuku's breathing hitched and was reduced to shuddered breathing. Whatever embers of One for All remaining have finally gone out, meaning my body cannot fight and I cannot retain my muscle form anymore. The retiring hero's hand moved down to the teen's shoulder, prompting him to look up to the blonde with red, watery eyes. Though I'm still mad at your careless stunt in Kamino, you and your friends were able to help us and the police narrowed down the search for the League, along with securing the Nomo and bringing Ragdoll to immediate medical care. You managed to be a hero without using your quirk, or hurting yourself. At this, Izuku's lips moved to form a proud smile, that of a child being praised by a parent. But a flash of recognition dispersed that joy instantly. All Might, he stuttered unsurely with a gulp, his tears subsiding. The news says you found Kaken, but is he okay? They said he had injuries, but how bad are they? Life-threatening? All Might winced at the boy's pained face of concern. Even though this very boy Izuku was lamenting over has purposefully plagued him throughout his early life, the freckled boy continued to allow himself to be burdened for his tormentor's well-being. Such compassion and selflessness that this young boy had could put any morally right pro to shame. The man straightens his stance, sorrow somewhat explicit in his raw-boned face. Young Midoriya, we found young Bakugou shortly after the fight. He was in a comatose-like state and bore visibly healed scars. He was taken by the ambulance almost immediately. I am unaware of his current condition as of now. But you, young Midoriya, know personally of Bakugou's fiery determination. He may be battered now, but knowing him, I'm certain his recovery will be reached quickly. Those words appeased the teen doubts and falling tears, though Yagi only wished his own words could ease the forlornness flooding his train of thought. From the state that Bakugou Katsuki was found, which eerily matched the finding of the now quirkless pro-hero Ragdoll, Shiratoko Tomoko, All Might desperately prayed for that outcome to be false. He did not want an aspiring child to have their dreams taken from someone like the League, someone as cruel and cynical as All for One. He didn't want to fail his students, not like this. All Might, please, you're injured. We'll keep looking, just take care of yourself for now. Kamui Wood's pressing worry fell on deaf ears as the fallen hero trekked tirelessly with adrenaline fueling his twinging thigh muscles. He scaled another stack of debris that should have been easily passable to even a young child. All Might nearly toppled over himself with heavy pants, Probably would have further damaged his already cracked legs if he missed his footing. I apologize for my stubbornness, Kamui Woods, the hero wheezed upon reaching the inside of the leveled building. But you can't change my mind, I have to do this. I let my students down enough times, I'm not stopping until I find young Bakugou. All Might continued on into the mouth of the narrowly standing ruins of All for One's warehouse. 2 pairs of eyes watched on with pity and concern, one a pair of turquoise outright strived to land on anything other than the frail hero's silhouette. Former hero Gran Torino eyed both groups, lingering longer on the hellflame-yielding hero, before following after the limping blonde. So Dash, you go on ahead boy, I'll keep an eye on him. Won't be long before he eventually drops, I'll carry him to the ambulance then. Gran Torino's words were silently obliged as each pro branched off, scouting through accumulated debris and upper stories of the warehouse, for the stairs have collapsed on themselves. Endeavor was the last of the 3 to departure, his glare still stabbing into All Might with fuming exasperation. The retired hero quickly caught up to All Might's feeble pace easily, even with the injuries he himself endured less than 5 minutes ago still jabbing at him. The 2 made their way into the dusty warehouse wordlessly, excluding occasional coughing fits from the blonde ending with or without blood dripping down his chin. There was nothing much that survived on the ground floor. A few crates, most empty, some held used canisters, others irregular objects such as a deflated All Might bouncy ball or boxes of disarranged grimy silverware. Strange. A rusty steel swinging door caught the pair's attention shortly after and they slowly made their way down the barren staircase. Large cracks, most definitely earned by the prior fight, decorated the concrete ceiling above with a silent threat of collapsing onto the retired pros. Thankfully, the crumbly ceiling only released a few grained sentiments pricking the heads of the men below, perhaps as a warning. With only a minor set of incidents on All Might's part, they came face to another swinging door. The task of opening this door was harder than the first, for the bottom was completely rusted over. And as they pushed on it with all their might, a long, ear-piercing scrapping of metal on rock echoed off the staircase walls. The 2 didn't even bother opening the door all the way, ultimately leaving it opened just enough for them to squeeze inside. Instantaneously both were knocked back by a repulsive stench which threw All Might into a straining fit till his throat was dry and stinging. The stench itself was an unholy combination of metallic human blood and ungodly amounts of various lethal drugs and chemicals which began to attract tears in Sorahiko's irritated eyes. Before them stretched ongoing rows of chemical vats containing the faint silhouettes of undergoing Nomo mutations all motionless in their inactive vats. People. These were mutated people in each of these vats, many probably here against their will. Gran Torino honestly hoped that the motionless beings were indeed dead instead of in the typical, unresponsive Nomo-like state. He could only imagine that suffrage the mutations and mental damage that was forced on by the hands of All for One. Maybe that was a part of the smell, decomposing human, or whatever they were now. The old pro pushed down the bile threatening to spill from his clenched jaw, and covering his nose with his gloved hand as substitute of a handkerchief, began down the elongated Nomo factory. All Might didn't follow his mentor, for his gaze still rested on the multiple rows of deformed civilians, forming a pained expression the man's already tired features. Sorahiko's patience was already thin as it was, being beaten to a pulp by his dear friend's murderer and now being stuck in a room of misery, so it didn't take long for cranky elderly mode to kick in. Toshinori, he grumbled with his hands still cupped to his face. It's too late for them. They're either dead or destined to a shallow life. Bakugou Katsuki is still here somewhere. You wanted to find him, right? We can still find him, hopefully. The retired hero ignored the horrified expression that warped Yagi's already devastated expression. He wouldn't ignore the possibility that All for One would take the route of transforming the boy into another brain-dead Nomo-gun if Bakugou failed to be recruited by the villains, or maybe Shimura would have just begged the man to do so for his sadistic glee. The groomed boy always did seem fond of the Nomus he'd bring with him on his destructive crusades. We won't find him by just standing around, Toshinori, Sorahiko bluntly addressed with agitation, already walking down the alley of vats. And if we don't find him now, he might turn up when DNA tests are done on all these Nomus. The expanded room returned to its eerie soundless state, save for the clank of Gran Torino's dissipating footsteps and the unvarying bubbling of the vats. All Might wavers where he stands, eyeing the vats dreadfully. Dead eyes and pained humanoid facial expressions stare back at him. Though he had already came across one of these creatures back at the USJ incident, being surrounded by partially mutated Nomo didn't stop the goosebumps from forming on the back of his neck. He steadily followed after Gran Torino, who was well far ahead of him, sullen eyes wandering to the vats. His eyes caught the still body of a man whose brain was fully exposed from his scalp and skin was taking on a soft shade of blue. The middle-aged man's brown hair was falling out at an alarming rate and his eyes so bloodshot and compressed as they grew out from his sockets. All Might turned his head to the ground, not having the stomach to witness any further victims of All for Ones. But the ground view was worse. Dried blood and other bodily fluids were cemented into the concrete's exterior and cracks. Along with that, torn skin, flesh, and clumps of human hair danced around his feet as he walked, transferring throughout the factory's floors. Chemicals from the Nomu's vaults were hazardously left in the middle of the aisle in garnered puddles. The vats themselves were illy repaired and had numerous leaks, fractured glass, broken wires, and dents in the rustic metal vat. Unlike the Nomus in the vats, their state of life was at best a 50-50 chance. But the fractionally deformed human corpses piled negligently atop another finally emptied the hero's stomach contents. Loose jaws, dead eyes, and rotting decaying skin. They remained primarily humane, save from a light hue in their skin cover, baldness, or their decaying scalp exposing their brains. All Might had reason to believe that whatever procedure All for One uses for the creation of his Nomus, these once-living people couldn't handle the immense pain and torture for said procedure. And All for One saw them as weak for that. Such a repulsive, evil man. Yagi grimaced at the horrendous taste that now tainted his mouth, eyes still stuck on the assembled mass of bodies. That is until Sorahiko snapped him from his daze. Toshinori, get here now. I found him. All Might. All Might? Toshinori looked down to the snot-nosed teen. His lips tugged into a long frown. The retired hero embraced the boy into a one-handed embrace. Midoriya didn't question it, simply digging his face deeper into the man's chest. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. Toshinori looked over to the ocean's horizon sky. A distant look etched in his hollow eyes. He could still see his face. I'm so sorry. So devoid of life. Why, young Bakugou? Traffic within Muzutafu this afternoon was hectic. Being the final week of summer break, families were returning from vacation homes and holidays, causing holdups in all lanes. Within said packed lanes, decking their previously worn formal wears, pro hero Eraserhead and retired number 1 hero, All Might, were seated once again in the back seat of a UA licensed vehicle. Aizawa Shoyuda was currently on the phone with Bakugo Mitsuki, apologizing profusely for their tardiness. As if getting her son kidnapped wasn't enough, their scheduled meeting concerning the boy's future in UA was already 30 minutes late. Yagi Toshinori stared vacantly out the car's window, listening to one as teacher stressing over things far beyond his control like background music while watching the cars around them travel 2 inches per minute. This torturous everyday occurrence drew out the guilt and turmoil brewing within the retired hero. Toshinori, get here now. I found him. The hero's hesitation is short-lived as the man pushed his already overused body into a quickened walk. His first step and the blondes already hissing through his teeth as pain fires through his lower frame. Ignoring the vats containing rotting mutated civilians, the broken glass and unknown split chemicals discarded on the floor, he puts up with the pain until he stops in front of a tattered hospital curtain covered in grim and other unknown fluids. Rows of cleared grizzled surgical tables greet the hero as he pulls back the filthy drapes, staining his hands with a charred black powder. Gran Torino's back is to him, barely obscuring the body strapped atop the metal table. All Might sped forward, nearly tripping over rusting medical oxygen tanks and containers of spilled syringes filled with expired anesthesia discarded on the floor. When the blonde reached his teacher, wheezing and wiping away the blood slipping through his chapped lips as he concluded his adrenaline-fueled dash, a gasp of horror triggered a series of loud, wheezy coughs, each projecting unnatural amounts of blood. His old teacher spewed colorful curses as he moved to support the shaking hero from meeting the filth-ridden floor. With his trembling hand pressing against his mouth, doing absolutely nothing to stop the thick trickle of blood that now smoothly flowed through his fingers, Toshinori's shadowed eyes remained unwavering on the motionless form strapped tightly to the soiled table. Why young Bakugou? Hands consumed by large bulky shackles, preventing any air from cycling into the limbs, were tied down onto the table's railings with heavy restraints. Similar restraints were used on the teen's legs and chest, allowing no movement whatsoever. And his face? Dried blood coated the boy's forehead, some prior fresh droplets slid down into his bagged red eyes devoid of awareness. His mouth was slightly agape but completely dried, along with his lips that seemed slightly burned and blistered. All Might's body moved without thinking. The fallen hero rushed to the boy, pulling feebly at the fastened restraints, keeping the already limp figure down. Toshinori heard his old teacher yell something out before dashing away, but he couldn't pull his eyes away from his unconscious student. The blonde continued yanking on the leather with no result, even with the very last of one for all's ambers. He failed. Even with the terminal defeat his mentor's killer and earning his last and most memorable victory in the eyes of the public, he failed everyone, especially Bakugou Katsuki. All Might. The blonde recoiled back to reality, nearly slamming face first into the window. They were no longer on the tedious road. Instead, they were parked at the front of a 3-story house, the Bakugou residence. Toshinori turned back to see Aizawa waiting impartial outside the car, holding the door ajar for him. He blinked tiredly. "We're here." The students of UA were to return to the academy and move into the newly constructed Heights Alliance dormitory, give or take 2 weeks. That, however, didn't stop certain students from already finishing their packing, perhaps as a way to preoccupy themselves from all the mayhem this summer had to offer. Midoriya Izuku does a double take on the thoroughly packaged All Might memorabilia before placing the box off to the corner of his nearly bare bedroom atop other thoroughly checked packages. The freckled teen plops himself onto his bed tensely, fiddling with his thumbs as he examines his room longingly. The idea of packing clothes and other everyday essentials now was blatantly a stupid one, save that for the last days, but it would at least distract the anxious teen for the time being. Instead of going against his mom's advice, Izuku whips out his phone from his shorts pocket and scrolls through the continuously updated news sites, ranging from reports on the expenses of all damage in need of repairs to the concerning rise of the averagely tame crime rate. Scrolling further down the endless site, the page is quickly deleted as articles on casualty rates start to spawn as labeled popular pics. Slouching forward, Izuku lets his thumb hovering over the messaging app, but paused at the fact that no one has really reached out to message him since their departure from UA a few days back. If no one messaged him, then that must mean they're busy or don't feel ready to talk just yet. He didn't want to sound desperate though. Despite his piling excuses, some newly acquired confidence jerks his thumbs onto the app and to the group chat with his closest friends. The chat hasn't been active for 3 weeks. It feels barren. He ponders with the remainder of his confidence whether to make the first move, even combating the idea of his friends seeing his messages as an annoyance. However, 3 dancing dots appear on the screen before the teen is able to conclude on a choice. Does one of these guys have some secret telepathic quirk or something? Uraraka? Hey. Uraraka, how you guys doing? The green-haired teen's tensed posture relaxed as he allowed himself to collapse back first onto his bed. The satisfyingly soft fall applied more release for his tightened muscles. Izuku allowed his fingers to freely speak their mind along the screened keyboard surface. Midoriya? Good. Finished packing some stuff already. Though kind of bored. There was a thrash of anxiety that plagued the boy before quickly vanishing as 3 dots spontaneously danced into existence. The first 4 texts pop up rapidly after one another. Uraraka, all same. Uraraka, really boring. Uraraka, not you though. Uraraka, hit. Uraraka, kinda wish we could go back to UA now. Uraraka, living in dorms gonna be cool D. Frankly, he's just grateful his mom reconsidered pulling him out from UA rather than putting her foot down on the matter. The concept of living indirectly in UA was also pretty cool. Midoriya, yeah. There is a pause before the dancing dots reappear again, although they continuously disappear and reappear before finally a message is sent. Uraraka, hope Bakugou gets better soon. Uraraka, class can't be same without him. Izuku is caught off guard by this sudden change of discussion but is honestly thankful. It feels like their kidnapped classmate has been mostly forgotten by the public who were, understandably, more focused on the destruction and casualties greatly impacting lives. But, still, it helped ease Izuku that there were still those thinking about Kaken. Midoriya, Kaken never lets anything keep him down. He won't want to miss a day of school. Ida, forgive my lack of response, I was visiting my brother. Knowing Bakugou's sheer determination, I am certain he will make a full recovery. Hopefully, that is, he follows the advice of his doctors. When we return, I believe we should perhaps prepare a get-well card for Bakugou if he too returns or not. It would be most appreciated if we all pitched in to show support for our classmate, whether he will accept the gift. Oh, and here's Ida. Do friends really have a telepathic connection, or do they just check their phones like pretty much everyone else and he's just overthinking all of this? Uraraka, hey Ida. Uraraka, OMG yeah, laughing face. Uraraka, like sign one huge card? Uraraka, Bakugou will probably burn it though. Uraraka, maybe if we put Caramucho with it he won't? Saw him eat some once. Yeah, that would be nice to do. Hopefully, Kaken wouldn't see it as pitying. Before he can add to the totaling back and forth, there is a soft knock on his door. The door is creaked slightly opened, revealing Midoriya Inko with a phone to her ear. She holds a smile, but her eyes are furrowed in a concerned manner as she hums multiple confirmations to the speaker on the other line. As she slowly concludes her call, Izuku pardons himself from the chat. The boy looks up to his mom as she ends her call, furrow uncurling and smile remaining. Izuku, her eagerly relieved voice matches her warm smile. Mitsuki just called. She says Katsuki has been released from the hospital 2 days ago. What? Really? The boy squeaks in surprise as he stumbles over his words. How much perfect timing can happen in a single day? That's great. So Kaken's okay? Inko's bright demeanor falters as her brow scrunches up in uncertainty. Mitsuki wasn't really specific on Katsuki's condition, but I'm guessing he's well enough to return home and for us to be invited over for dinner tomorrow. Oh, wait, dinner? Yes. Mitsuki sounded really stressed, so I offered they come over for dinner here. But she was really insistent that we have dinner at theirs. Oh, okay. The teen looked down at his phone, contemplating whether to share this recently learned news. Maybe it'd be for the best he waits for Kaken himself to announce his presence to their peers. I have to go get some groceries for tomorrow. Do you want to come with me, Izuku? Looking up, the freckled teen throws one more look at the phone, messages still popping up on the lock screen. Yeah, sure. Give me a second, Mom. The door to the Bakugou residence softly clicks behind the trio of men making their way down the house's path. The men collect at the police cruiser parked along the sidewalk as the detective fiddles for the keys to the cruiser. You'll give us the copies once they're immediately printed, right? Aizawa asks, his voice much more drained than it typically is. He drags a hand through his messy hair, releasing an exhalation of pent-up woes. We need to review this information with Nezu and get directly back to the Bakugus before UA reopens? Yes. The detective speaks with a stern demeanor. He placed his suitcase into the passenger seat with care. And any other additional information along the way. Most of the doctors we interviewed haven't identified any living specimens with similar characteristics corresponding with Bakugou Katsuki's, only dead ones. They've hypothesized he was at the end stage of the quirk implantations, hence the location he was found in by you, Toshinori. Tsukachi shuts the door and makes his way to the driver's side. He hesitates after seating himself in. And I will immediately contact you once we have contacted Midoriya Hisashi. The two UA teachers nod meekly and walk to their awaiting vehicle in heavy silence as the police cruiser steers off and out from the sidewalk. Katsuki, can you get up for me? Katsuki? The soothing motion of the familial slender hand stroking through disheveled hair prompts Nomu's groggy mind into wakefulness. His eyes flutter, struggling to adjust to the sun-illuminated room, but manage to catch the figure of the woman, a near-perfect reflection of himself, with twining abbreviated embers and disorderly spiked hair. Her hand moves from Nomo's head to his rough digits, tenderly intertwining with her own. "Katsuki, baby, can you get up for me?" Nomo doesn't understand the need for a name change. The name Nomo was just fine. But still, when the man and woman used the name Katsuki, somewhere within Nomo's being sparked a sense of warm nostalgia, not just the usage of the name, but the man and woman's demeanor when he reacted according to the name. So for now, Katsuki was the name he would apply by. With a nod still heavily sleep-induced, Katsuki sloppily scrambles into a sitting position. He opts to rest his head on the woman's shoulder. She entraps the boy in a tender embrace, her hair bristling his nose and cheeks. "Think you can get changed on your own today, Katsuki?" Katsuki nods. The woman plants a loud, wet kiss on his cheek. Even as she pulls away, the soft sensation still lingers. "I put your clothes on your desk for you. Remember, tags go on the back. Clothes on the desk. Tags go on the back." The woman departs and lightly shuts the door after her, leaving Katsuki to dwell on the bed alone. He rises slowly, body slack as he stands in the room. The boy stumbles to said desk, finding baggy pants, socks, boxers, and no, it is not purple. No, not black, it is a shirt. A shirt with a color. Katsuki examines each garment thoroughly, searching for the tags that marked the article's back. With each successful find, Katsuki slips on a new piece. He could almost pass as an ordinary person. Katsuki slips from the room and trudges down the stairs and through the hall. His gaze lingers on the wall's decoratives. The rhythmic clanking of metal and soft chatter steers Katsuki's attention to the kitchen doorway. The brunette man busied himself at the stove where pans hissed and crackled, filling the air with an alluringly rich fragrance. The woman was seated at the table, folders and loose paper etched with letters enclosed her as she flew through each sheet with busy eyes. She rapped a broken pen against the tabletop, performing an arrhythmic tune. "Oh, Katsuki," the man turned from the stove. "Did you sleep well?" Katsuki gave a curt nod as he seated himself at the overflowed table of papers. The woman looks up and flashed a brief smile before jumping back into the array of files. "How you feeling, baby?" Again, Katsuki gives a terse head bob which the blonde seems satisfied with. She stuffs the scattered loose paper into a paper envelope and fumbles with a large bag filled with alike folders. "I'll try to be at the police station briefly, but who knows how long they'll make me wait on my ass. Do we need anything? I can probably grab something quick from the store on my way back." The man pauses over the simmering pot of broccoli, caught up in a mental checklist. "We needed milk. I remember mentioning that yesterday. And some green tea for Inko. Maybe some dessert would be nice too. I don't think I have time to make castella." "Gotcha." The woman snatched the bag from the floor and fixed her button blouse. She ran her fingers through Katsuki's hair, parting the spiked strands as they dragged through his scalp. She kisses his reddened forehead, giving Katsuki a quick spite before waving her husband goodbye and departing from the house with the slam of the front door. Sizzling grease and the popping of boiling water were the only indicators of activity within the house. Katsuki, still seated, stared down at the cleared table as the brunette man trotted back and forth between countertop and stove, always adding, stirring, or flipping various objects around into bowls, pans, and pots. But even as he works, the man can't seem to help but glance back at the boy every now and then, like any moment Katsuki would just disappear or something. Katsuki himself can't help but watch the man's work. The swift motions of the hand with spoons, knives, and whisks all seem natural to his limited experience. Katsuki watches as the man puts a few finishing touches on the dish before placing it into the oven. The brunette removes the thick gloves from his hands as he surveys the countertops. "Karaisu," the man speaks up, catching Katsuki's attention. "Do you remember that? It was the first dish we let you make all by yourself." The man smiles down at the cutting board in front of him. "You added so much shikimi, your mother almost passed out." With a laugh, the brunette turned to face Katsuki. Pearl-sized tears peeked from the corner of the man's eyes. "I remember how proud you were. You were our prodigy, chief." Katsuki stares. The man's posture falters. He looks back to the kitchen's countertops and back at the boy. Do you want to help me out, son? Katsuki stares, then blinks. And finally he rises and walks over to the man. Mitsuki pulls up to her driveway but doesn't make an effort to scramble out of the car while juggling her bag and groceries. With the car parked, she leans on the steering wheel, releasing a long, heavy sigh through her nostrils. She was an hour late from when she promised to return home, but it's not her fault that the damn police wanted her to bring the remaining files to the hospital and wait 45 minutes to see that retarded doctor for 2 minutes. And it definitely isn't her fault she had low batteries on her phone and didn't call Masaru, probably leaving the idiot thinking she died in a car crash or something. The man was stressed enough. He didn't need her bullshit of an excuse. She looked over to her brick ton of a bag sitting on the passenger seat. Another assortment of documents and shitty files needing signing. Katsuki's physical condition just kept getting worse and worse the more the doctors at the hospital kept studying each stack of her son's collected medical data. Hell, the doctors kept finding new shit wrong with Katsuki, and yet didn't even fucking know how to treat them, so each file would be an unlucky surprise with no known cure. Her baby was going to fucking die. An ugly sob escaped Mitsuki. She tries suppressing it until her teeth began to throb from the pressure. Her baby was going to fucking die, and these doctors had no fucking cure for any of these piling medical conditions. He wasn't going to become the best #1 hero who ever fucking lived. He was going to be known as a fucking depressing casualty from the UA training camp incident. The shitty doctors at the shitty fucking hospital had no way of helping her fucking baby live to be a fucking adult. Well, except for one treatment. And Mitsuki had no fucking idea how long they'd have to wait for Katsuki to get the fucking implantation. For now, the doctors just told her to keep doing what they were doing, and Katsuki would probably be fine. She wanted to strangle the doctor right there for wasting her fucking time with nothing but enough bad news to put a mother into a stroke. The blonde rubbed at her eyes until they burned. Inko and Izuku would be here soon, and Masaru was probably worried about her absence. She collected her bag and groceries and strolled on down to the door. Stepping in, thank fucking Christ it wasn't locked, Mitsuki dropped her purse and slides off her shoes at the Genkan before strolling down through the corridor and into the kitchen to drop off the groceries. That is before she fucking drops all that shit from the site right in front of her. Masaru is speaking frantically on the phone with streaming tears running down his face as Katsuki is just standing there, missing his fucking fingers and bleeding out all over onto the fucking floor. Masaru. Her husband's blabbering halts as his head twists towards her. And Mitsuki. He gulps his tears. Katsuki, I should have paid attention. He just kept cutting and... Masaru. She beckons, walking over towards the sobbing man. She slips the phone from his hands, apologizes to the operator on the other end, and hangs up. She takes his hands in her. Masaru, the blonde repeats, face void of frenzy, unlike her husband. Remember what the detective said? Her fucking loving husband stares at her as if she lost her fucking mind, but memories click and he gives her a small nod. He rubs his tear-stained face with a dry, breathless laugh. The man can't help the sob that breaks through. I just forgot. I'm sorry, I panicked. This isn't going to be easy getting used to. Mitsuki's tired eyes become pained. Yeah, I almost did too, just for a second. The couple turns to look at their son. The boy's hand is still drenched in a musky coat of blood, and the floor itself looked as if a murder had just taken place. The countertop resembled something straight from a horror movie. The cutting board and the quarter-sliced cabbage sitting on the wooden board was drenched in a dark layer of the crimson fluid, making Mitsuki's stomach churn thanks to the added cabbage and iron-blended smell. Katsuki's fingers were still on the fucking cutting board, nested on top of the vegetable like an exquisite dish. Katsuki stood exactly where he stood when she arrived. He was waiting patiently for them to say something, or do something with attentive eyes. And in the place of his recently dismembered digits was a new, unscathed thumb and index finger with a fresh pale scar at the place of the incision. Katsuki, if you need any help, you can just ask. What did I say? Stay out of the kitchen, old man. Katsuki. Show some fucking respect for your father, he's the one letting you do this shit yourself, Mitsuki. Fuck off, old hag. The fuck you say, you little punk? Please just stop, both of you. We'll leave, okay, Katsuki? The blonde simply shrugged, returning to face the stove. He was almost done with the curry. Now all he needed to do was add the last and most important ingredient. Hopping off his little stool, Katsuki dragged it right under the kitchen cabinet and hopped right back on. Little fingers barely graced the shikimi container before a much larger hand nabs the powder from his reach. "I said leave." The boy shrieks. His dad smiles sheepishly, placing the shikimi down before walking out. His mom's awful snorting is heard from the living room. Katsuki's glaring eyes lingered on the kitchen's entrance momentarily before turning back to his work. Repositioning the stool again, he uncorks the shikimi's cap and dumps a concerning load of the spice into the simmering curry. With one final stir blending the broth's many elements into one, the boy beams down proudly at his creation. "I'm done." He bellows into the house, and not long after, his parents enter the kitchen assisting the young chief in carrying his creation to the dining table. Their taste buds were going to explode when they took a bite of his magnum opus. His mom's sure did, though he was pretty pissed she spits it all out almost immediately afterward. "Katsuki, what kind of fucking hellspawn did you craft in that kitchen? I can't feel my fucking mouth. I'm never letting you in the kitchen again. You hear me, you little shit? You just don't have good taste, you old hag." The boy quipped back at his mom, crumbling away at the table. "I'll watch him from now on, dear." His dad vouches. At least his old man could appreciate his awesome cooking. Hell, he was so proud, he couldn't contain the emotional tears from falling down his face, or the snot slipping from his nose. "Like hell you will." Katsuki sticks a spoonful of curry into his mouth, exaggerating his chewing at his mother, who stared at him as if he were the devil's spawn. It was just them, Katsuki and his mom and dad. He'd never admit it to them out loud, but he cherished those times. Things were simple, and Katsuki kind of missed that. And he missed them. And Dad. Crimson eyes danced to the inrush of light stretching into the room. The boy lifted his head from the plush pillow and turned his body towards the 4-bag looming over the bed. The plastic bag was drained, prompting Katsuki to rip the now useless needle from his arm. The brief bloom of blood quickly disappeared as the punctured layer of skin efficiently repatched itself in an instant. Tossing the needle aside, the boy moved up to a sitting position. Looking out the window, the boy was greeted with a blinding glare from the sun barely dipping behind the distant mountains stretching far within the horizon. The sky was saturated into a darker hue, slowly bleeding into a somber blue as the moon began leaning towards the center of the heavens. Katsuki got to his feet, stretching his underused limbs with a satisfying, albeit concerning pop, before making it along to the bedroom door. He slipped out into the corridor of doors with soft steps against the wooden floorboards as he moved. Far into the hall and down the main flight of stairs resonating within the living room, Katsuki could hear the faint voices of the man and, no, of his parents. The woman, no. Mom's voice was clearer than Dad's, but it was strained and very messy. Katsuki couldn't for the life of him make out anything cohesive through all her gasps and sobs. The boy contemplated on using search for a moment, but only a moment. He knew he needed direct consent in order to use his quirks, an exception being super regeneration, of course, as he said. Tamura was never happy to see one of his toys broken. That was truly a horrid sight to behold, and that's coming for me. A pang of nausea hit the boy, but he carried on. Descending down the stairs, Katsuki inches closer to the living room, though a sense of dread lingers within the boy with each step. And it's at the very doorway when Katsuki finds himself unable to move forward, making him stop and listen to the confusing conversation between the many different voices. "We should have told you sooner, Inko, but we didn't know how to fucking bring it up." Mom lamented tearfully. "We figured it would be more appropriate this way." Dad sighed. "So when you receive a call from the police tomorrow, or even today, just be calm about it." "We're so sorry, Inko." "Izuku. We hope Hisashi's okay. You two have nothing to apologize for." A new voice spoke. "Katsuki and these quirks, it's neither your fault. It's those villains." There's a sigh, and Katsuki's ears keen in. And whether Hisashi's role in all of this is completely voluntary or not, he doesn't matter right now. Katsuki's well-being is my main priority. Katsuki steps into the living room. All fall silent as 4 pairs of eyes land upon him. Kaken. Izuku had been inside the Bakugo household for a solid 10 minutes now, and he still hasn't seen nor heard any explosive followed by a spew of screaming curses as of yet. He didn't know whether to be thankful or terrified. The boy looked down at his plate with a tightened stomach. Any adrenaline and liveliness he'd displayed upon arrival with his mom had been solely fueled by the aspect of seeing Kaken. However, when a rather disheveled-looking Auntie Mitsuki greeted the two at the door and pardoned the blonde's absence of him taking a nap, the freckled teen's body just shut down as he childishly picked at his curry. And it's not that Izuku wasn't happy to see Mr. and Mrs. Bakugou. A blissful sense of nostalgia hit the boy when greeted by Auntie's thundering voice, though a tad softer than he'd remembered, and Uncle's soft hum as he offered a cup of green tea to his mom. It's just that he really wanted to know how Kaken was doing. But he didn't want to sound rude by just demanding the status of the blonde's condition. Izuku! A slurred voice barked out at him. The boy nearly dropped his fork before turning to his auntie with a hesitant smile. Come on, tell us more about the sports festival, Izuku. Mitsuki brought her somber red wineglass to the air in an informal toast. You were on fucking fire all the way. Inko smiled timidly as Masaru snatched the wine bottle from the table and bolted into the kitchen in search of a clever hiding spot for the intoxicating beverage. Mitsuki paid no mind. You went fucking flying over those idiots? She cackled, face tinted with the faintest of flushes. Oh, how'd you come up with a plan like that so fucking fast? You're a fucking genius, Izuku, or suicidal. Inko chokes from the sip of her watered-down wine. Your quirk is really impressive, Izuku, Masaru praised upon his return to this seat. But it also seems extremely dangerous. Inko told us you needed surgery after your fight with that double quirk user. Todoroki's quirk is actually just a fusion of his parents' quirks? Izuku corrected, avoiding his mother's suffocating gaze. And I've gotten better at regulating the total output of my quirk since then. I promise there won't be a need for any more surgeries for me. Or broken bones? His mother perks up a brow. Of course. Definitely not. And you kept fucking winning without even using that overpowered quirk of yours? Mitsuki giddily reminisced as she cradled her glass. Oh, you should have fucking seen Katsuki's face, Izuku, every time he... Izuku looked over to the cut-off woman in confusion. She was staring down intently at her glass, her face unreadable. Masaru eyes his wife wearily. Mitsuki? Her grip on her glass tightens. Then he got chained up to that fucking podium. Mitsuki? With chains and a muzzle in front of all of Japan to see. Masaru reaches for his wife. Mitsuki? Just like what those damn villains did. Fucking goddamn it. Mitsuki. Oh my. Izuku, you remember where the first aid kit is, right? The young teen is left stunned momentarily, before nodding to his mom and dashing out of the dining room and to the first-floor bathroom. As the hero in training pushes aside folded towels in the bathroom cabinet, his mind can't help but reel back to his auntie. His mind wasn't fixated of the shattering of the glass in her tightening hand, or how some pieces of said glass pierced through her hand, or how the chiffon tablecloth became soaked in both the spray of crimson wine and splatters of human blood. No, it was her voice prior that had his mind reeling. The softness of her voice climbing up into an anguished climax, the guilt she conveyed through her words. Midoriya Izuku had known Bakugo Mitsuki to be a proud and loud woman for as long as he could remember. She was practically a sheer replica of his best friend Kaken, her crudeness much more toned down in comparison to him albeit. But today, hearing her booming, cheery voice simmer to such a degree, her voice choked up to such a level, Izuku had never heard her sound so defeated or lost in all his. It was unnerving, it just wasn't right. Just as Aizawa Shoyuta entered the station, he's nearly trampled by a group of officers making a mad dash out the main entrance, their radios blaring distressed cries from fellow co-workers in need of assistance with whatever villain attack was currently happening who knows where. With a sigh, the hero prods into the police station. He ignores the stares of civilians and officers alike taken off guard by his shagged appearance. The man has to admit his hero duties have been a bit more exhausting as of late. If he had the chance, he'd be home hibernating in his sleeping bag for a week straight. However, he still had some business to attend to. The front desk is cleared of any lines, so Shoyuta trudges on over and waits patiently for the secretary to finish up on her 3 phones. And yet, as she places one handset down, it rings again shortly after, creating a continuous Hydra cycle. Eraserhead shifts uncomfortably. God, it looks like she's about to cry. Thankfully, an older woman, presumably another secretary, approaches the desk and introduces herself as Furuhisho. You are Aizawa Shoyuta, pro hero Eraserhead, correct? She asks, flipping through a file. Yeah, that's me. I was scheduled to meet with Tsukachi Naomasa today at 16:30. Yes. The woman nods, closing the folder. He's waiting for you in his office. Just go down the hall and turn left. His room should be the 3rd door to your left. But I'm sure you'll find it, his office door will be labeled. Shoyuta thanks Furuhisho before leaving. From behind, he's certain he hears the woman comforting the now weeping secretary cursed to phone duty hell. The pro easily finds Tsukachi's office door and knocks. What he's certain is muffled voices through the wooden barrier stops as the door is open. Tsukachi, a bit worse for wear if Shoyuta were to be honest, greets him and invites him. Seated in a guest chair in front of a disorderly desk is an older man holding a cup of steaming tea. The pro is too offered a cup, which he politely declines, opting to take a seat beside the stout man. Tsukachi clears his throat as he takes his seat behind the desk. He flies through one of the many folders piled on his desk. Thank you for coming, Eraserhead. I take it All Might wasn't available today? Yue refuses to discharge him just yet, Shoyuta says, scratching at his chin. They want him out of the public's eye for a few more days. Plus, they want to make sure the man doesn't die from tripping on a pebble. The old geezer beside him huffs a chuckle. Doesn't help he walked right on out a few times already? Shoyuta blinks. And you are? Apologies, Eraserhead, I have yet to make introductions. This is Dr. Ishii Eiji, Bakugou Katsuki's doctor. Shoyuta, folding his arms, hums acknowledgement at the latter. Dr. Ishii, this is? Pro-hero Eraserhead, you've said his name plenty of times for me to catch on, detective. I may be old, but my memory is still as sharp as it was 50 years ago. The detective smiles sheepishly before turning back to Shoyuta. Dr. Ishii and his team have been going over Bakugou Katsuki's condition and comparing it to those of pre-existing nomas. Their results so far have been mixed. So there's good and bad news? Yes, Tsukachi sighs. He turns to the good doctor taking another sip of his tea. Dr. Ishii, if you'd please? Smacking his lips, the stout elder puts down his cup and hauls up his briefcase to his lap. A haggard huff slips from the man's chapped lips as the case crashes down on his lap and he digs within. Whipping out a file, the doctor fumbles with his glasses and scans the sheet. Bakugo Mitsuki, God, bless that poor woman's soul, came by today and dropped off a copy of young Bakugou's daily reports. And among the awful handwriting, we found something irksome which helped to explain the boy's drastic difference with any other Nomu we have gathered intel on to date. Shoyuta straightened in his seat. Comparing the DNA and having the police explore more of the Nomo factory in Kurinohaken, we've come to the conclusion that the procedure that young Bakugou underwent was much different than the typical Nomus of All for Ones. How different exactly? For one, they didn't mutate any of the boy's DNA to the degree of most Nomus. Dr. Ishii placed 2 images atop the desk. They seem to have inserted some sort of chemical into the cells, we're still looking into that as of now, which have increased his stamina and strength, but other than that, he tapped on the image of a comatose Bakugou Katsuki taken during his stay in the hospital. He is still very human. Eraserhead eyed both photos carefully. It doesn't make sense for them to skip such an essential step. The man says, hating the words coming from his mouth. A normal human body shouldn't be able to withstand multiple quirks, let alone DNA mutation. What was All for One planning exactly? You are correct, Mr. Aizawa. The doctor nods. Most Nomus have undergone the mutations before being given the multitude of quirks, otherwise, the body would have given out under the stress. That's why we have reason to believe, Tsukachi begins, that this was essentially a form of torture. Or maybe, A message to UA and the media. Or, the detective size. A sick victory for the League. A trophy, a weapon, to use and flaunt against all might and our society. A show of mockery on behalf of the League. Show Yuta sighs, sinking into his chair. His nails dig into his arms. Goddamn it. He was tasked with protecting his students, and yet he failed. And now, one of his students was going through unimaginable pain. All because he wasn't fast enough to reach them all. Now, I'm afraid to tell you that that's the only good news we have to share with you today, Mr. Aizawa. The doctor pulls out a thick packet from his briefcase and pats it sorrowfully. Now here's the bad news. Thank you, Izuku. I'm sorry you have to deal with my sorry ass. And no problem, Auntie. This is all a part of my hero training. I can't just stand by with somebody hurt. Oh, Mitsuki coos, playfully ruffling the freckled boy's poofy hair with her free hand. You're going to be the sweetest hero alive, Izuku. Midoriya Inko smiles at her son. His face is red as he finishes bandaging Mitsuki's wound. She is proud of how far Izuku has come with his hero studies, but a selfish part of her wishes he'd settle for a safer career path, maybe a doctor or a nurse. The greenette clenches her hand, just thinking that selfish thought is already brewing the guilt within her. More tea, Inko? The woman looks over to the man holding up the kettle. She uncoils her clenched fists and picks up her empty cup. Thank you, Masaru. She smiles. The two had just finished clearing the table and putting away dirty dishes into the washing machine and were now seated at the kitchen's island, relishing in the warmth of green tea. Izuku and Mitsuki were still at the table occupied by medical equipment strewn about. It was almost like old times. Masaru, the woman turned to the brunette. How is Katsuki doing? Mitsuki hadn't said much over the phone, but when she mentioned he'd been brought him home from the hospital, I suspected he was recovering well. No. Inko did not miss the pained expression on the man's face. She instantly regretted asking. Masaru placed his cup down and cleared his throat. He glances hesitantly at the dining table. Mitsuki is helping Izuku pack the spare medical supplies back in their container. The blonde smiles as the teen recounts his time in UA thus far, smiling sheepishly with each praise Mitsuki dishes out. The brunette turns back and sighs. We were able to take Katsuki home as early as we did because there wasn't much of anything the hospital could even do for Katsuki as of now. They said his condition has to be monitored before proper action can be taken. Inko gasps softly. What kind of condition? Is he in a coma? Masaru crinkles his brow. All we really got so far is that those villains, they tried to make Katsuki into one of those things. Remember the attack in Hosu City? Those disfigured villains? Apparently, they're called Nomus. They're created by that same villain group responsible for all this chaos. The people turned into Nomus. They undergo inhumane experimentation, making them basically into mindless weapons of war. A shiver runs through the greenette. She remembered those creatures clearly. How could she not? The news anchor soon after the Hosu attack showed just a glimpse of those villains, and she had horrible paranoia for the rest of the day. It didn't help that Izuku was almost kidnapped by one of those creatures. Inko couldn't believe she was saying this, but she was thankful for that hero killer for having saved her son at that moment. Are you saying that Katsuki is one of those creatures? She found herself too scared to ask. This and no. For some reason he wasn't mutated like most of the Nomus. He's still human, thank God. Inko places her hand atop Masaru's trembling palm. But because of that, he says, voice quavering as his eyes water. His body can hardly endure whatever those villains did to it. Did to it? Inko's heart throbs painfully against her bosom. What do you mean? Whatever the fuck they pumped into my son caused his whole digestive system to fucking fail, that's for starters. Inko and Masaru jump in their seats. Mitsuki is standing over the two, hands clenched into fists at her side as her lips tremble. Izuku is standing by the table, medkit in hand, eyes wide. Mitsuki sucks in a breath. If his stomach is not fucking work, then it means he can't eat. So the doctors want us to use experimental 4 till they have the parts necessary for a transplant, and who knows how long that'll take. The woman's voice grows more hysteric. But don't worry, my son has all the fucking time in the world. Sure, we can let him wither away a wee bit longer. He's not in any fucking pain at all. He can totally function as a normal fucking human being. He's got plenty of other horrible things happening to keep him distracted until then. An ugly sob erupts from Mitsuki as she grabs at her hair. Masaru reaches out to his wife. Inko's hand is glued to her mouth, eyes glazed with tears. Izuku's twin emeralds are still wide, a ghostly expression taking hold. I just want my fucking son back. I'm sorry this had to happen to your student, Aizawa. Shuda's gaze is downcast, refusing to meet the detective's piteous stare. I shouldn't be the one receiving condolences right now. He replies drearily. Tsukachi nods as he shuffles along with another stack of folders on his desk. Dr. Ishii had taken his leave after going over a majority of Bakugou's medical folder. He agreed and promised to bring copies for UA to assess before the hero school's reopening in the coming week. The red-eyed pro eyes over the 3 civilian files laid out on the desk. This it? Tsukachi nods in confirmation. All 3 DNA samples found in Bakugou Katsuki. He lifts up one of the files with a photo of a familiar round-eyed individual plastered inside. Shiratoko Tomoko, pro-hero ragdoll. She was found in an unresponsive state and lacking her quirk 3 days before Bakugou Katsuki's rescue. We've already gone through the examinations and interrogations involving Ragdoll's case, so this won't be heavily touched upon for now. Shoyuta watched as the detectives slide the Greenette's files back into its folder with Rue. Poor Shiratoko, she was the most passion-driven of the wild pussycats, the whole hero team being her idea and all. He couldn't imagine what she was going through. Says a guy. Tsukachi continues on with the next file. Opening the first page shows a middle-aged man with a nauseating color palette of yellow and green for his greasy bund-up hair. An Asian American declared missing 4 months after leaving his hometown of Ransom, Illinois for a business trip in Suzu. According to his family, he never checked into his hotel, nor did he turn up to any of his business meetings upon his plane's deployment. It's now been 20 years since his initial disappearance. He'd been declared dead 10 years ago, despite a body having never been identified. Shoyuta cringed at the photo of the bleak man. God, the guy almost looked just like him. If only he were stupid enough to sleep over at Nemuri's, then maybe they'd be monozygotic twins. His quirk is registered as regeneration. He carries on. However, Seze Guy's exact quirk and DNA were found in the very Nomo apprehended during the USJ incident, the very quirk dubbed super regeneration by Shigaraki. Shoyuta looks up. What? Quirk splicing? But how is that possible? The doctor sighs. This has us just as confused as you are, Mr. Aizawa. Dr. Ishii rubs his face. My team and I have our theories. Quirk replication and modification are on the table, and I frankly can't tell you which one I find more concerning. Shoyuta couldn't agree more. And lastly, drawing the pro's attention once more, the detective opens up the final folder. The image immediately screams, problem child of 1A. But the man in the photo looks too physically masculine and mature to be All Might's favorite fanboy. Midoriya Hisashi, taking a work post abroad in America in the city of New York for 12 years now. With the Midoriya Hisashi living overseas, any means of contact had been difficult for our team to manage. We were opting to interrogate the remaining Midoriya clan if leads were to continue coming up dry. Shuda's pretty sure Midoriya Inko would suffer a heart attack if the police came knocking on her door over a villainous incident concerning another family member in such a short span of time. He's surprised the woman hasn't started growing in gray locks as of this year. If not now, then surely just before Midoriya Izuku's graduation. However, we managed to get one coherent lead on Midoriya Hisashi's whereabouts. The exhausted pro keens in on the latter. A plane ticket to Hosu was bought and used under Midoriya Hisashi's name 2 years ago. On the same day of the plane's departure, Midoriya Hisashi was confirmed to have used a reserved cab to the Ayashi district. That's it? As of now, yes. The detective closes the thin file. My team is continuing their search for Midoriya Hisashi as we speak. It's possible he changed his name and went under the radar upon his return illegally. Or, the most likely scenario in my opinion, he was taken by the League, robbed of his quirk, killed, and was never found nor identified by authorities. The main issue now would be to conclude how All for One got a hold of his quirk and why specifically target an ordinary man such as Midoriya Hisashi with such an ordinary quirk like fire breathing. I've got some ideas, Shoyuta says, eyes looking up at the office's fluorescent lighting. And neither look good for the man. Just how do you intend to break this to the family? It's all up to the Bakugou clan whether they'd like such private information shared or not. And until we have more information on the status of Midoriya Hisashi, there really isn't much to say as of yet. Aizawa Shoyuta closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. This UA meeting was going to be a drag. Hisashi's. Katsuki has Hisashi's quirk. Both Bakugous remain silent, but their pained eyes say it all. Izuku feels like he's having an out-of-body experience. Auntie's words, uncle's teary gaze, his mom's stunned silence, it all washes over him as he drifts around, just being. Kaken, the League of Villains Shigaraki and One for All, turned Kaken into a Nomo. We should have told you sooner, Inko, Auntie says, her words heavy with guilt as they spill out. But we didn't know how to fucking bring it up. We figured it would be more appropriate this way. Masaru sighed, reaching for his wife's limp hand. So when you receive a call from the police tomorrow, or even today, just be calm about it. We're so sorry, Inko. Izuku. We hope Hisashi's okay. They were apologizing. They had no reason to apologize. Their son was a Noma now. And Dad was responsible for it, voluntarily or not. You two have nothing to apologize for. His mom speaks his thoughts. There is that foreign firmness that's been popping up here and then, like from All Might's most recent visit. Katsuki and these quirks, it's neither your fault. It's those villains. The older Midoriya inhales sharply from her outburst. Izuku can tell his mom is struggling to control her tear ducts for once, stressing to maintain a strong face. And whether Hisashi's role in all of this is completely voluntary or not, he doesn't matter right now. Katsuki's well-being is my main priority. Just then, before either Bakugous could fully process Inko's firm words, a shuffling of feet enters the living room. Izuku's head turns in response and the boy is jolted back into his body. The freckled teen's jaw snaps open, the flood of emotions wrecking within his brain releases only but a gurgling wheeze. It's Kaken. But he looks so wrong. Kaken always radiated power, strength, and confidence whenever he marched quirk-blazing into a room. But this Kaken? A pang of nausea and terror through Izuku that tensed up his body, sending a piercing pain through his bones as the pressure refused to ease. Kaken was known for how terrifying his competitive nature and personality was. But this was a completely new level of hair-raising fear. And it wasn't the constant crackling of his gifted quirk just mere inches from licking off your plump flesh nor the maniacal chortle assisting with his unflattering grin and burning embers staring you down as your ears bleed and body ached. This Kaken stared blankly at Izuku with the eyes of a long-dead ravenous fire over ashy bags. No snarl was aimed at the One for All successor, just a simple curt line with the faintest of burn scars along his lip. K. Kaken. His mind somehow assembles the name together and tosses it out from his clogged throat. The other teen blinks and continues to stare silently. No further reaction. This Kaken wasn't Kaken any. This was? Izuku tosses his head down and pukes on the floor. The students of UA's extended summer break finally came to a close around the end of August. Teens waved goodbye to their guardians, giving kisses and final embraces before marching off to their new lives within the newly constructed dormitories with their fellow classmates. Class 1A arrive at the front of their assigned accommodation and await the arrival and instructions of their homeroom teacher. Said sensei appears looking much more grizzled and like a homeless insomniac than any of the teens could recall from before their break. The man went over a standard, haphazardly memorized procedure for the dorms to the students. The drawn-out anticipation was suffocating for the teens. The pro also took this time to briefly reprimanded the entire class, excluding Jairu and Hagakure, one final time concerning the failed rescue attempt done by 5 particular students and the lack of warning by the remaining class to the authorities and supervising teachers. It wasn't as bad as the first scolding back when the rebellious 5 returned from their failed rescue mission, but it still succeeded in souring the once animated atmosphere. I should also let you know, Aizawa Shoyuta adds to the depressed group of teens emitting their depressed teenage hormones. The original purpose of the training camp was for all of you to obtain your provisional hero licenses to grant you all legal access to your quirks in future cases of villain attacks or any other natural disaster, since 1A has been such a villain magnet this year. The sulking teens halt their sulking and keen in on their homeroom teacher. But since we just so happened to be targeted by villains then and we weren't able to complete the training, UA has decided to allow Class 1A to partake in this year's Provisional Hero Licensing exam. A roar of gasps erupts from the students. But wait, isn't the licensing exam just for third years? Ashido squawks dumbfoundedly. UA is making an exception, Aizawa explains. We want to allow you first year's full legal access to your quirks in cases of self-defense. We won't always be there to allow you the ability to use your quirks in any and all villain attacks you're in. It's for your own secured safety. But don't only a handful of participants get accepted yearly? Sato quips nervously. Yes. Comes Eraserhead's tired response. We'll be going against third years, they have way more experience than us, we're going to be crushed. Mineta bawls, gripping his head in anguish. Many classmates share the same sentiment. Bleaching in harmonizing distress. That's why you have to train to be better. Aizawa snaps. You've all practically gone through twice the experience most third years have that weren't scripted supervised scenarios. You all understand the harsh reality behind most by now. So now, you have to focus on taking action in those cases. Rescuing citizens and dealing with both natural disasters or villains hands-on. The provisional license has been delayed due to the Kurino-Heiken incident, giving you all approximately a month to prepare for the exam. You will use this time wisely to train yourselves and your quirks. Each day, fellow pros and I will be supervising and aiding you in your training. You will also have to start coming up with ultimate moves, a signature and ultimate attack necessary in all pro heroes. As Aizawa continued to plant more information to the students, the prior ecstatic mood that dorms initially generated sparked once again. Determined smiles were shared, giddy giggles spreading from teen to teen. The first day back at UA was exciting once again. Now don't just stand there, the insomniac pro drawls. He's already walking up the steps to the Heights Alliance of 1A. I'm still supposed to go over more of the procedural safety precautions. Why, I'm so tired. Ashido wails as she drops onto the newly situated couch in the Heights Alliance's common room. And we have training first thing tomorrow. I'm gonna die. Yeah, organizing all my shirts and bras wasn't as exciting as I thought it'd be. Hakagura laments, plopping down beside the pinkette. But everything else was pretty fun to do. My parents didn't want me to bring too much from my home with me, but I was insistent. It was so much fun laying out my stuffed plushies all over my dorm, I'll never be lonely again. Yeah, remind me to never stay over at your dorm overnight. I don't need any beady eyes watching me sleep. Jairu shudders. I already have to worry about sharing roofs with a pervert. The aghast squawk is ignored by girls gathered on the couch. Hey, the night's still early, Ciro says from his seat on the floor, arms crossed along the coffee table's surface. We should do something to cement this occasion. This is like everyone's first time living without their parents in the same house, right? Let's do something. Like a class bonding thing? Azui perks up, bringing a finger to her chin. Mummers of agreement are shared by the teens, excitement stirring in each. Let's throw a party. Ashido shouts cheerily. Hagakure's pitch cheer follows. You shouldn't be so loud, Ashido. Ida reprimands with a raised voice of his own. We must show courtesy and self-restraint to our teachers to prove to them that we are capable of dormitory life. If we misbehave, then there is no doubt that restrictions will be applied to our daily living here. I agree with Ida. Yayorozu remarks. First impressions are essential for these first few days here. We need our teachers to trust our maturity under these new conditions. Maturity is a key element in becoming a hero after all. Both girls slump back in their seats as Jairu eyes the raven-haired girl with a raised brow. So what should we do? Sato asks. We can't party, not like anyone would really feel up to that anyway. We still have school tomorrow. We can watch a movie. Kaminari straightens from his spot on the couch. I was able to get the American release of Umbra, Queen of the monsters from Rakuten last year. I've been saving it for the right time. Nuanu. That stuff is scary. Hagakure whines. I saw the trailer and all the monsters are so loud. It hurts my ears. Why don't we watch Raso Asahina? Ishido proposes. It's got action, story, comedy, and it's animated. Boo. Mineta dejects. I vote for Hot Kaija Girls. Mineta is immediately clobbered on the head. I personally recommend The Dark Crusader, myself. Lavi and Rosa, wouldn't you all agree no? I'm pretty sure The Amazing Bee-Man is playing on cable at 1640. I was able to download Happy Hands 2 for free on YouTube a while back. Maybe that? I'm sorry, but what is wrong with you, Tsu? I like Chilled. Do you have it on DVD, Todoroki or? No, sorry. Kirishima rises from the couch, startling Shiro and Kaminari leaning beside him. Dude? Sorry, Kirishima replies. I'm just kind of tired. Think I'll turn in early tonight. Today's been a bit stressful if I'm gonna be honest. Oh, okay dude, good night. Kaminari salutes. Au revoir, monsieur. Most of the class became deterred by Kirishima's departure. Some even look ready to join the redhead's lead and turn in early as well. Uraraka surveys her classmates and turns to a deflated Azui, a deep frown running along her lips. Suddenly, the gravity manipulator jumps to her feet. The card. Kirishima stops in his tracks. What? The card? Ida. Deku, remember the card we talked about for Bakugou? Midoriya tenses as Ida's eyes widen in recollection. The rest of the class leans in curiosity. A card? For Bakugou? As in a get-well card? Would our explosion boy even accept it? Shiro chuckles. Oh my god. That is like the best idea ever. Ishido shrieks. No amount of hand-chopping from Ida could calm the girl down. I'm so glad I brought my markers with me. Hagakure squeals. I'm gonna go get them, be right back. A hero always comes prepared. Jairu whispers to Yaoyorozu with a smirk. I can make the card for you, Uraraka. Yaoyorozu smiles. What size should it be? Massive. It's gotta be able to impress even Bakugou. Ishido declares. Ishido. Keep your voice down this instant. As class president. So that way we can each sign it. The pinkette finishes off with a glistening beam. Should we add anything else to it? Anything you can get a hold of that's spicy. You've seen how much caramucho he eats, haven't you? How much time do you think we'll have to work on it, Ribbit? Kirishima's smile falters. I guess I forgot to ask Aizawa about that. We can ask tomorrow, dude, Kaminari says. And I'm pretty sure Sensei will let us know. But we haven't really been told anything about Bakugou, Jairu states. How do we know when he's coming back? Come on, Jairu, this is Bakugou we're talking about. Ishido laughs. He will literally fight death and single-handedly win. He doesn't take shit. Class 1A laughs. Kirishima cracks another smile as he plops back into his spot between Shiro and Kaminari, all boy grinning as Ishido jumps into the bundle, but then Kaminari starts gauging as Ishido cuts off his circulation. Hagakure dashes back into the room with a giddy aura. A floating box of markers is thrown onto the coffee table followed by a large blank card Yaoyorozu smiles fondly at. Almost everyone fails to notice the empty spot on the couch. Mom's in the kitchen with Auntie and Uncle. They left him here, alone, with Kaken. He can just barely hear their voices. It feels like he's underwater. He's drowning. Please don't leave me here. Izuku wants to beg to his mom, but his throat is sore. His tongue twitches at the aftertaste of vomit layering the walls of his mouth. The teen clenches his teeth, eyes burning into the living room floor. He doesn't dare move. He can't bring himself to look at Kaken. He hates the feeling of those dead eyes burning into this back. He hates this. He hates it. The boy wants to go home. He doesn't want to be here anymore. He can't stand Kaken's nauseating presence. But what is he saying? Why is he thinking such awful things? Izuku's nails dig into his scalp as he struggles against suppressing another sob. It wrecks his lungs. God, he needs air. He can't breathe. He's a horrible human being. Deku? Midoriya Izuku jumps at the sudden voice from behind him. Swerving away from the elevator, Izuku's dim eyes meet with Uraraka's worried pair. Uraraka. The boy stammers. Hey, what's up? The brunette frowns. Are you okay? You were looking really stressed just now. And no, I'm fine really. Izuku stammers. He plays with his hands nervously. It's just been. The police officers only talked to him for a moment. They only asked him a single question. What do you know about your father, Midoriya Hisashi? The last time I saw my dad was when I was 4. All I know about him is told to me by my mom. She said that he left to work abroad in America. They then went on to question Mom, and Izuku ran into his room, fastening the lock with anxious fervor. He refused to come out until the police bid themselves goodbye. But they talked for hours. All the while, Izuku was trying desperately to block out his mother's wails. A really hectic week. You know, moving and all. Uraraka frowns. Are you sure? I don't mean to push, but I noticed you tense up after I brought up the card thing for Bakugou. Please don't bring him up. Please don't bring him up. Izuku desperately prays. And I'm not judging you for it, not at all. You were there when the league, so it only makes sense that you out of all people should feel so responsible for it. Uraraka smiles hopefully at the latter. But we're all safe now. Bakugou's back. We're going to train to get our licenses and take down the league and protect Japan. Clasping her hands, her face softens. So, if you're feeling better, we can both go back and help out with the card. You know the most about Bakugou, so maybe you can help it be more Bakugou appealing. The greenette smiles sadly. No, it's fine, Uraraka. I think I'll just go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. He doesn't look back when he enters the elevator. When Izuku finally makes it down the hall and to his room, he doesn't bother with the lights. He allows himself to fall onto the bed and grips onto the covers for dear life. His body is shaking as the ugly sobs ruck up. Izuku's so tired, but he can't sleep. Not without the image of those dead eyes plaguing his mind. It makes him sick. Thankfully, he skipped out on eating for today. The meeting with Dr. Ishii in UA was scheduled to take place at exactly 9:30 a.m. sharp in Principal Nezu's office. Aizawa Shoyuta volunteered to visit the doctor's residency after multiple failed call attempts 40 minutes later. It was currently 12:52 a.m. when Eraserhead arrived in tow with Detective Tsukachi Naomesa and an entourage of officers situated at the entrance of UA's gates. Principal Nezu snapped shut his pocket watch, a pleasant gift from Yamada Hisashi, better known as Present Mike, after his vacation in Disney World. He simply adored the perky mouse pictured within. What was the name? Moki? As the two men entered the room, Naomesa, All Might stood from his seat at the conference table. What brings you here, old friend? And where's the doctor? Yamada cautiously prompted. He glanced hastily at the police cars stationed at the gates. Tsukachi took off his hat solemnly. The man looked just as exhausted as Aizawa on a regular basis. And that was a compliment going by the underground hero's current unflattering image. Digging into his coat's pocket, he pulled out a hastily written report. Eraserhead came to the station at 10:34 in need of a warrant to search Ishii Kenshin's residency after receiving no sign of the man's presence. However, upon entering the home, Ishii Kenshin was found at 11:22. He's dead. A series of mixed expressions flashed upon the staff of UA. Tsukachi gawked at Aizawa, slowly lowering his crumbled police statement. Nezu frowned at Aizawa's statement. Eraserhead, if you'd please. He motioned towards the conference table. Apologies, the ragged pro settled onto a spare chair beside a wide-eyed Yamada and Kayama Nemuri. I just didn't want this to drag on for too long. But this must be some coincidence, Ishiyama Ken attempted to rationally. I'm afraid it wasn't a natural death. The detective clarified. We were only able to identify the suspect's remains as Dr. Ishii due to the body donning his doctor's badge. The body, Yagi Tashinori questioned suddenly, voice strained. How bad? Practically obliterated. Smashed from wall to floor with such force. I'm surprised most of the body was still intact. The face is completely disfigured, utterly unrecognizable, as if it was disintegrated. But there was no sign of any acidic chemicals in the area, so it only leads to the possibility of the usage of a quirk. All Might hissed an audible curse. Aizawa absent-mindedly scratched at his elbow. Ishii Kenshin's office was also ransacked, though there was no sign of forced entry. Bakugou Katsuki's medical folders are all absent from his files. The room falls silent. All of them detective? Nezu asks patiently. Yes, he conforms solemnly. Dr. Ishii was Bakugou Katsuki's main doctor, hence he held on to all of his patients' medical information for further study. Hadn't he said he would give us access to the copies prior to UA's opening? Kayama queried skeptically, teeth grinding ever so slightly against each other tensely. He would have if his printer wasn't broken, told me so over the phone last Sunday. Eraserhead shrugged. A shame his son chose that time to visit Hong Kong, a mechanic, he also told me. Could have been saving us a lot of trouble right about now. Shoyuta, be sensitive. A man just died today. Present Mike squawked at his friend. I've been running around non-stop all week trying to get those damn copies. He responded with a spat dripped in venom. Instantly, the man slouched back against his seat, voice low. And I need a break. The insomniac drawled, rubbing at his eye indifferently. Hardened eye crust crumbled against his sleeves. Shouldn't you at least remember some information then? Anything will do at this point. Aizawa looked up at midnight with his dry eyes. The kid will go apes hit at the mention of All Might. Yagi lowered his gaze to his lap. It was the League, wasn't it? The retired hero questioned, strenuously. I have no doubts. The detective nodded. A decay and teleportation quirk in one place? We already have 2 wanted villains perfectly fitting that category. Question is, why go after the documents and not Bakugou Katsuki himself? No one noticed the entry or any sort of commotion from the house. Are they trying to hide something from us? Snipe pondered. If they can get away with murder so easily, why not go straight to kidnapping? What's the League even playing at? They might be toying with us, or maybe Shigaraki is really that incompetent of a leader without his sensei. Midnight scoffed bitterly. Tsukachi clears his throat. Luckily for us, it was only the medical files that were taken. The police reports have been securely locked away for now. As it currently stands, it is only the matter of Bakugou Katsuki retaking his examinations once again. However, from past recounts with the Bakugus, the health examinations were a rather strenuous process, correct? Aizawa shuts his eyes. And on top of that, they'll be needing a new doctor. How did the League even know of Dr. Ishii's involvement with Bakugou? Yamada quacks. Wasn't it confidential? Are there spies everywhere now? If that is so, then I guess we'll have to accept Bakugou Katsuki back into UA immediately. All turned to Nezu. The quirk wielder took a long sip from his teacup. Don't we have our own spy to worry about, Nezu? Ectoplasm dared to question. Oh, don't you worry about that. It's already being taken care of. The UA staff share looks as Nezu finishes his steaming cup and hops off his seat. Of course, Bakugou won't be administered into the hero course just yet. The improvement of his physical and mental wellness will be our main priority. We'll have to schedule private classes for him in the meantime during school hours, perhaps your free periods? Is this all right with you, Aizawa? The teacher of 1A shrugs. He consents to these terms without further complaint, too tired to care for now, no doubt. Nezu, Ishiyama starts. But with current events, how can we be sure? He will be safe, Nezu insists. We'll have to discuss with his guardians the subject of dorms, of course, but until then, and even when he is integrated permanently into UA, he should never be left unattended. Present Mike jumps into the conversation cautiously. Good plan and all, but doesn't the media hate us and all? I doubt they'd respond positively to the kid coming back to UA. Nezu hums, pressing a finger to his chin. Bakugou Katsuki's return to UA will be confidential information. No one outside of UA should know of his return. Not even the students, at least not until he is assorted permanently into dorms. As for his medical examinations, Nezu turns to address the patient detective directly. I believe that it would be best for Bakugou to have his examinations taken here by Recovery Girl. It would be best not to have a repeated situation such as Dr. Ishii's occur again. Tsukachi nods to the quirk-yielding critter and takes his leave. The teachers of UA filter out, heading for their morning classes of the day. Aizawa, who is just about to leave, is motioned to return to his seat by Nezu, the principal already having somehow amassed a clutter of papers to fill out and was currently on the phone line with the Bakugus. God, he hated meetings. But at least he got to miss classes for today. So that's a win in his book. Damn it, Aizawa Shoyuta groaned as he sped out the gym gamma. Already he was running 30 minutes late to Principal Nezu's office. Practice today consisted of both classes 1A and 1B training together to try and better the cooperation of the two classes, because unfortunately, tensions between the two first-year classes have been present since day one. It would be for the best if the two classes could learn to tolerate and work together with each other during possible incidents in the near future. And besides, perhaps some of the students in each respective class could learn to make their quirks quite compatible together, and maybe even make some unlikely friendships despite the competitive tension ever present. However, his two students, Ashido Mina and Kaminari Denki, the two geniuses that they are, banged two rocks together and decided to see what would happen if they both made contact with Monama Nito at the same exact time. Needless to say, these first years will be the death of him. Sprinting into the elevator just in time, Shoyuta smacked the button of his desired destination and leaned into the corner of the elevator's wall, actually taking a second to gulp in some air. The figure beside him snickered. Snapping his head forward, Shoyuta was greeted by the sights of a smirking 13, or whatever face they were pulling under that mask. Never have I ever seen you in such a rush during school hours, Eraserhead. They giggled. The quirk erasing pro's shoulders sagged against the elevator walls. This is something I can't be late for, 13. Giggles dying down, 13 handed Shoyuta a fat binder organized rather well for its unsettling stature. You left this at your desk this morning. Thought you might need it. What good timing? Didn't think I'd be able to run into you along the way. The underground hero stared blankly at the binder for a moment, before releasing a shaky sigh of relief. It was as if all the weights and burdens of this world were lifted from his trembling shoulders by God himself. I completely forgot these, Shoyuta gurgled breathlessly. Taking the binder from the other's gloved hands, Shoyuta took a moment to appreciate 13's restructuring of his sorry excuse of a lesson plan. No papers stuck out jaggedly, all lessons were in alphabetical order. It was nowhere near the level of neatness he could ever wish to achieve. By God, you're a lifesaver. Well, they don't call me a search and rescue hero for nothing. The heavily clad hero chortled. Shoyuta could now die somewhat in peace. The elevator door finally opened. The sleep-deprived pro stepped out, nodding a farewell to the waving black hole user. Walking down the silent corridor, Shoyuta could make out the faintest of voices as he inched closer towards Principal Nezu's door. There wasn't any screaming as far as he could tell, safe to say his ears would be spared for now. He settled for a firm knock upon the grand wooden door. He didn't want to act too casual for being half an hour late. The pro belatedly let himself in upon hearing the jovial, "Come in," from his underestimatedly frightening boss. Seated upon one of the two parallel couches off to the side of the office was the principal himself. Placing down his brewing cup onto the coffee table, all methodically with all forms of diversified tea bag brands to choose from and in addition, a forgotten cup brimming with tea, the strange hybrid motioned for his employee over. There was a spot waiting just for him besides Nezu. On the couch aligned to the staff of UA was the Bakugo family, or at least 2/3 of the clan. Bakugo Mitsuki, from what he has heard from Nomuri's own personal research, was a successful model working alongside her husband, a fashion designer, at the same company. She was able to keep at her job as a model thanks to her quirk, glycerin, which functioned similarly to her son on a basic level. Unlike the kid, she produced glycerin within her sweat, resulting in her maintaining healthy and young-looking skin despite her age. However, from Shuta's first personal meeting with the woman and now on this day, it seemed as though her quirk wasn't keeping up enough with her mental aging. She looked tired. More tired than a first-time mom about a month into the whole parent thing, not that he really had anyone to compare the woman with. As for the kid, he looked a little better. Not great, but better. He was currently resting his head on his mother's shoulder for support. Eyes heavy, they flutter against the office's bright lights. Poor kid, he seemed to be having some battle against the drowsiness. He could relate. "Mr. Aizawa, please have a seat. And worry not, I was informed of today's incident within the gym Gamma. And might I say, what an interesting incident. Thankfully, it was stopped before it could have gotten a lot worse. Bakugo Mitsuki smiled with uncertainty. Shoyuta simply shrugged with a grunt as he took his seat and rested the weighted folder on his lap. Anyways, onto the topic at hand. Nezu clasped his hands, together. Mrs. Bakugo, I must simply thank you again for being so cooperative with us. I understand these have been hard times for you and your family to manage through. That being said, I hope we can work together to help ensure a positive recovery for your son. As long as we communicate and plan this out together, I think Katsuki will be able to recover swiftly and be able to be reintroduced back into our hero program. Don't you agree? Yes, Mr. Nezu. I think so too. The blonde nodded, brushing her son's jagged spikes for hair softly. Then let us get started. Mr. Aizawa? Grunting with a tinge of annoyance as he rose up from the couch, he placed the binder under his shoulder. I'll introduce you to the room we'll be using for the time being. If you'd like, I can go over all the lesson plans we have in store. Mrs. Bakugo nodded. She carefully maneuvered herself from the weight of the younger Bakugo, who immediately collapsed onto the couch. The woman jolted and slowly turned to the two UA staff members with a red-tinted face. He's not yet used to waking up this early, she explained awkwardly. It took a few moments of prompting from Mrs. Bakugo before her son stirred. Slowly, as if his body were made of lead, he shifted to a sitting position and was guided onto his feet by the tender aid of his mother's hands. The boy stumbled a bit as he got his footing but ultimately reverted back to leaning onto the older Bakugo for support once more. Mrs. Bakugo turned to the teacher of 1A with a strained smile. Again, we apologize for not following the dress code, but he was rather fussy this morning. We didn't want him feeling uncomfortable. No, it's fine, don't worry about it. Aizawa waved off, eyeing the boy's pajamas, and then to his barren feet save for some extremely fuzzy socks. Was the kid even capable of being self-conscious anymore? He's not a big fan of shoes at the moment, she mumbled meekly with an uncomfortable laugh. Shoyuta looked at his student, the Beast of 1A as he was nicknamed shortly after the first week of the new year. Bakugo Katsuki was a confident and powerful student with his quirk upon entering UA, albeit a bit cocky, crude, temperamental, and overall loud to the point he believed his ears were actually bleeding, but he was still a good candidate to be a top 10 hero from what Shoyuta could see, though maybe if he worked on how he presented himself upon first impressions, maybe, just maybe he could even manage to get into the top 5 tier. However, due to his incompetence as a teacher and his inability to protect his students during the villain attack, Bakugo Katsuki's whole future was taken away in just one swift motion, and it was all his fault, because he failed his role as a teacher. There was no denying the fact everyone was trying too hard to ignore. There was no way the kid would be able to recover from this, from becoming a Nomo. The old Bakugo Katsuki was dead, plain and simple. Here now, standing right in front of him, was the new beast of 1A, a tired, physically and mentally unstable victim of a horrible world. Despite this fact, Shoyuta decides to play along as well. Ignore the fact that this kid is doomed to a sad life, a life where his dreams and goals will never be achieved, dreams that he probably doesn't even remember. Might as well try to make it a better life for him in the meantime. Alright, the underground hero straightens his slouch and leads the way to the office door. The room's not too far. Follow me. The three walk out of the room, the door behind them shuts with a quiet click. Nezu smiles at the door and takes a sip from his cold cup. Aizawa Shoyuta shuffled through the folder of bulky papers, his haste growing more and more apparent the longer he flipped over the endless sheets. Bakugo Katsuki sat silently from across him, heavy red eyes cast upon the blank worksheet. Finally reaching the end of the massive folder's pages, Shoyuta rubbed his eyes tiredly as he placed the portfolio down with a thud, sparking a slight jolt to Bakugo's days. They were 4 days into this. 4 days with no progress whatsoever. Sure, the kid could pick up a pencil and draw over the dotted alphabetic tracing worksheets, at least he still had basic motor hand function, albeit not the once perfect handwriting the teen would hand in with his perfect scores, but that's just about where the positives ended. Bakugo wouldn't actually remember the letters he'd traced over and over again in the last 15 minutes. When Shoyuta handed him the next-level kindergarten worksheet, something to do with writing the first letter of the object pictured in the box. The kid spent the next 20 minutes staring unblinkingly at the first problem's image of a cartoon dog. Shoyuta could practically hear the inner turmoils of gears in Bakugou's brain threatening to come apart. Flipping over his phone, Shoyuta assessed that he had yet another 30 minutes before All Might would be subbing for him. 1A has been waiting on him these past practical exam practices due to these new private classes thrown into his already hectic schedule. Personally, the Underground Pro wasn't a fan of running back and forth throughout the day to get to his needed classes on time. And if any of his students decided to skip the final period of the school day again with that 15-minute excuse nonsense, a soft knock caught the attention of both occupants of the empty room. The skeletal face of the retired pro peeked from the parting door. "Mr. Aizawa," Yagi smiled sheepishly. "Practice ended a bit earlier today." Young Jiro miscalculated the extent of her new amplifiers. She came up with a new super move, however, despite some damage done to the surrounding area, including all the windows. Shoyuta had to suppress his sigh of relief. His phone thankfully provided a distraction as it gave a pig. Reading it over as he stood from his chair, he typed a simple affirmation to the recipient before pocketing away the device. "He's having some trouble on his worksheet. Think you can go over the alphabet with him again?" "Of course." Yagi smiles, placing his personal bag on the chair. Though, fair warning, most of the students are still quite stimulated from practice. "You know how they are." With a curt nod, Eraserhead makes his way out of the room. He doesn't spare a last glance at the mute teen. It was becoming harder for Shoyuta to snub out the selfish bout's reprieve when finally leaving the room containing the abominably hollow shell of Bakugou Katsuki. "You think I have time?" "I don't think I have time." "Not with that attitude, you don't." "Kaminari, do you really need Doritos right now?" Yaoyorozu Momo asked, standing off to the side. "It is the end of the day after all, can't you wait until after class?" "They're usually gone by then." Kaminari Denki squawked sorrowfully. "Hey Ida." Ashido Mina whipped around to class 1 as Republic think you can run and get Kaminari his Doritos real quick from the nearest vending machine? "We'll pay you." "Absolutely not. Mr. Aizawa has told us time and again to stand and wait by the door as soon as we are released from practice. Kaminari should have gotten his snack on his way here. I had to go to Recovery Girl. Not my fault you got glass on me." "Oh my god, I said I was sorry." I hate to interrupt, but Azui to you croaks." Her vacant eyes directing her classmates towards the end of the hall, where the familiar form of their blad-clad homeroom teacher greets their view. "Good afternoon, sir." The man answered with a careless murmur, sliding the classroom's door open and stepping inside. The first-year students followed suit. "Mr. Aizawa, why did you have us wait outside today?" Kirishima Ijuru hesitantly queried, making his way towards his desk. "Change in seating arrangements," Aizawa replied, ignoring his confused students as he foraged through his desk. "Don't sit down yet, this won't take long." "Change in seats, what for?" Siro Hanta murmured to Sato Rikido, earning himself a confused shrug in response. Scanning the paper, Eraserhead looked up. "It's the third and fourth row. The rest of you can sit down." The man's tired eyes land on Shoji Mizo. "Shoji, you and your whole row move a seat back." The replication Corkhielder nods, strolling on over to his new seat. Jairu and Siro are most hesitant in bidding farewell to their old seats, having to part ways with having Kaminari and Kirishima as their desk neighbors respectively. Aizawa couldn't be any happier. In contrast, Tokoyami Fumikage couldn't be any more pleased with receiving his new seat in the back of his row, the perfect spot in a classroom to brood in angsty silence. This now left an idling Todoroki Shoto, stranded cluelessly at the front of the classroom. Giving his paper one final glance, Aizawa tucked the paper back into his desk and looked to the lost boy. "Todoroki, you'll be taking Hagakure's seat. And Hagakure, take the seat behind you." While Todoroki moves to his new seat, Hagakure is stuck in place, looking from her newly assigned desk to her teacher with, what one could only assume, really, confusion. Her classmates share her bafflement. "But, Mr. Aizawa," the invisible girl squeaks. That's Bakugo's seat. Not anymore. The classroom door abruptly slides open, drawing all attention onto the purple-haired student standing in the doorway. The teen cautiously eyes the variety of facial expressions staring back at him from his fellow first-years before shifting his gaze over to Aizawa, hesitant unease clear in his features. Did I come too early or? No, you're fine. The man spares a quick glare at his students. Most drop their obvious gawking. Take your seat front of the third row. Mr. Aizawa, what is this? Kirishima yelled out from his seat unexpectedly. Some students flinch at the redhead's sudden outburst. The underground hero doesn't react. You can't do this. You can't just give out Bakugo's spot in 1A. He's going to come back and... Bakugo is not coming back into UA's hero course anytime soon, and the hero's course will not be waiting for Bakugo to return. Aizawa snaps, glaring at Kirishima. It even gets Shinso to wince back. It isn't fair, but it is what it is. UA cannot just leave open slots in our programs for those no longer unable to attend, whether that be voluntary or not, no exceptions. There are other students who too wish to get into the hero's course, Kirishima. Do you understand? The hardening quirk user locks his ruby eyes to his desk, unwilling to risk a peek up at the frowning teacher of 1A. Yes, sir. There's a tremor in his voice as he lowers his head further. Shinso, you can take your seat. Aizawa turns to the still-standing teen. His tired eyes follow Shinso as he awkwardly shuffles to his desk under the eyes of his new peers. A pink hand is cautiously raised amongst the row of students. Eraserhead's full attention rests upon Ishido. Mr. Aizawa, does that mean we're never seeing Bakugo again? The man blinks. It is up to Bakugo's guardians on whether he will be readmissioned into the hero's course. Now, he scans the rest of the class. Is that all? Any more questions you want to interrupt class with? A majority of the class focus on avoiding eye contact with Aizawa. And for once, absolute silence meets his ears. He could cry if his tear ducts weren't dry on tears. Alright, with this week's distraction out of the way, let's review your performances from the training simulation for today. Aizawa drops a thick folder onto his desk, lazily flipping through each student's training folder. Okay, who wants to go first? With the sun dragging itself to the west of the blending palette sky, the rather searing weather from the early morning was thankfully cranked down to a cordial and relaxing early evening atmosphere just in time for Midoriya Izuku's ritually planned jog. The cool air passing through his sweat-coated hair and skin was refreshing for the young hero in training, making his jog that much more enjoyable. It almost succeeds in distracting him from today's recent events. Izuku was happy for Shinso, really. Climbing up UA's hero course was no easy feat. Students wishing to get into the top course had to work even harder than the students in the class they wished to join simply to get noticed by the school. And even then, there was no guarantee in getting placed into said upper classes, not unless a student within the top courses was deemed unworthy to be a hero or if a student had to leave due to personal issues. But Shinso went from 1C directly to 1A. Izuku could only imagine how much the purple-haired teen has improved since the sports festival. His brainwashing quirk was impressive, though useless if it was common knowledge. He could only wonder what the students in the support course cooked up for the mind control quirk user. The freckled teen's steady jog slowed into a comfortable walk. Emerald eyes grazing the slowly fading remnants of the blooming summer grass and trees swaying against the gentle breeze. So quiet, so peaceful. Just like the night right before the League of Villains struck. After class, most of 1A retreated into their own dorms, though some chose to hang around in the common room, albeit in unbearable silence. Aizawa had announced that Shinso would be moving into the empty dorm on floor 5. Izuku chose to see no connection between the move and his classmates' retreat to their private abodes. Izuku helped Shinso bring the boxes up to the 5th floor. Ida and Yaoyorozu also tagged along, the former stating whilst chopping the air with his free hand that it was one's duty to assist a new class member successfully integrate into their dorms. Not everyone in 1A seemed to share their class rep's ideology. Waiting for the 4 on the 5th floor upon their first trip was the preceding inhabitant of the floor themselves. Sato greeted the new member of 1A with a heavenly scented sponge cake of which left the purple-haired teen speechless. Upon delivering all of Shinso's belonging to his room, Todoroki and Sato assisted in aiding their new floormate in unpacking the boxes, exchanging some introductory small talk, mainly on Sato's behalf, as they worked. Shiro was also there, though his usual carefree grin seemed a bit too forced whenever Shinso would pass him a glance. He seemed more distant. And Izuku knew exactly why. The greenet sputtered as he stumbled over his feet, nearly plummeting face-first onto the stone pavement. Catching himself, Izuku blinked at his surroundings. He must have zoned out because he was far off track from his usual course, near the back of UA's main building to be precise. With a groan, Izuku ran a hand through his messy hair. Whatever. It was clear he wasn't going to be jogging anymore today. The next best thing would be a long walk around the campus. That would clear his mind. He really needed the distraction. Izuku pulled out his phone from his shorts pocket as he proceeded on, checking on the time. He had time before he needed to return to the dormitory, so Izuku was going to milk as much time as he could from the outdoors. Anything to avoid the suffocating atmosphere back at the dorms. Stuffing his phone away, Izuku faced forward before stopping instantly in his tracks. Ahead of him, Izuku could make out the familiar skeletal outline of All Might seated on a metal bench, his attention entirely directed into a book he softly read aloud. And there, seated on the ground close by the retired hero, was Kaken. Exhausted crimson eyes met trembling emeralds. Kirishima ran Inyote house? But it was not just some house, it was the Bakugo house where Bakugou Katsuki lived. Red boy Aranin. Bagu! He screamed, manly. I am here. Out came Bakugou, he Nomu now, so sad. He blink. Kirishima ran and hugged him. I love you. Please remember me. Gasp blasty boy. I do. I Nomu no Morel. But my son okay now, wailed Mitsukai Bakugou, hot mom big tit. Dad Bakugou sarai, he happy man now. Deku not sad babe anymore, he happy too. Izuku yes dad come home tea day after yesterday. Sorry huis he explained. Was quarantined for a bit. I know sick dough. Green boy hugged dad. All happy. 2 days later. Red and Boo might get married, gay rights. Villains die sias ye stupid and dumb. Word peace. They now married, cool heras and now have many bobbies cause I say so. Happy endim. 111. All Might. Midoriya Izuku immediately backtracked from his initial trek towards the retired pro when Kaken abruptly shot up from the ground with wide, alarmed eyes. The blonde's head snapped towards Izuku's direction, not failing to frighten the already overstressed greenet. Young Bakugou. All Might rushed over to the scarred teen, though careful not to make direct contact with the other. Please sit back down, it's all right. And just like that, Kaken settled back down upon the patch of grass. He let his blistered hands run alongside the grass evenly cut blades. Izuku's stomach gives an uncomfortable twist. Izuku my boy, All Might says as he turned to the greenet in question. I didn't expect to see you out here. Come, take a seat will you? Despite how badly his body screamed at him to run away, to get as far away from Kaken as possible, Izuku allowed himself to be led by the frail man to the nearby bench. Emerald eyes don't deter from the figure seated ahead near the turf. Izuku remains rigid, countless queries fly through his mind, all too quickly and chaotically for him to catch and transcribe. The older man, sensing the tension brewing within his prodigy, picks up his previously abandoned book seated by him on the bench and flips through its many pages. It is a wonderful day out today, the best we've had all summer. That is why I decided to bring young Bakugou out for today. Finding his page, he looks over to the aforementioned boy. It would do him good to be out and about rather than spending all his time seated in just one room. And I can't lie, All Might says with a curt chortle as Bakugou plops his back on the grass. I needed some fresh air too. Things have been rather stressful lately. Izuku's enlarged eyes fly over to his mentor. This time in one room? You mean here, in UA? All Might seizes up, his glowing blue irises meet his student's expecting gaze. This, the issue of young Bakugou is supposed to be a private matter between UA and his guardians. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but I cannot share such matters with you. The freckled boy doesn't press on, he simply nods as he stares down at his clasped hands rested upon his lap. Izuku doesn't dare spare a single look at the blonde pressed against the ground ahead. Mom and I visited Kaken before school started, so I already know. Yagi blinks. About his condition, the student quickly clarifies. Mostly, the former hero hums, looking down at his book. And, you have not informed any of your friends or classmates? No, sir. Good. Thank you, Midoriya. It is important to keep such issues private. Izuku fumbles with his hands. They're already soaked in shimmering sweat. Everyone is worried about Kaken. They still don't know what happened, and now that Shinso is in class now, and taking Kaken's place. Izuku looks up to the man. Tears highlight his emerald eyes. What's going to happen to Kaken? Oh, hush. The teen stiffens and drops his head back to his lap. All I can tell you, young Midoriya, Yagi speaks softly, is that UA and young Bakugo's guardians are discussing a suitable course for him. I do not know how long it will take for him to fully recover or to rejoin the hero's course, but I can promise that we are doing everything we can for Bakugo. Do you understand? Izuku nods timidly. All Might wraps an arm around the greenet's shoulders and gives a comforting squeeze. And if there is anything you need, young Midoriya, you can come talk to me. Izuku doesn't respond. Pulling away from the boy, the teacher turns his attention back to his novel. I've been reading this to young Bakugo for a while. I had hoped that it would help trigger his cognitive skills. It's called Flowers of Algernon. The blonde fiddles with the book's dog-eared pages. I should have probably read the summary before picking it out, to be honest. What is it about? The hero's successor asks wearily. His clasped hands start to ache from the consistent pressure. Well, All Might begins but is interrupted by himself. He fumbles into the pockets of his baggy suit and retrieves his vibrating phone accompanied with All Might's catchphrase playing on a continual loop. Reading the caller, the retired hero pardons himself. If you'll excuse me for a moment, young Midoriya. The man wanders off to the side, leaving his student to fend for himself. Against what, Kaken? He isn't even a threat if a simple verbal command can stop him in seconds. But then again, all it takes is one quick order of attack to unleash utter disaster if the Nomo from the USJ is anything to go by. Izuku gives out a distressed groan as his face buries into his hands. This wasn't supposed to happen. All for One was defeated. The league should have been taken down along with him. But the loose organization managed to have the final laugh before taking off to hide who knows where. Kaken was supposed to be rescued, everything was supposed to be fine. But why wasn't it? It wasn't fair. No one deserves this, especially not Kaken. If only he was able to reach the other in time. If he hadn't been so careless with his quirk, breaking both of his arms, what was he think? He might have had somewhat of a chance of reaching Kaken just before the warp gate closed. Izuku gags. An all too familiar itch of dread erupts throughout the greenet's skin. It doesn't take long for Izuku to pinpoint the cause of this appalling reaction. He can feel Kaken's intense gaze burning into him as it usually does. Is it due to some quirk, or does his mere presence radiate this awful aura of repulse? It only feels worse now that the blonde is standing directly over him. It's suffocating. The freckled teen doesn't dare move. He has to make do while staring down at the unfamiliar pair of sneakers standing atop the stone concrete, but the nauseating presence alone connected the dots for him. Izuku doesn't want to meet those red eyes. He couldn't, not again. He couldn't handle staring at his endless failures any further. It's already 7:30? All Might's sudden reappearance causes Izuku to jump to his feet. Thankfully, Kaken had the foresight to step onto the side before any collisions could be met. The retired hero is too occupied with his phone to notice the concerning scene play out. Guess time flies when you're caught up in a good book? Pocketing the device, All Might smiles apologetically at the mentally fatigued boy. Forgive me, Midoriya, but I have to take young Bakugo inside. His parents are waiting. It's okay, the freckled student stutters, slowly backing off. He doesn't risk taking his eyes of his mentor, not with Kaken standing mere inches away from the fallen hero. I should probably head back to the dorms anyway, don't want to miss curfew. With a curt bow, Izuku walks with strained form down the remainder of the path. He doesn't look back. Once he reaches the corner of UA's fundament, the teen sprints off. Entering one as Height Alliance, Izuku was surprised to see some of his classmates still lingering in the common room. Ida hovers over a worn Shinso who now and then nods at whatever Ida is informing him. The greenet swears his eye bags are darker than usual, they almost come to par with Mr. Aizawa's. Jiro was hanging out on the floor with Koda, who had brought his pet rabbit, Yuen. The rabbit was stretched over Jiro's leg, and she seemed too intimidated by the little mammal to dare move despite her clear discomfort from staying still in such a position. Midoriya. Ida whips around to the freckled teen. From behind him, Shinso falls back on the couch in relief. You're 20 minutes late. You shouldn't overwork yourself, it can hinder your performance in practice. Yeah, how many additional laps did you run? The earphone jack user queries, finally able to stretch out her cramped legs with the thanks of Koda removing his fluffy companion off Jiro. You're sweating bullets? Izuku reaches to place a hand over his heart. The rapid beating rocks his entire body. Sorry, I got distracted during my jog. It won't happen again. Sorry for worrying you. Get yourself some water from the kitchen, Midoriya, as well as a light snack. You need to be 100% for tomorrow. Even if the provisional license exam is in 4 weeks, every day of practice is crucial. Sato's been baking something for a while. Jiro pipes up after Ida. He'll probably let you grab a slice. The greenet smiles. Thanks. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Izuku feels Shinso's eyes following him as he makes his way to the kitchen. He doesn't look back. Only 1 foot in and Izuku is already overwhelmed with the divine smell of baked heavenly goods. Sure enough, there was Sato, tending to rows of pastry racks lining the kitchen counters. All occupied by muffins in all varieties of flavors. Oh, and also Yaoyorozu was there. She was blissfully drinking a steaming cup of Twinings tea recently sent to her by her family. The creation quirk user catches wind of the greenet first. Oh Midoriya, you're back from your jog. Would you like some tea? I brewed a bit too much for myself tonight. Really? Sure, thank you. Hey man, take as many muffins as you'd like. Sato walks over to Izuku with a cooled muffin tray as Yaoyorozu retrieves a spare cup from the cupboards. I plan to hand them out after training tomorrow. Want to be my taste tester? I'll just have one, thank you very much. No problem, hope you're doing okay now. The dark-haired teen seats himself at the island as the tray is set. I know today wasn't all that great, but hopefully these help cheer everyone up. I tried making all sorts of flavors. Yaoyorozu helped make the tea ones. A brief flush takes over Yaoyorozu's features as she pours out a cup for the freckled boy. I simply suggested it. You know cooking isn't my strong suit. The girl looks down at her untouched cup, her brow furrowing down. I just hope this is enough to cheer up everyone, especially Kirishima. He seemed to have taken the news the worst. Yeah, Sato turns to the greenet whose relaxed posture seems to have tensed up. He's basically locked himself up in his room since class ended. Only Ishido, Kaminari, and Siro have been able to get in. Yaoyorozu frowns. They were all close to Bakugou, correct? They even gave themselves a friend group name. What was it called? Baku Squad, Sato replies deadpanned. Seriously, Ishido can come up with the weirdest names. At least it has a nice ring to it. Izuku manages to gulp down the rest of his blueberry muffin, though it tastes bland in his mouth as he swallows. Thanks again for the muffin and tea, but I should probably head in for the night. See you two tomorrow? Yaoyorozu smiles. Have a good night's rest, Midoriya. That night, Izuku isn't able to get even a wink sleep. No matter how often he'd flipped his pillow or kicked his sheets, red eyes wouldn't waver from plaguing his mind. Ijiro isn't afraid to admit that he may have gone a bit overboard with training today. Sure, when you say it out loud, having a cascade of debris falling down at him all at once might sound like a reckless decision, but what better way was there to test his durability? Mina didn't see any problem with it. Why else would she help with supplying a barrage of crumbling stone from one of the erect pillars? Long story short, Ijiro got hauled out of the wreckage by Cementos and sent to Recovery Girl to check on any possible internal damage. Honestly, he felt fine. He needed to get this checkup over and done with as quickly as possible so he could make it to the last few minutes of today's training. Eijiro still wasn't good enough, he needed to get stronger. The redhead winced at the pinching flare running up his leg. Okay, maybe he bruised a leg or something, but even so, he's got to get used to the pain once he becomes a pro. The job isn't going to be a safe one, he knows this, that's why he has to push himself to the extremes. No villain is going to go easy on him. He's seen his fair share of ruthless villains so far this first year in UA. Eijiro pauses before the doors to the nurse's office. He suddenly feels nauseous? Please, not a concussion, the teen miserably mumbles under his breath. He places a hand over his mouth. Hey, recovery girl, the redhead greets as he slides open the door. Cementos sent me. Could you just heal me up real quick? I really don't want to miss the rest of practice. And I promise I won't squirm so much this TI. The nurse's office is empty, save for the room's sole occupant seated atop one of the office's few recovering beds. Red eyes meet and Eijiro almost forgets to breathe. Bakugou? Bakugou is just sitting there, staring back at him, completely uninterested in fact. Why was he in the nurse's office? Why were there IVs jammed into his arm? Was he hallucinating or something? Maybe he did hit his head too hard. Is that really you, man? Eijiro staggers forward into the room. He feels his outstretched hands trembling. I'm not going crazy or anything, right? He feels sick. The closer he gets to the unresponsive blonde, the more constricting twists his stomach makes. Eijiro hesitates, reaching for the other's shoulder, a test to make sure if those dead eyes are actually staring back at him, to see if the kidnapped classmate sitting before him is actually here. A part of him almost doesn't want it to be real. This can't be Bakugou. The Bakugou he knew wasn't so lifeless. But his hands fruitlessly gripping onto the other's shoulders says otherwise. Bakugou, Kirishima forces himself to choke out. His quivering eyes refuse to leave the gaze of the blonde's own unwavering pair. What happened, man? Aizawa said you weren't coming back, but you're here. Bakugou blinks. Hey man, the redhead grimaces at the unsteadiness in his voice. He feels his trembling hands tighten their hold on the stoic blonde's shoulders. See, come on, talk to me. We were worried about you, nobody's telling us anything. Bakugou doesn't react when the hand shifts into hardened stone, piercing into his skin. Say something. Kirishima. A hand yanks the redhead away from the bed, a trail of blood flies off his hardened hands. As he's pulled out of the room, recovery girl suddenly dashes past, bolting straight towards the blonde still seated perfectly still on the bed. The nurse's office door slams shut right in Eijiro's face. He's whirled around in one swift motion, meeting Aizawa's cold gaze. Kirishima? How long has he been here for? Why didn't you tell us he was here? Aizawa was silent as he studied the student. Eijiro's lip twitched in anticipation. He was acting erratic and disrespectful. Yes, he knew, there was no way the underground pro would openly explain anything concerning Bakugou with him like this. But it was understandable that Eijiro was a bit vexed with all the hush-hush UA's teaching staff whenever the missing explosive blonde was brought up. He just wanted some answers. At the very least, he wanted to know if his friend was alright. But from the brief reunion the two had shared, Eijiro was having some uneasy doubts. Kirishima, Aizawa tried again. When he wasn't cut off by the redhead, the teacher continued. I understand why you're upset, but I need you to calm down. The man rests a hand on the boy's tense shoulder. I understand that these circumstances aren't ideal, but try and look at this logically. Logically? What are you talking about? Eijiro can't help but grimace. We haven't heard about anything from Bakugou other than he's left the hero course. But now he's here? What's happening? Is he okay? Did the league do something to his quirk? Aizawa narrows his eyes. Eijiro's shoulders deflate as his head drops to the ground. We, all of us, just want to know if Bakugou's okay. Nobody's telling us anything. The underground pro draws a heavy sigh. His hand drops to his side. I get it, kid, really I do. But that's the problem. We're still trying to figure everything out. That's why we can't let any of this knowledge get out. If it did, it'd just make matters worse. So I was right. Eijiro dared to meet his teacher's gaze. The League of Villains did something to his quirk? That's why there've been no public statements, 'cause they're still out there, right? Ijiro clenched his fists. They're wet. The redhead draws up his hands. They're red. Oh, of course, how could he forget? How could he forget hurting his best friend just a few minutes ago? I hurt him. Kirishima, please, don't worry about it. Aizawa dismisses the teen, pushing his stained hands down. The ever-present frown on his face tightens. Bakugo will be fine, it was barely even a scratch. Are you sure? Positive, is the man's curt answer. He gestures his head to the nurse's office door. If not, Recover Girl will check up on it. Oh yeah, that reminds me, Ijiro reminisces with a weak chuckle, he sounds pathetic. Cementos sent me to get checked by Recovery Girl, to see if I got a concession or some internal bleeding or whatever. But I'm feeling fine now, really, I should just head back. No, you are going to get your checkup? Aizawa declared with a glare. I'm not letting you walk around with the slim chance you've gotten a ruptured spleen or fractured ankle. You shouldn't dismiss potential injuries like this, Kirishima, it could lead to long-lasting damage for you in the future. The most it could be is a concussion, honestly. The boy rubs the back of his head sheepishly under his teacher's gaze. I'm fine, Mr. Aizawa, really? The underground pro furrowed his brow before releasing a somber exhale. Bakugou should be finished with his 4 by now, he informed the hero in training. So you won't have to worry about being in the same room as him for now. I'll be taking him back to his room. The redhead squawked. What are you talking about, what room? The door behind the two slides open. Recovery Girl smiles up at the quirk erasing pro. He's all yours, Eraserhead. Now, she turns to Kirishima. What can I do for you today, dearie? Shoyuta slips inside as Kirishima is busy fumbling over his explanation. The man walks up to the recovery bed where the red-eyed blonde still sits docile and unmoving. His foretube is purged from his arm now though. Come on, kid, get on your feet. Bakugou obeys. Shoyuta thought he'd be used to the feeling by now, but the undeterred guilt is still unbearably heavy on his conscience. He really hates ordering Bakugou around, but there is just literally nothing else he can do. Placing his hand on the teen's shoulder, the sweater's sleeve is a bit torn and bloodied, but the skin's perfectly healed itself already. He steers Bakugou out of the room and through the door. As they breach the hallway, Shoyuta can feel the hurt gaze of Kirishima's as they pass by. The man doesn't look back as the two round the hallway's corner. The opened window of the apartment complex invited the cool autumn breeze into the office room, causing the hunched figure to shudder despite the thick turtleneck he donned. Drowsily, he turned away from the computer screen and over to his overloading folder of rejected applications. A deeper frown further cemented his sleep-stricken face. I have a good feeling about this one. I got my fingers crossed and everything. Submit it already, Hisashi. Katsuki Hisashi twisted in his swivel chair to face his wife. Wife? Auntie Inko. Her stretched smile was infectious as his own downturned lips twitched upward. I wouldn't get my hopes up. The man? Not boy? Shrugged, running his hand through his hair, fluffy, not spiky. My resume isn't all that spectacular. Well, if you keep thinking all negative like that, then that's all that you'll get. The greenette teased, although there was a bit of bark in her words. I'm being a realist, Inko. What company's gonna hire some loser who doesn't even have a high school diploma? I do I? An American corporation doesn't care about their employees' backgrounds as long as they have employees. Do you seriously forget your own rants? The woman recited with a smug look. Hisashi blushed, idly scanning his resume once more. They'll hire you, Hisashi. Like you said, they're desperate. And I thought you were the optimist? I am an optimist, but I'm also a realist. She kissed his cheek. Now submit the resume, Hisashi, we don't have all day. The man looked back at his computer screen. His mouse hovers ominously over the send button, ready at any moment to submit a poorly constructed resume to his potentially future employer. The air within the apartment complex went inert, so much so that even Inko's positive aura was tested. He didn't realize how sweaty his hands were until he placed them on the mouse pad. His fingers felt like lead as he pressed down. The resume was sent. Hisashi collapsed onto the floor. You did it, Hisashi. Inko cooed mockingly as she placed an ice bag on his head. And now we wait for about 2 weeks for a response. The man grumbled as his wife tucked a blanket over him. Stop ridiculing me, woman. I'm so proud of you. She patted his cheek before walking away from the living room couch. Hisashi scooted up into a seat, catching the ice bag that slid off his head as he did so. Absent-mindedly, he turned his gaze out to the widow, showcasing the bustling city below. If he somehow, miraculously, did get the job overseas, was it really okay to leave Inko here all alone? His own mom, had a hard time taking care of a problem child like himself with the absence of his deadbeat dad, but no, Inko would be fine. She'd shape out the kid, just fine. Oh, Izuku, Deku. Speak of the devil. Hisashi turned around with a genuine grin as his wife paraded into the living room with the little green cotton ball wiggling in her grasps. The boy's adorably plumped freckled face, although dabbed in a generous amount of drool, adorns a comically large smile, with baby teeth easing on out at his father. Father? I'm a father. Hey, kiddo, Hisashi cooed, reaching his arms out. Inko plopped the infant on his lap, taking to kneeling beside the two on the floor. Guess what Daddy did today? Izuku, shitty nerd, grabbed at the man's dark hair, with a firm grip. Youch, kid, take it easy. I'm not planning on being bald this young. You? Ow, Izuku, quirkless, that actually really hurts? The greenet simply giggled at his father's contorted facial expressions. Inko giggled, tickling the boy's neck to free Hisashi from the tiny hands. Looks like we already got ourselves a troublemaker. No, Hisashi dismissed, bouncing Izuku on his lap, to which the baby squealed in glee. The kid's just curious is all. He ain't gonna be a troublemaker on my watch, are you, Izuku? The wide-eyed boy gnawing eager at his father's digits. No, you're gonna be something great, Izuku. Hisashi ruffled his son's hair gingerly. Someone greater than me. Red eyes shot open as Katsuki's body jolted forward from the recovery bed, startling the old woman seated off to the side at her desk. Oh, Bakugo, you're awake. Your mother just arrived, she's... The elder woman's words were white noise as the blonde struggled to use search, his mind still racing until his target was found. The nurse had no time to react as the boy slipped out of the room and into the halls with almost inhumane speed, his 4-tube left forgotten on the floor. A puddle of blood showcasing his trail along the floor. The boy stumbled through the school's corridors. With his shoes left behind, the cotton fabric covering his feet easily slips the fumbling blonde along polished flooring. It was his fourth fall onto the hard concrete that Katsuki feels something burning within him, although he couldn't describe it. It accumulated in his hands, the prickling sensation, but he didn't want it there. He forced it elsewhere. A brisk summer breeze washed over Katsuki as he stepped out of the multiplex building, causing the boy to shudder as he walked atop the cold pavement seeping through his feet. The smell of smoke and ash eventually left his nose not too long after. Search leads Katsuki before a row of identical towering buildings, save for the different symbols decorating the front of each. He lets his feet carry him to one of the many indistinguishable structures and pushes one of the twin large doors inward. It doesn't budge. Katsuki pauses, taking a moment to examine the door. He tries again, this time with a bit more force. Nothing. The blonde's eye twitches. Using both hands, Katsuki gives the door a firm shove, nearly falling down along with it as the door is violently ripped off its hinges. The heavy wooden mass slams loudly onto the tiled flooring within, startling the blonde in place. The boy barely catches the suffocating silence settling in from above. Katsuki blinks before stepping over the fallen door and slipping into the building. But I've already used the name acid shot. I can't think of anything else. Jiro eyes Koda sitting atop his bed, dutifully grooming a drowsy Yuai-chan sprawled across his lap. Got any creative super move names? The animal whisperer looks up with a shrug. He'd already picked out his super move names during training today. Although he hadn't put too much thought and flair like the rest of his classmates, they were fairly decent and quirky on their own merit. Animal assembly and traveling zoo? Sweet and simple. Although, not all their classmates were gifted in the art of naming. But you want it to involve acid, right? Uraraka chimed in. That's the theme you're going for? Ashido whined, burying her head into her arms sprawled across the petite table. Yeah, that's my whole brand. Midnight won't let me use any alien quotes or references, so all I got going for me is acid, but nothing I can think of goes well with it. Acid shot is like my one and only magnum opus. Maybe try something along the lines of acidic, ribbit? Azui rested a finger to her chin. Same word, but different? The pinkette responded with mumbled dismay from within her tucked head. Jiro shifted her gaze to the greenette scribbling away at his endless supply of notebooks. Midoriya, you're the all-knowing pro fanboy? You got any ideas? The small group of teens all turned to look at the startled boy in anticipation. Izuku fidgeted with his pencil momentarily before clearing his throat. I was able to catch some glimpses of your super moves during training and jotted down some ideas based on the moves themselves. Like for instance, this one. The boy slides his notebook over to Ashido. The page showcases a crude silhouette of the pinkette demonstrating one of her super moves. You see? You've got these culminations of your acid acting as a barrier of sorts in your move, right? So maybe you could play off of that. Ashido scans the contents within, a grin finally forming on her lips. Oh, acid veil? Me likey. Midoriya casts his eyes to his pencil once more. I just plugged some nouns and verbs together, they're not that creative. Yo, Midoriya, the pinkette shoots her finger at the freckled teen. Quit putting yourself down, man. You're great, so just accept it. I understand the need to have a special technique prepared in case of a big battle, Azui muses as Midoriya's face breaks out in a red flush. But what I really don't understand is why we're expected to shout it out loud as we do so. Isn't it like a marketing thing or something? Jiro twirls her finger around her lobe. You know, to promote yourself as a hero, to expand your brand, right? All Might sure has a handful ready to go. The words leave Jiro's mouth before she can fully register them. The room is seized in a moment of tense, dreary hush. Ashido manages to shake herself out of the awkward silence first, restlessly tapping her fingers atop the table whilst racking her brain something to kick up the killed mood. So, Sui, the pinkette drawls. I heard that you and Ochako were making some super moves together. What are they? Meteor Fafrotskis. Azui eagerly takes the offered question. It's for long range, so basically Ochako's Meteor Storm, but upgraded. Wow, that's amazing. Midoriya shouts, startling Koda and a drowsing Yuai-chan. You guys managed to make a duo super move in less than a week. Most pros struggle with simply adjusting to the presence of teammates, but since you guys already are, it's just that natural for you. Ashido snorts as Uraraka buries her heated face in her hands, although the unraveling scene before him fails to click for Midoriya, who simply laughs along nervously. Amidst the teens' racket, Yuai-chan scrambles off Koda's lap and lingers anxiously atop the bed's edge. Jiro aids the rabbit down and into her lap. However, the usually lazy cottontail struggles wildly in the girl's hold, releasing a shrill shriek. Jiro drops the rabbit, who simply bolts right under Koda's bed. The earphone-quirked girl drifts her eyes from under the bed and to Koda, who looks just as stunned as her. What just happened? Azui frowns. I guess we have been a bit too loud. Don't rabbits have sensitive ears? Koda shook his head. Rabbits did have sensitive hearing, but the mild commotion in the room alone couldn't possibly have caused Yuai-chan to freak out to such an extent. Worry etched the animal whisper's features as he ducks down to check under the bed, trying to catch sight of his furry little companion. Then there was a loud bang from downstairs, followed by an eerie wave of silence washing over the entirety of the Height Alliance. And it stayed silent. The teens in the room all turned to each other, their eyes wide and bodies erect, and yet none had the ability to make a move. That was not a normal bang. Ashido eventually hissed out in a rasped whisper. That's an I'm coming in to rob you kind of bang. It could just be Mr. Aizawa. Azui slowly rose steadily to her feet. Maybe he's training us for sudden villain attacks? That seems like something he'd do. Despite herself, Azui couldn't help the hesitation in her voice. Aizawa's extreme, but I don't think he'd just go around destroying school property. Midoriya countered. You don't know Aizawa? Sure. Jiro glared at the pinkette, effectively silencing the rigid girl. The dark-haired teen's eyes drifted down onto the dorm floor where her jacks were plugged into the ground. Someone's downstairs. The interior of the building was dark, hence why Katsuki was consistently falling over things left and right. Even gifted with multiple quirks, could the boy not lead himself through a simple, unlit room? Search was not helpful whatsoever as he traversed aimlessly through the room. His target was above him, and yet the blonde could not pinpoint where or how to access the path overhead. A flare of heat tickled his throat as he huffed in agitation. Rubbing at his eyes, Katsuki turned his attention toward the window, or what he could only presume to be a window based on the faint outlines. It was dark. He never stayed here when it became dark. Mom would appear and she would take him home, that's the word, and then he'd see Dad and then he'd go to sleep. He was tired. He wanted to go to sleep. This was too tedious right now. Activating search once again gave him the pleasant knowledge that the adult blonde was already here within the school, right? Search also informed him that a torrent of ice spikes had been sent projectiling through the floorboard by the half-cold, half-hot quirk user titled Todoroki Shoto, who was being followed by an armada of 12 other quirk users. Shifting on his feet, Katsuki twisted his body towards the barreling stalagmites of ice and with a quick gulp of air unleashed an untamed breath of fire swiftly decimated the oncoming ice spikes in one swoop. Settling on his personalized ice-free strip of flooring, Katsuki's eyes scanned the faint silhouettes shifting around in the ever-dark room, all the information he needed effortlessly filling itself away into his brain. A majority of the gathered quirk users stood idly behind the cryokinetic hybrid, and although they all had impressive quirks, none seemed interesting in engaging, not at the moment at least. The name Midoriya Izuku caught his attention though. Of course, that momentarily snagged attention was just enough for a wall of ice to bullet through the frost flooring and straight towards Katsuki's face. With some last-second maneuvering, the honed icicle only managed a small, albeit precise graze of the boy's right cheek. Blood gushed from the deep cut before gurgling to a complete stop as the torn skin meticulously stitched back itself together. The hybrid quirk user was depending primarily on the ice half of his two-sided quirk, and even what power he was displaying wasn't at its full potential. Todoroki Shoto was using these constant barrages of ice walls to trap him. His goal wasn't to kill, but to contain. That would make things easier then. Heat begins flaring within the palm of the blonde's sweat-covered hands, making one final dodge of another onslaught of ice. He steadies himself correspondent to the targets. The hybrid flinches back. Someone from the gathered crowd charges forward. Sparks crackle upon the weapon's palm and the knockback sends Katsuki falling back onto a nearby table, its wooden frame easily collapsing under him. His hands feel raw, the skin most certainly burnt. The room reeks of smoke and debris. Small embers give the room some slight illumination, but nothing much. His head feels like it's ringing a distorted melody, if anything could pass by as a melody that is. It's not helped by the wordless buzzing pounding at his ears. There's shouting and yelling and crying from all different ranges ahead of him, and he can see the vague silhouettes perfectly convey themselves. A few masses are huddled around a figure on the ground, perhaps the hybrid? Sitting up, Katsuki ignores the splinters digging into his skin and puts a hand to his head. It reeks of lingering charred flesh as it passes his nose. His hair is wet, and iron soon fills the air, filtering into his nostrils. But that's not important right now. He just wants the noise to stop. It's hurting his head. Footsteps pound against the floorboards upstairs as more voices enter the floor below. It's getting louder, he hates it. He doesn't want to be here anymore, he wants to go home, but he's too tired to get up. Blood drips down from his face. It hasn't healed yet, weird. He wants to sleep, but it's too loud. Why is it loud? The boy shakingly brings his hands up. He can make it stop. To his ears. Too much noise. There's another explosion in the dark room. A heavy scent of iron soon follows. What the fuck was that? The students gathered on the first floor of the male dormitory corridor were silent. Yaoyorozu engrossed herself in checking over Kirishima. The redhead, having taken the full brunt of the unexpected attack hours prior, He didn't retain any alarming major injuries thankfully, thanks to his quirk, hasn't seemed to have snapped out of his state of shock. Mineta stared expectantly at the 13 teens who were brave enough to venture down towards the attacker, his hands fidgeting at his sides despite his words. Seriously, what the fuck happened? We got attacked in the middle of the night and no one is saying anything, not even the teachers. Is this the new norm now? Are we expected to deal with villain attacks all the time now? What happened to Principal Nezu promising safety for us? None of the 13 students seem intent on responding. Ida, however, decides to speak on their behalf, clearing his throat as he straightens his posture. I am sure that we all are disoriented from today's events, but I believe it would be best for us to return to our dorms for the night. We will have to get up early tomorrow though, due to damages done to the first floor. Mr. Aizawa informed us that we would need to share our breakfast in Class 1B's dormitory until repairs can be completed. What? Sato blanched at the class republic. How much damage are we talking? Was the entire downstairs destroyed, even the kitchen? Oh no, I left my Grey Tant's tea set on the countertop last night. Yaoyorozu presses a hand to her mouth. Forgive me, but it was a very special gift for my mother. I can assure you, only the common room retained the most damage, although I myself have not checked the kitchen. Why yeah, it's okay, Yaoyorozu. Jiro taps in. I know I'd be pissed if my stuff got wrecked in the girl wavers. Yeah. Ida, Hagakure's pajama-clad figure shuffled from her seat on the floor by Ishido, the pinkette's gaze burned to the floor. I know you're trying to keep us all calm right now, but you can't just not tell us what happened. Don't you trust us to know? Of course I do, Ida assures her, although his voice seems to be lacking its bold and confident tone, and for once, the class of 1A wishes it wasn't so lackluster right now. But as I said, today has been a rather eventful day, and I really think we should. Then just tell us what happened. The perverted midget yips once more. I'm sick of this. I just want to graduate and get this over with. I don't want to die before I even get my license. Hey man, chill out. Sato approaches the hyperventilating teen. Hey, breathe with me, okay? No one's dying, we're fine. And maybe this was all just some misunderstanding. I'm sure Aizawa will let us know. It was Bakugou. All heads turned to the slumped-over redhead. The usually cheery boy stared dejectedly at the floor, arms wrapped around his knees. Bakugou? Tokoyami voices his disbelief. That's impossible. Aizawa has clearly stated that Bakugou is no longer within UA. What reason would he be here? You don't think he went all revenge crazy or something over being removed from the hero course, do you? Hagakure timidly asks. Bakugou would never do that. Ishido abruptly rebukes with a newfound fury, startling the invisible girl beside her. The pinkette rises to her feet. Bakugou's not like that. He swore he'd never stoop down to a villain's level, he swore it. Ishido stutters, her face twisting into an ugly expression, her eyes gleam with a wet sheen, but she harshly rubs them away. I know what I saw though, I won't deny that, but there has to be a reason why Bakugou was... I don't know. The hallway falls silent once more as Ishido chokes on her oncoming tears. The amassed students shuffle in place, their nerves uncomfortable biting at them respectively. Kirishima trails his eyes off the ground and to his classmates. His breathing shudders as he parts his clamped mouth. I found Bakugou in Recovery Girl's office, when Cementos sent me that one time. Kaminari gawks. He was here the whole time? Dude, why didn't you say anything? We were all worried and... Aizawa told me not to tell anyone, okay? Kirishima snapped back, his anger immediately crumbling at the stunned faces of his peers. I'm sorry. It's just, I literally have no idea what's going on either. The boy runs a hand through his ungelled hair. Apparently Bakugou has been here this entire time and Yue's still figuring shit out. Aizawa mentioned that he had a room, don't know what for. You found him in the nurse's office, right? Kirishima straightens where he sits. Yeah. Todoroki is silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on his left hand. Bakugou was able to predict my attacks. He even gained the ability to breathe fire during our brief encounter in an attempt to stun me. No, not stun me. The boy's hand closes with a tremor. He was trying to kill me. What? I'm pretty sure Bakugou's quirk was explosion. There's no way his quirk awakened into fire breath. Shinso inputs, but his words don't sound all that confident. He tried to kill you. Shiro yelps from beside the stunned Kaminari. Shit, I mean, Bakugou has always been the murdery type, yeah, but he wouldn't actually try and kill anyone, it was just his hero persona, right? Are you sure we're talking about the same Bakugou? Shoji rebuts. A suppressed snort or two rings through the corridor. And although it was an appreciated attempt at lightening the mood, it didn't help ease the ongoing tension all that much. Aoyama suddenly becomes pale as he brings a hand to his mouth. Ashido notices, landing a reassuring hand on the blonde's quivering shoulder. Hey, Aoyama, you okay? Eminami, the sparkling teen stutters out. Do you recall those abhorrent creations of the League? The ones designed to kill All Might? Where are you going with this? Ashido gulps, suddenly finding her throat gone dry. Kirishima jerks, red eyes widening. Oh God. Yururika's breath hitches. Don't tell me. Ajui's usual blank stare seems all but dead, her hands concerningly digging into the skin of her arms she's been grasping onto. You don't mean... Izuku finds himself in his room, the slamming of a door still ringing in his ear, but he can barely hear it over his own erratic breathing. The greenet finds himself crumbling to the floor. He can make out the muffled voices of his classmates just behind the door pressed to his back, but just barely. One word, however, manages to break through the warped static that is his racing mind, keeps on replaying in his head. Nomo. And Izuku feels like he's going insane. This has to be it, right? This feeling, this notion of repetition, expecting something different from the exact same thing. Izuku lets out a gross sob, his throat throbbing from the abuse he's pushing onto his vocal cords. He can still feel his eyes, his dead gaze. Oh God, why is this happening? Why does this keep happening? Whenever he puts his guard down, whenever he tries to brave through it, to push on, to hope, he always comes back. Bakugikatsuki, the Nomo. / Shoyuta stared absent-mindedly at the unset dining table before him, his hands lightly drumming its wooden surface. The clatter of heavy rain hitting against the side of the building was the perfect white noise for the man to just exist. In all honesty, Shoyuta can't remember the last time he felt this relaxed. Great, he even forgot how to experience life with constant stress weighing him down. An untouched bottle of wine is placed down onto the table with a small thud. The underground hero looks up to meet his host. The woman smirks smugly as she takes a seat. She procures 2 wine glasses, sliding one to the man as she goes to uncork the bottle. You think your husband's okay with you drinking? Sira? Mitsuki laughs. Hell no. But what he doesn't know won't kill him. Besides, he's gonna be coddling the kid all night. We've got the kitchen all to ourselves. The cork flies off with a pop. The blonde leans over the table to pour a heaping serving to her most frequent guest. Shoyuta only pulls the glass away when it's barely breaching the brim. Doctors told me they're trying out some new IVs, Mitsuki comments as she pours herself a glass, the dark purple liquid swirling hypnotically within its clear chalice. Don't know how long those will last till they're ineffective as well. Recovery Girl was able to heal a large portion of his injuries for now, but this will be the last time she's healing him. She doesn't want to cause any permanent problems in the future. You'll have to rely on those IVs until a transplant is available. Shoyuta hums, pressing the wine to his lips. Mitsuki scoffs. If only those fuckers would actually try to get their hands on some donor organs already. My kid's dying and you all want to play some science chemistry first. We still haven't fully recovered from the Kurino-Heiken incident, the man inputs after a brief muse. Hospitals are bound to be a bit busy around this time. Oh shit, yeah. How could I have forgotten about that? These weeks have been eventful, I suppose. Sure have. The two relish in the silence as they enjoy their drinks. The bitter yet sweet-infused ambrosia was a blessing on their minds and bodies. Shoyuta closes his eyes, focusing on the heavy aroma of saturated grapes. You know I trust you. Black eyes open to meet red. I trust that you have the kid's best interest in mind, Aizawa. Mitsuki glances at the empty stairway. You may not act it, But you're one of the only fuckers I've had to deal with who actually gives a fuck about my son. All his past teachers were yes men and fucking doormats. All these doctors want to cut him open like some lab rat. Hell, half the time they're salivating over his new quirks and implementations. My kid got fucking experimented on, you cocksuckers. And the police don't even seem to care. You're a dick but you're an honest man, Shoyuta. Mitsuki slurs after a long swing. People are going around, whining and complaining about the insincerities of heroes and all, but you're one of the best goddamn pros we got. I'll let you save my ass no problem next time some horny villain tries to kidnap me at work again. Shoyuta clumsily nods. He was always a light drinker. Holding out his glass, the equally flushed woman refills it. The newly opened bottle is nearly empty by now. As you said, it's not gonna be easy, but that's to be expected. Red eyes stare into the sweet, purple poison. No recovery is, we all get our hiccups. She places down her glass, her hands leaving the stem's base for the first time this evening. Thank you, Shoyuta blinks at his slurred words. He straightens his posture. I intend to give my all to help in Katsuki's recovery. Mitsuki smiles. She hasn't smiled genuinely in a long time, she recalls. I know you will. 2 days had passed since the incident with Bakugou when Ijiro was asked to stay after class by Aizawa. He had a small inkling as to where this was going. The underground pro soon brought him up to Principal Nezu's office where, sure enough, Bakugou was waiting, looking perfectly fine. Ijiro had never felt the putrid sting of burning skin infiltrate his nostrils before. Today, however, would be his first. The iron musk mixing with smoke and whatever else was aflame made his stomach roll in a way it never has, efficiently cleaning it dry with a single, laborious heave. When the teachers came charging in and the lights finally switched on, Red eyes couldn't tear away from the figure laying immobile atop one of the now broken tables. Red eyes couldn't tear away from the familiar face that was charred beyond recognition. Red eyes couldn't tear away from the iconic frazzled hair that was nearly singled into an ugly black. Red eyes couldn't tear away from the layers of dark, oozing blood that painted the entire scene before him. Red eyes couldn't tear away from the red eyes staring back at him. Recovery Girl was good at what she did, but he's pretty sure a simple kiss from her couldn't heal direct-to-skin explosions. Although, he already has a small hunch as to why. Anyways, to cut it short, the staff of UA corroborated with Bakugou's parents that it would be best if Bakugou interacted with his peers more now that he was back in UA. Well, not officially anyway. However, considering the recent incident literally 2 days ago, it was decided that only a small select few of Class 1A would get reintroduced to Bakugou. And the only person on that list currently was Ijiro. Principal Nezu tells him that since he was reported to be the closest classmate to the blonde prior to the training camp, that he was the best candidate to be first introduced, meaning that he was more likely to trigger any subconscious memories that were bound to still be intact within Bakugou. He doesn't like to think back on the uncertainty in their own claims as they pass the eerily complicit blonde his way. It is only after he is handed a bulging folder and pushed out the door with Bakugou in tow that Ijiro realizes he has been promoted to the role of glorified babysitter. The sudden appearance of bags under a majority of the teachers and Mr. Aizawa being out cold for the entirety of the meeting should have really been a dead giveaway as to what was to come. With a shaky sigh, Ijiro slips the large book under his arm and wearily turns to Bakugou. Familiar red eyes stare into his own. He bites his lips, reaching out a hand to the blonde's own scarred clenched fist before pulling back. No, Bakugou was iffy on touch before, he probably wouldn't appreciate it now. Instead, he grabs a light hold onto the sleeve of the other's shirt, giving it a light tug as he steps forward. We can't just stand here, man, Ijiro tries to joke, but he has trouble smiling at the blonde. Come on. Bakugou follows, and the two boys make their way down the empty corridor. // Their meetings, hangouts, babysits, whatever you'd like to call it. To put it lightly, were unbearably awkward. Ijiro decided to take the blonde anywhere that is sure to not possibly have anyone ever be. He wouldn't want a repeat of, you know. Finding that place, however, is a task in itself. Ultimately, upon rooting through the library for campus maps new and old, scouring the school's massive layout, The redhead finally fixates upon a spot just up north of the USJ training facility. There was supposedly a small resting area up along the path, but poor garden maintenance over the years had obscured the path long since. A commonly unknown hangout area around a portion of the school that was currently closed for the semester, well, it sure looked like luck was on his side. It was a walk to get to, though. Eijiro understood now why they took a bus for their previous classes at the facility, and when they got to the supposed entryway of the path, it was a literal forest in its place. Whatever, a bit of garden work shouldn't be too much for him to handle. And yet it was. Who knew cutting through a forest would take more than one day? The loud cracking of wood rang through the wooded clearing for the nth time that afternoon, all the summer birds previously inhabiting the small forest having long since flown off. The sun had dragged further across the sky, warning of the slow creep of the night that was following. Eijiro deactivates his quirk, frowning at the few splinters sticking out from his forearm. He should probably not be using his quirk so much after today's training. He might not have enough energy for it tomorrow. That would totally ruin his premeditated training for the license exam. The hardening quirk user turns back over to the blonde seated silently on the grassy field just before the breached woods. He couldn't see his face from here, but Eijiro could guess the other teen's gaze lingering towards the USJ facility. He really hoped it was bringing up something, anything really. With a huff, Eijiro pries away, extending branches growing in towards the weathered pathway. He can faintly make out the defined dirt path leading inward amidst the overgrown woods. He hits a snag with one of the thicker branches, the amassed leaves smacking his face as he wrangles with the stubborn branch. He isn't ashamed to admit his temporary fit of hysteria when ants start crawling along his face. Bakugou at the very least didn't seem to mind. After much swatting and broken branches later, Eijiro finally stumbles into the end of the path. His iconic red hair now matted down by sweat and entangled with leaves. It's pretty underwhelming in all honesty, just a couple of benches here and there, some terribly overtaken by the vegetation, a pile of rocks elaborately strewn about the area, probably from the last students before this place was ultimately forgotten. All in all, not that bad. Eijiro turns around, ready to go get Bakugou, only to have the blonde himself standing behind him. Omi, come on man, don't tell me this is going to be the norm with you. I'll never make it to graduation at this rate. Bakugou blinks, red eyes peeking behind the redhead. Eijiro follows the blonde's gaze, a sheepish smile tugging on his lips. Welp, here we are. Nothing too special, but no one else knows about this place, so it's just for you and me. The mute blonde doesn't respond, he still can't get over that, instead choosing to approach one of the benches. It's the least decrepit one. Hopefully, it's not rotted on the inside. Bakugou stops just before it, red eyes glancing back at the other almost expectedly. Eijiro quickly reaches the blonde facing the bench. Hey man, it's cool, we can sit. No need to wait for me. Bakugou stares. I can sit first if you want. Plopping down, Eijiro idly waits for Bakugou to follow. He finds his hands tracing some old carvings along the bench. Most are just names, a date or two, there's even a couple's insignia embedded into the aged wood. Wonder if they're still together. Bakugou eventually takes a seat beside the redhead, the blonde sitting stiff and alert in contrast to Eijiro's own laxed and slouched form. The assembly of leaves from the band of trees encircling the small clearing block most of the sun from breaching in. But the light that did decorate the forestal flooring in a unique pattern of deep shades and weak gold. The birds seemed to have returned as well, a few fluttered overhead of the wooded area, returning back to their nest or simply perching atop the treetops. Overall, it's really peaceful. Eijiro feels his phone vibrate from the pocket of his shorts. Fishing it out, it's a text from his mom, a weekly occurrence since moving into the dorms. Instead of answering, however, Eijiro glances at the time. It's around 6:30ish. Man, it really took him 2 hours to get through all this shrubbery. We'll have to head back soon, absent-mindedly says, already pocketing his phone. Don't want to be out too late? He makes a move to stand from the bench, only for something to press down on his shoulder. Eijiro can't help the redness from overtaking his face when he sees Bakugou leaning on him. Bakugou, did he forget to mention he was also asleep? The blonde's slow exhales tickle his skin, raising goosebumps along his arm. He and the poo from before have never been this close in terms of personal space before. He can make out the heavy bangs underlying the other's closed eyes. Bakugo didn't seem to have sleep problems before, from what he recalled. Eijiro can't bring himself to move, almost afraid as to the consequences befalling him if he were to do so. Bakugo looks so tired. I guess we can stay a little longer. Eijiro gives in to deaf ears. /////. Eijiro grits his teeth as his body is racked into another round of incessant shivers, his crimson riot hoodie doing little to pave off the evening breeze. His bandaged hands squeeze the cool blades of grass surrounding him, tired red eyes trailing over to the blonde sprawled across the only clean, he used that term extremely loosely, bench, Bakugo's back facing him as he slept. He knows he should be happy to be finally reunited with his missing friend, elated even, but the redhead can't bring himself to rise from his spot on the floor of their private clearing. Eijiro rubs his eyes, his arm already sore from the simple act alone. Where to even begin, Bakugo just isn't Bakugo anymore. Literally everything that was Bakugo, yelling, his glares, the grinding of his teeth at the mere mention of Midoriya, all of that was just scooped out and all that remains was just. Eijiro groans, dropping his head into his callous hands. His fingers dig through the loose strands of red. He forgot to reapply his hair gel after his brief shower. He had no idea how to interact with this Bakugo. It was like being with an entirely different person. All he does is sit and sleep and point proven. Eijiro's hand falls back onto the overgrown grass, his calloused fingers hooking around the delicate blades, each one snapping off with the lightest of tugs. He watches the confetti of green rain from his hold and back down. It's that pointless distraction he needs right now. It reminds him of kindergarten, when he would sit on the field behind the bustling playground, with no one to play with. Well, if Bakugo really didn't remember anything from whatever the league had done to him, then he really was a different person now. Meaning he didn't remember their first real villain attack together way back at the USJ incident, their manly team-up at the sports festival, the proudly named Baku Squad, much to Bakugo's annoyance, their rather unusual study sessions, and everything else. Something wet lands on Eijiro's head, which turns out to be a plethora of crumbling mud, both wet and dry, that somehow manages to slip its way into his crimson riot hoodie. The redhead squeals, wrangling out of his hooded sweatshirt as the barrage of compacted grass and soil finally ceases. He shakes his loose hair, cringing at the globs of dirt that come flaking out. His eyes lock onto the bundle of mud and grass that lands splat down on his leg, an involuntary shiver runs through him as he bats at his hair. Sure enough, they came back covered in bits of shredded greenery and caked mud. Scattering grass blades start to flutter down around him. Tilting his head up, he squawks as one lands in his eyes, reveals an impassive Bakugo towering over him. Shit, hey man, what are you? Eijiro looks up. He scowls at the fistful of grass looming threateningly over him. Dude, are you seriously dumping stuff over? No, stop, please no more. Too late. Bakugo releases the remainder of his horde upon the redhead, showering the teen in a carpet of wet shrubbery. Dude, Eijiro whines, wiping away the blades clinging to him. Oh god, some of it got in his mouth too. The blonde walks away from the sputtering redhead, bending down and snatching up more of the field. Eijiro frowns, red eyes drawing to the leftover mud still plastered all over him. He scoops a handful into his palm, pressing the soft soil until it takes on the shape of a rather depressing-looking brown snowball. Eijiro flickers his eyes back over to Bakugo. The blonde's still distracted, his back is turned. Eijiro then looks back at the mudball. The mudball slams against Bakugo's back, the compressed dirt erupting in all directions. Bakugo falters from the impact, but carefully turns to stare at the wheezing redhead toppling over himself. His dead gaze seems more bewildered than anything, analyzing the scattered bits of mud surrounding him and staining his clothes. Eijiro sighs as he stumbles to a stand, clapping his hands together to shake off the dried mud. Hey man, you can't expect me to just let you throw grass on me all you like. Ever heard of a thing called karma? Actually, better question, the redhead throws an accusatory finger at his attacker. Why'd you even dump all of that on me in the first place? I didn't do anything wrong. Of course, the other teen merely blinks. But not before ripping out a fat wad of grass by the roots, the mud horribly enough still latched on. He approaches the redhead, and Ijiro can only sputter as the blonde draws near. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Please don't beat me to death with dirt, that is not how I want to go. It comes hurling at his face, the unexpected force slamming the teen back hard on the grassy field. A moment passes, the redhead has yet to move from his slumped position. Bakugou stares, taking a cautious step forward, only to relax when the teen starts cackling. Ijiro staggers up, his quirk active on his face in the nick of time. A glob of mud still sits smeared over the boy's face, provoking a horrid gag as he ceases his hardening. The teen fails to notice the other boy's twitching lips. Bleh? Wow man, you put a lot of force into the throw. Ijiro wipes his face, grimacing at the faint taste of soil caught between his teeth. Who knew Mudball could be so lethal? He smiles at Bakugou, a flush barely visible past the remaining stains of mud. Let's do it again. We still got time before curfew for a round or two. Bakugou produces another Mudball without hesitation. And by the time the two boys report back to Aizawa, it is hard to tell where skin and clothes meet and end beneath the packed layers of mud and grass. / Bringing Bakugou from their private clearing into the dorms feels like he has just broken some ancient taboo. Maybe it's because he's doing it in the middle of the night. Well, more like around 7:30, but with how training went today, it sure felt like it with the entirety of the Height Alliance void of its rambunctious occupants who retired early in their dorms for once. Honestly, Ijiro would have done the same if he weren't on Bakugou duty. Which is why he is doing it now. But now with Bakugou by his side. That's not a weird sentence at all. Nope, he should stop talking now. The point is, Ijiro just wants a moment to just rest on a bed rather than a grass clearing that has non-washable mud getting on his clothes and all sorts of bugs crawling on him without his better knowledge. Plus, Bakugou probably needs a change in scenery, and what better scene change than to another teenage boy's private bedroom? Again, what is with his phrasing today? Alright, delirium. Shoving the blonde through the front door, the downstairs common room had been repaired for some time, but Ijiro couldn't help the twisting paranoia as Bakugou's eyes examined the room. Luckily, the two boys got to the redhead's dorm room without any trouble. The redhead double-checks the door's lock before allowing himself to collapse back first onto his bed. Rolling his head over in the direction of his flexing wall clock, a gag gift being auctioned online for 1,000 yen, no regrets, he had about 2 hours before having to report back to Mr. Aizawa. That's 2 hours of sleep. With a content sigh, Ijiro burrows into his pillow, ready to close his eyes for a well-deserved nap, only to meet Bakugou's unsettling gaze. The other teen standing awkwardly in the middle of the room. Right? He's technically still on Bakugou babysitting duty after all. What's up, man? Ijiro pushes himself up, bringing one of his pillows over onto his lap to lean on. He catches the blonde's moving eyes observing his room. You like it? I was voted for having the most manly room in Class 1A. Bakugou doesn't reply, something Ijiro has gotten used to as of late. Instead, he walks over to his bookshelf. He eyes over the Gundam figurine sitting on the shelf before moving onto the manga lining behind it. Oh, Ijiro practically flies off his bed, stumbling beside the blonde. Bakugou's stare doesn't waver from the rather impressive series collection as the hardening user rests a hand on his shoulder. That's wisecrack count, it's literally my favorite thing. The creator just recently finished the series, but in about a year an entire anime is going to come out. It's inspired by Red Crimson, actually, but it takes place in this alternate universe where this race of subhumans called Kokas go to this academy where they learn to both perfect their natural abilities as well as learn how to be a normal human in order to blend in with natural society. You see, it all started with this war. Bakugou grabs the manga in the front of the long lineup, flipping through the pages before Ijiro ultimately has to redirect him to the front page. On second thought, maybe I shouldn't spoil anything. The redhead chuckles. Feel free to read it yourself, dude. Trust me, this series is so underrated, they just call it a typical school shonen which, Bakugou is staring diligently on the first panel of the page, his eyes don't move to read the words, simply fixed in place, a look of weary concentration nearly breaching his otherwise blank features. Wait, can you not? Ijiro tries, but fails to find his words as the other squints at the writing. He doesn't like the implications he's seeing here. Gingerly, the hardening quirk user pries the book from the other's hold. It's no trouble, the blonde simply watching with a hint of intrigue as Ijiro relaxes on his bed, shuffling the pillows around to suit his comfort. It's fine, man. Ijiro rubs his bagged eyes. I can read it. I practically have the first issue memorized by heart. He pats the spot on the bed, smiling when Bakugou settles beside him. They make it a third time through the book before Ijiro starts snoring, much-needed sleep finally catching up to him. Bakugou looks over the next few pages on his own, scarred lips silently moving along to the words within, before he too can't stay awake any longer. //. You know you don't gotta follow me, man. I'm only grabbing a quick snack. Despite the blonde's disheveled appearance, he maintains his strong grip on the hood of Ijiro's sweatshirt. He doesn't dare try to resist in fear of his prized hoodie tearing at the seams with a single pull. He'd underestimated Bakugou's newfound strength once, and he paid the price dearly. He still struggles to hold back a sob at the mental image of Bakugou's scarred hands mercilessly reducing a bag of smoked beef into a bag of fine, beefy dust. It was kind of windy that day, so some of it got into his eye. Okay? Okay, but we have to be quiet, okay? It's literally 1 a.m. Think you can do that? Bakugou blinks. Of course he can, Ijiro scolds himself. Has he not been hanging out with the mute blonde for the past few weeks? The two carefully descend the dorm corridors, the hardening quirk user taking extra caution before Shoji's door. But thankfully, they make it to the stairway without much incident. Although taking the elevator would be quicker, he wouldn't want to rouse any suspicion if anyone just so happened to be awake right now. Ida has been known for waking up earlier to cram in some pre-morning warm-ups before starting the day, which was totally manly. He should make a routine of his own soon, so there was no way he was risking even a sliver of a chance there. Bakugou's parents weren't able to pick the blonde up from UA as per usual. Apparently, some anti-hero protest had gotten way out of hand, ending up shutting down the main highway of Mizudafu as a matter of fact. Ever since All Might's fight with All for One and the number 1 hero's retirement, a lot of people have gotten on the fence about the pro heroes. It's getting kind of scary. Anyway, it was quickly established that Bakugou would spend the night at UA, preferably in Ijiro's dorm. Aizawa lent the boys an extra futon before heading off for the night. So yeah, a sleepover. Not exactly under the best conditions, but pretty neat nonetheless. A nice break from the impending licensing exam coming up in 2 days. Wow, this month went by fast. The redhead wasted no time. After flicking on the light, he marches right to the fridge. Rummaging around, he pops back out with the newly bought pack of Kurabada sausages he'd gotten for himself at their last class outing. He was already drooling as he fumbled with the plastic, Bakugou waiting drowsily at the island. Finally freeing the sausages from their plastic prison, Ijiro sinks his teeth into the meaty pork, sighing contently at the familiar taste of meat gracing his taste buds. Although he preferred freshly grilled Kurabata sausages, cool refrigerated Kurabata was also acceptable. The hardening quirk user spots Bakugou from the corner of his eye, the blonde merely observing Ijiro chowing down on his midnight snack. Now that he thought about it, when was the last time Bakugou ate? Sure, Bakugou left earlier with Aizawa to go get his daily 4 intake, but there was no one he could have eaten in Recovery Girl's office in such a short amount of time, unless it was a small snack or something. Ijiro eyes his last Kurabata. Here, man. The redhead pushes the plastic packaging over to the blonde. Red eyes blink inquisitively at the offering. Try it. Kurabata sausages are like my 3rd favorite snack. Eyes locked with Ijiro's, Bakugou reaches for the final sausage. He twists it experimentally in his hand, as if trying to replicate Ijiro's own way of holding the late-night snack. The blonde parts his mouth open, a seemingly foreign act judging by the uncertainty twisting in his usual expressionless features. He stops just before plopping it in his mouth. However, sudden bouts of hesitation seemingly racking the other teen. Aijiro can't help frown. Bakugo's been off ever since he's gotten back, but this is a little bit out of the ordinary in Bakugo standards. You okay, man? What are you doing? Both boys jolt up, Bakugo dropping the kurabada sausage as his eyes lock on the supposed intruder. Aijiro sadly doesn't have time to mourn for the fallen meaty treat, instead finding himself caught under the scrutinizing green eyes. Midoriya. What are you ta? The greenet rubs at his heavily bagged eyes, slowly sulking into the kitchen. He steers far from the two boys at the island, aiming for the kitchen cabinet. I just needed some water. Pulling out a glass cup, he makes his way to the sink. The three boys sit in silence as Midoriya's glass fills up. The freckled teen chugging down the water as soon as it touches his lips. He wipes his mouth, depositing the glass with a light clatter into the kitchen sink for later. His hair is way more flared out than usual, a light coat of sweat coating the green curls. He turns back to the two boys, irritation quickly replacing exhaustion. You aren't supposed to give him food. It's the middle of the night. Right now would be the worst time to have this kind of problem. Aijiro blinks. What? Midoriya scowls. Why are you making that face? Nothing good can come from that face. That's your, I don't know what's happening face. What's with Mr. Attitude? Aijiro can't help the crocodile's smile crawling on his face. The greenet sputters. Mr. Attitude? Kaken could have died. Aijiro flinches, red eyes gawking bewilderedly at the fuming greenet. He's not supposed to eat anything because his stomach has essentially failed on him, and any sort of strain could fundamentally destroy his entire body. I'm literally barfing back words. Midoriya stumps back, letting his weight rely on the support of the kitchen's refrigerator, face buried into his hands. It's all in the folder, the one the school made. Auntie mentioned it. Why is this happening now? Oh, so that's what that folder was for. Midoriya's head shoots up with a faint twitch in the eye. You didn't even read it? Did you really think I'd have the time to read a textbook worth of notes while we're practicing for the licensing exam? Point taken. The teen somewhat settles, prying off the fridge. But maybe you could have at least skimmed it? Aijiro chuckles softly. Yeah, I can do that. The tension within the room has yet to thaw, the two boys turning to idly milling about in their respective places. Aijiro dares a glance at Bakugou, the blonde somehow slipping from participation in the heated conversation. Bakugou's sudden alertness has returned to its pacified state, content with simply being as is. Crisis averted for now, at least. How are you two doing? Aijiro nearly misses the question. The freckled teen waits expectantly when he looks up. It's been good, he says, and it feels like a weight has been lifted from his chest. It feels good to confirm out loud that things are actually going okay, when everything has been so crazy lately. Bakugou and I have mostly been hanging out. Though it kind of sucks we only have an hour or two to hang out at most. Midoriya nods, tired green eyes drifting off to the side. Aijiro bites his lips. How are you doing? Me. The greenet perks up. Well, you've known Bakugou longer, you guys grew up together, so it's probably hitting harder for you. All of this, he throws out his arms. I mean, Midoriya frowns. He clams up, eyes darting around the room before falling to his wringing hands. I don't really want to talk about it. Hey man, it's cool. I should probably go back to sleep. The freckled teen sputters out hastily, attention glued on the staircase from the kitchen's entryway. My sleep schedules, I need to fix that. Yeah, I get it. Aijiro follows the greenet's scrambled totter out of the kitchen. Sorry about earlier, Midoriya gives a quick bow amidst his retreat. Good night. No worries, good night. Whisking up the stairs, Midoriya is gone. The two remaining boys linger on their seats, simply being. Aijiro is the first to break whatever spell plagued the kitchen, slipping off his seat to clean up the forgotten kurabada sausage off the floor. Both plastic packaging and uneaten sausage end up in the trash. Combing his hand through his ungelled hair, he flickers his attention back over to Bakugou, the blonde's red eyes locking with his intently, the darkened bags only highlighting his gaze through the dimly lit kitchen. He should probably start reading that folder sometime soon. Come on, Bakugou, let's head back to my room. You look exhausted. Bakugou obliges, following the redhead back to their shared dorm. None of the boys take notice as they ascend the stairs hand in hand. Notes: Midoriya's got that attitude, goddamn he going off oop. Insomnia, am I right? Tomoko, Katsuki Tomoko, Ragdoll, whirls around with a blinding smile, her cheerful greeting interrupted by the whiplash that is her lengthy, long, not short, hair hitting her eye. The offended squawk is met with the familiar, giggling from the trio of schoolgirls making their way over to the greenette. Why is it always green? One of the girls sighs, shaking her head with a tired smile. I should have known you would come straight here instead of waiting for the rest of us. You sure are excited, huh, Tomoko? How could I not be? Tomoko beams at the brunette. We are finally becoming heroes today. Waiting for Ryuko, Pixie Bob, to finish chatting up with Makoto is the last thing I want to do today. Well, that's just it, Tomoko. I couldn't chat with him because I didn't know where he was. Ryuko pouted. You always tell me where he's heading. Oopsies, I totally forgot to be your boys for a day. Well, there's always a next time. It totally wasn't just partly the truth. I'm honestly surprised he hasn't filed a restraining order on you yet. Shino, Mandalay, side-eyes the fuming blonde. Maybe you should focus less on finding a potential suitor, for now. Shino hastily adds to smother the deathly aura emanating from piercing her very soul. Obtaining our licenses should definitely be priority number one. Yeah. Tomoko throws an enthusiastic fist in the air, drawing all attention from slowly arriving classmates and peers, or for today at least, competition. We're gonna be the best hero team in Japan. Right, Yawara? The usual backup cheer was sorely lacking at the moment. Where was her co-cheerleader when she needed her? The anticipation for a response is getting more awkward if anything. Yawara? Tiger? Tomoko tilts her head at said girl. Usually that's all it takes for Yawara to give in, but whatever is bugging her this time must be a little more complicated. Actually, now that she thinks about it, Yawara has been far more reserved as of late. Her loud and confident disposition has been uncharacteristically put on the back burner for weeks now in favor of this more reserved version of her dear friend. Ugh, she hates it when her friends are down. Especially Yawara. It doesn't suit her pretty face at all. I'm fine. Yawara eventually replies with that cute bubbly smile of hers. There it is. No matter how brief, it's always nice to see it. She's got the smile of those adorable cartoon cats. We should start heading in. Wouldn't want to be late for our exam? Exam? I'm supposed to be in there, now. That's exactly why I came early. Tomoko pouts. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one putting in any real effort for the wild pussycat's future endeavors. Well, you are our unofficial leader for coming up with our team. Ryuko reminds with a snort. Her demeanor returned to its usual preppy personal, a far cry from whatever that earlier display was. Ryuko's control on her emotions is frighteningly impressive, or is it just when she's in boy-crazy mode? Search can't read people's emotions, unfortunately. So the burden has to land on someone. You're our best candidate. What? I didn't sign up for this. Come on, quit teasing her already. Shino reprimands, her seriousness all but betrayed by a light chuckle of her own. But really we should start heading in. The venue will be full soon, and it will be easier to get ready now before it gets too crowded. Why do you think I came here so early? The group laughs aloud as they push on through into the building. The licensing exam still had about an hour and a half before it officially began, but even still, it was already somewhat packed. And hence a speedy chase ensued to get to the female changing room. Tomoko. Slow down. The locker room is not going to be full just yet. But what about that class over there? I think they're from CI Academy, that all-girls hero academy that just opened up. Wow, there's a lot more of them than I though. My efforts will not be wasted. Bakugou? Wake up and we gotta go. Irksome prodding at his face nearly provoked a hostile swat on his end, but the impulsive urge is ultimately suppressed with considerable confusion. None of which is noticed by the certain redhead leaning over him. Even as uncomfortable as the bus is, you still manage to fall asleep? Kirishima, as the boy reintroduced himself days after their near-constant interactions, a fact he was already aware of with the quick use of search since the very beginning. Guess it's no surprise though, you're the only one without butterflies hammering away at your gut? Katsuki chose to gloss over whatever that meant. Practically half the words Eijiro spouted were near incomprehensible in nature. And although his directionless rambles provided no directives for him virtually ever, sparking that foreign boiling sensation in him again and again, it also served as a spell of calm in the day-to-day passings. Sleeping or just sitting around with Eijiro was nice? Was he supposed to think that? The poking returns much to his, he'd have to get back to that later. But seriously, get up. Mr. Aizawa's waiting for us, we're holding up the class. Class? Oh, did he mean? Eijiro. A blur of pink runs down the bus aisle, slamming into the redhead with a giddy oof. Aizawa's rallying us inside already, so you better pick it up or, yellow eyes highlighted by black scara land on him, still tucked against the window seat, causing a hiccup in her cheery disposition. Oh Bakugou, you're up, cool, you're up. The girl, Ashido Mina, smiled, although the expression seems to have lost its prior shining aura. Let's go before we're too late to land our spots in the exam, she says, tearing her conflicted gaze back to Eijiro. It was a common reaction, Katsuki took note, with all the other peers of Eijiro that had the misfortune of interacting with him. A distant dolefulness in their gaze, the clear and present discomfort followed by the much-desired urge to flee the scene. Understandable reactions. His incidental altercation with the group of students, despite it being initiated by Todoroki Shoto, could only cause unease from there on. Besides, it's familiar, in a strange, somber way. Right. Eijiro nods along as he wrangles himself out into the aisle. Come on, Bakugou, the redhead pulls him out of his comfortable corner, earning him an indignant squint from the blonde. Sorry, the boy huffs a weak laugh. But we really gotta get a move on, man. This is the last thing I can be late on. Stumbling out from the bus, red eyes flutter agitatedly at the sudden brightness. That, coupled with the compounded groups of people scattered about, serves only to bombard his senses. Too much, unnecessary information. Eijiro weaves them through the crowd, guiding him hand in hand through the moving masses. Katsuki all but deadlock onto the boy's offered palm. He doesn't mind much when it hardens under his own straining hold. Ashido Mina had left their side early on, and by the time they caught sight of the familiar-looking collective of Eijiro's peers, Ashido had already regrouped. Hey, sorry we're late. The group initially responds in varying degrees, but ultimately settles down when their sights land on him. Dude, a blonde Eijiro has brought up plenty of times before in passing. Kaminari Denki rubs his neck, his eyes lingering about. Aizawa said he'd be in charge of Bakugou today. You don't have to. Well, yeah? Eijiro's face reddens. Why does everyone find the ground so appealing so suddenly? Even Izuku Deku Midoriya seems glued to it. There really isn't anything all too fascinating there, nothing of note. But Bakugou responds way easier to me. Just thought I might as well help Mr. Aizawa out before we head in is all. The electro quirk user grimaces. The other boy besides him, Tsuruo Hanada, shifts uneasily in place. Why does he have the sudden urge to hit something right now? There is no immediate danger or command, so why? Another mystery, it seems. Whoa, there's two more? Oh, there's more than just Eijiro's group here. Clad in more formal uniforms, a smaller party of people Katsuki just couldn't bother to use search on gawked unabashedly at their late arrival. Although one of them wore a heavy scowl, surprisingly not aimed at him, as blood gushed down his head. What did they walk into? Was this exam already happening? The bleeding student abruptly bows, nearly slamming his head into the stone concrete. It was concerning that there was already a head-shaped mound there. Apologies for unsettling you. I will do my best in the future not to do so. The student bellows in his strange bravado. Just hearing it makes his throat hurt. Why is he so extra? A shared sentiment. Isn't that the same UA student that got kidnapped by the League of Villains? An identical uniform-clad student standing beside the bleeding one drawls. That mask he's wearing looks stupid. Aijiro shoots glances over at his peers. None seem too keen on providing him any aid. Some peers. They don't deserve Aijiro. He is too good for them. Alright, enough chatting. Aizawa Shoyuta unexpectedly appears behind the group, earning a few well-deserved shrieks from his lousy set of students. The man's innate skill in striking terror in them is admirable, though. Start heading in. Don't waste any more time. The shuffling of UA's group urges the intruding foreign student bodies to move on as well. One of the uniformed girls has the nerve to pout at the quirk erasing pro. The same stupid, dumb eye mask wearing purplet rolls his eyes at his still open-wounded classmate. How the other is still functioning as of now is still baffling. If it were him, he would have called upon super regeneration way sooner to negate the irksome side effects of such blood loss. Yurashi, get that taken care of before you bleed out in the middle of the exam. Right? The bleeding student, Yurashi, shouts back with an all-too-broad smile, but it is nothing like sure. Bakugou, you're staying with me? The blonde nods. As he's heard. Erase her head. Is that really you? The absolute look of dread that overcomes Aizawa Shoyuta did not bode well with him. He did not even know that the man could display such a visceral reaction of pure anguish. Oh God, not you. Yes God, it's me. Ha. The owner of that boisterous voice, a green-haired woman in an eyesore of a get-up, cackles uproariously as she approaches the two. If this woman can strike such trepidation in an individual such as Aizawa Shoyuta, then she may be a much bigger threat than he could ever possibly perceive. Man, it's been forever since we've last seen each other. It feels like we were young interns only yesterday, fighting side by side on the daily sparks of inexperienced teenage romance flying in the air. The greenette swoons. Just waiting to be caught and received. Literally stop talking. Ha. Classic Aizawa. One day you're gonna marry me. What? Hey, you can't ignore me all day. Paha. Ah, never change, buddy. She's even worse than he thought. Bakugou. The fact that he does not react in time for the predictable impact should be of concern to Katsuki, but that is overshadowed by the warm embrace of a certain redhead. I got so caught up in the exam that I almost forgot to say bye. Man, that's so unmanly of me. Aijiro squeezes tighter. Katsuki does not find it in him to protest. As quick as the exchange was, the redhead has already peeled from his side, sprinting back into those doors. Bye, Bakugou. He waves, his bubbly smile flashing his threatening fangs. Wish us luck. Katsuki tries to wave back, but Aijiro's already gone inside. //////. When the exam began, things looked actually to be going well, before it all inevitably went wrong, of course. It didn't take Izuku long to realize that UA would suffer the brunt of the elimination portion of the exam. Their names and quirks were broadcasted during the sports festival, but it didn't make the immediate attack any less terrifying. And although Todoroki and Shinso had initially split from the group, Shinso followed quickly after by Kaminari and Kirishima, the rest of their class had no problem fending off the other schools. But he still couldn't help but worry for the others. Todoroki should be fine on his own in hindsight. He had greatly mastered duo-wielding his quirk, but it's the latter three that he can't help but worry about. Shinso had joined their class for only about a month, and though Aizawa had taken it upon himself to privately train Shinso, Izuku prayed for him every night since. The greenette couldn't help but worry for the other boy. No one, no matter if they're trained by the Aizawa Shoyuta, teacher of Class 1A, would be prepared with only a month's worth of vigorous training for such a crucial exam. Hopefully, with Kaminari and Kirishima tagging along with him, Shinso will be able to pass. His quirk, not combat-heavy like most, is remarkable on its own. So many conflicts and villain attacks can be dealt with so efficiently with fewer risks and casualties at stake, perfect for an era where society is questioning heroes. Izuku stumbles onto the awaiting solid surface, the rumblings of the moving earth finally ceasing. Being separated from the others certainly puts a damper on their pre-established plans for the exam, but there is nothing else he can do but move forward. Any hesitation now could lead to his disqualification. But to be honest, Izuku couldn't help but feel excited. This exam was the first real distraction he's gotten in weeks. The harsh buzzing of his sensor dashes away that short burst of exhilaration. Landing in front of him, with precise skill, settles a uniformed-clad girl. A ball clenched in her hand, she rises from her acrobatic landing. Wow, his assailant chuckles, adjusting her uniform cap. And here I thought UA would be more on guard, considering that they're enemy number one at the moment. Not smart at all. Even without their sloppy introductions upon arrival to the exam, the uniform-styled hero costume was a dead giveaway to the fact that this was a student of Shiketsu High, a school just as formidable and respected as UA. But that's just about where any basic knowledge will help him. Any information about this particular student, let alone the name, is beyond his scope of amassed and frantic note-taking. Facing off a far more experienced student from a rivaling prestigious school who has the privilege of preparatory information on her opponent whereas he has nothing to go off of, this really isn't how he wanted his exam to go. No really, because she hasn't taken him out yet. What exactly is going through this girl's mind to decide to play, whatever this is in the middle of a narrowing exam? He needs to get out of here and fast. Who knows what this girl is planning next? She's completely unpredictable. Rumor says that the abducted student of UA had been found in a critically traumatized state caused by the League of Villains. Izuku paused. That statement wasn't entirely wrong, but it was a rather strange way of phrasing it. But still, why this conversation now of all places? What do you mean by traumatized exactly? Why are you even bringing this up in the first place? The Greenit found himself asking. Oh, I've heard a lot of passing speculations. The girl prowls around the boy, unnervingly so. Her eyes hyperfixated on each of his uneven steps. Scared out of his wits to the point that Bakugou Katsuki's rather explosive persona broadcasted at the sports festival was all but extinguished. Being personally tortured by Shigaraki and his little minions to the point where nothing but scars litter his body. Had undergone some rather gruesome human experimentation by the hands of All for One to the point he can't even be considered human anymore. Izuku can only manage a weak croak as the light brunette stares him down expectantly. Well, what do you think? A predator simpered, tucking on her puckered lips. It doesn't fit her face at all despite how naturally she pulls it off. Care to share? I'm dying to hear the details from you personally. What the hell is wrong with this girl? / Why are you following me? Dude. The lighting quirk user sputters, scurrying up the ladder. You've only been in the hero department for about a month. Is it really a good idea for you to go off on your own? This is what we've been training for. Shinso Hitoshi scans the new arena. It's an environment taken straight out of an interchange, a small city included and all. The lack of cars in the simulated setting is an eerie afterthought. The purplet turns to regard Kaminari Denki, having finally made it up the ladder. He'd been in 1A far longer than him, and yet he seems to be struggling to keep up. Typical of Hero Corps students of be all talk but no show. Why else would I be here? He doesn't bother to hide his glare, even allowing himself to relish in the flustering of the blonde's already fidgety state. Well duh. We're all here for that. But everyone knows about your quirk now. You can't just rely on the element of surprise like you did with Midoriya. The other one following him, Kirishima, was it? Pops up from the ladder. He sighs in exasperation, rising to his feet. What Kaminari means is that we're all at a bit of a disadvantage. No element of surprise for us here, so we gotta think 2 steps ahead of the other schools, which was what I was hoping for sticking with Midoriya, before you two ran off. Hitoshi rolls his eyes. Well, why are you here then? I don't want you guys getting out in the first 5 minutes of the exam. Kaminari snaps his head over at the redhead. You have that little faith in me? Dude. The twitching of his right eye has become a common feature of his since transferring to Class 1A. I'm not weak, Hitoshi snarls at the two. I've been training. I'm just as capable as you hero department students, even without a flashy quirk. What no? That's not what we're saying. Kirishima squawks, walking over to the purplet. The boy rests a hand on his shoulder, one he'd very much like to shrug off before the other continues talking. We're just looking out for you, man. All the pressure of passing the exam and the expectation of getting our licenses have made things really tense for a while now, along with other things. Kaminari chooses this time to approach as well, managing a meek smile. Which kind of lines up with the cold welcome you got? Again, sorry about that. Just don't think that it excludes you from the class. The blonde sputters to say. We defended each other against the League of Villains, twice now. What other class does that? Yeah, exactly. Kirishima grins proudly. Class 1A sticks together. Hitoshi blinks, wide eyes switching between both teens. The snort slips before he can stop it, quickly covering it up with a cough. These guys are so corny it physically hurts. Fine, whatever. Can we go now? We're not going to be passing the exam anytime soon just standing here. Yeah, you're right. Kirishima's attention strayed past him, urging the purplet to follow. Behind them along the highway were weird, flesh-looking lumps scattered about. And he most certainly did not miss how several of them pulsed and wriggled about. What in the actual fuck? Look out. Shoved to the side, Hitoshi can only gawk as a grotesque blob snatches the redhead up and into the air, twisting and contorting him until landing unceremoniously onto the open palms of, who is that? What the hell? Kaminari gags at what became of Kirishima, which, honestly, he can't blame him for overreacting. Did that really just happen? The only other non-deformed person present, the wielder of this quirk, he could guess, tilts his head up, eyes narrowing at the two UA students. We Shiketsu students are obliged to wear our uniform hats when working. Why? The Shiketsu examinee continues. That is because each and every one of our movements is crowned with the traditions of the name of Shiketsu High School. He unceremoniously drops the contorted blob of Kirishima onto the ground. This is a demonstration of power, the masked student says, through his collected persona. We have placed great importance on obligation and dignity since the start of our education, creating a great difference in level between us and you vulgar and ordinary folk aspiring to be heroes, especially considering the way that you are. What did he say? Kaminari babbles in a strained whisper. I literally can't process what he's saying. Hitoshi's scared. It doesn't matter what he's saying. He's just someone too full of himself. That earns him an ugly scowl from the other. UA is a school I have always respected. However, it is you lot who continuously act in ways that tarnish its dignity. Tarnish its dignity. Dude, what are you talking about? Crap, he's gonna do that thing again. And true to Kamianri's words, blobs of flesh forming from the Shiketsu students' own hands shoot up into the air and aim at the two boys. Shifting to the side, Hitoshi activates his capturing gear. Using it for its dub title now would be pointless. The flesh-manipulating quirk user being too out of range would instead put himself at a severe disadvantage to his incoming attack. No, instead, he commands his alloy-woven scarf to form a last-second cocoon around himself. This was entirely a 50-50 shot, but he really doesn't have any other options to decide on. He feels the all-too-malleable impact of the flesh around him, but none thankfully manages to find its way through his makeshift cover. A series of crackling from outside his cover completely revokes the nauseating pressure of the fluid flesh. Swift on his feet, Hitoshi erupts from his cocoon, capturing gear still hovering on alert. Around him, a current of electricity flies through the floating flesh blobs, most burning up on the spot. The purplet spots a strange disc embedded off to the side of the highway, the main conductor of the electric flow from what it seems. That's a pretty impressive design from someone like Kaminari, he must admit. The Shiketsu examinee just barely evades the attack. He clearly looks frustrated though, despite half his face being obscured by his mask and oversized collar. A careless attack. He rasps, positioning himself over to his transformed victims. Are you a hero so eager to risk lives to take down your opponent? You literally put them in that situation. God, you're like Ida but literally worse. The masked examinee scowls at Kaminari. Our society is overgrown with untrained heroes, even the word itself has lost its true meaning due to improper populace such as yourselves. He holds out his hands, regaining his lost limbs. No doubt preparing for another strike. Such soiled heroes only produce more of the very criminals who continue to rise in power. all of which should all be purged. Hitoshi can't help but pause. That sounds oddly familiar, the phrasing at least. Where has he heard that before? Are you quoting that hero killer? Kaminari blinks over at him, and yet slowly nods along. No, it's not even quoting, you're like. He shoots back over to the mask-wearing purplet, rephrasing his wording and stuff. Are you seriously just some Stain fan? Despite his ridiculous collar blocking half his lower face, Hitoshi can make out a bit of red brushing up on the other's face. I am not. So defensive. Kaminari covers his mouth. But it actually makes a lot of sense. No wonder you come off so entitled. There is no entitlement when it comes to my ideology of true heroism. The purpot hisses under clenched teeth. He even disassembles his upcoming attack in his agitation. Of course, Class 1A of UA could not understand. None of you are truly prepared to. So you admit it, Hitoshi blurts out. You're just another Stain fanboy. The Shiketsu student actually snarls. No, I am not. Face blank, the uniformed examinee goes completely rigid. That honestly went a lot smoother than he expected it would. Oh my god, Kaminari's stifled giggles devolve into mindless cackles. He fell for it, he actually fell for it, what a dumbass. Shinso, the blonde beams at him. You are literally a genius. Hitoshi doesn't like the heating of his cheeks the longer he looks at the smiling idiot, so instead, he turns to his hypnotized opponent. Release your quirk on the other examinees. He orders, tapping his ball against the other's weak points. And just like that, he was out. Pretty anticlimactic, but at least it's one step closer to passing this exam. Around them, the flesh-imprisoned students slowly revert to normalcy, slowly gathering their bearings. The purplet rushes over to Kirishima, the redhead mostly released from the quirk's influence. He cringes at the unsightly transfiguration of the other's flesh contorting out from its mutated meatball form. Get up, reluctantly reaching out a hand for the disorientated boy. Shaking out of his stupor, the hardening quirk user grins, gladly taking his hand. Way to go, Shinso. And see, what did I tell ya? It doesn't hurt to have someone watching your back. Hitoshi can't find it in him to suppress the smile that overtakes his face. //////. I still can't believe you've kept all 20 students, and you even recruited an extra to your class. You must really like these kids. No, not really, Aizawa grumbled, his eyes too exhausted to even bother with twitching any more to the woman's jibes. Oh, quit being embarrassed, you. The man doesn't refute, too busy fighting the sleep from his dry, crusted eyes he spends too much time having to observe most of the day. Katsuki wasn't entirely sure what to expect from this exam, but being caught right dab in the middle of whatever this is certainly wasn't at the top of his roster. The moment the exam's official began, all the competing schools launched themselves onto UA's Class 1A. Impressively, they were successful in combating their bombarding attacks, until one particularly plain-looking examinee fractured the entire central stadium, resulting in the desperate scattering of all the examinees. Who knows what was happening down there now? Only occasional updates from the announcer declaring the examinees who passed the first round of the exam shed any real light. UA was taking up a large portion of the finite applicant list. Fortunately, Ijiro had ventured out to the outer arenas before the exam began. As the few still working cameras showed, he was far from the initial earthquake. Unfortunately, Ijiro tagged alongside Kaminari Denki and Shinso Hitoshi to the outer arenas. Willingly. Now from what Katsuki has gathered from his near-constant time spent with Ijiro, the redhead partially sewn his heart on his sleeves, all his intentions solely pure and selfless. Him choosing to leave the safety of the main group of his peers in order to follow Kaminari Denki and the class recluse Shinso Hitoshi was not out of character for Ijiro. He wanted to provide them with extra insurance against the other competing schools. Typical Kirishima Ijiro behavior. Typical Kirishima Ijiro behavior to sacrifice himself for Shinso Hitoshi without a moment's notice. Typical Kirishima Ijiro behavior to suddenly become alls buddy-buddy with Shinso Hitoshi without a moment's beat. It was fine. Please date me. Shut up. Fa. It was not fine. Kid, stop scowling. It looks ugly on you. Oh, it looks like a carbon copy of you, Eraserhead. // Hey, Kirishima, you good? Sorry, Kirishima stumbles from beside the electroquark user. The elderly professional people in need of rescue, gosh, what a long title. They had stumbled upon were safely dropped off to the first aid area. They were now making their way over to the large ditches that had formed on the west side of the stadium. There were sure to be other civilians there. It's just, I suddenly got this weird sense of dread washing over me. Dude, we're gonna pass the exam no problem, no need to be so dramatic. And no, not that. It's not fear for myself, but for somebody else. Huh, Shinso hums absent-mindedly from up ahead. Wonder who that could be? // The licensing exam concluded its second and final section of the exam with a rescue simulation, which was partially interrupted by a simulated villain attack. Of the initial 540 entrants who arrived for the exam and the 100 that passed the first phase, only 90 examinees passed. Those 90 also included Ijiro. Distant recollection carried Katsuki in the direction of the locker rooms, pointedly ignoring the mixed flock of giddy or disgruntled examinees. Aside from the addition of a vending machine to the side, the corridor for the two distinct locker room entryways still looks exactly identical to before. Before when? Upon the hard glares thrown his way by the moving crowd, Katsuki decides to maneuver himself over to the side. If only he knew any particularly strong words to direct to these insignificant individuals. But alas. A trio of boys in UA uniforms exits the adjacent boys' locker room, momentarily stopping their livid chat. Bakugou. Kaminari Denki hesitates, looking around the area. What are you doing here without Mr. Aizawa? No, better question, how'd you even leave his side in the first place? Come on, Shirohanta elbows the blonde with his odd smile. You know why? No, he does not, in fact, know what Shirohanta is insinuating. Now he feels thrice the more frustrated by these three. Shinso Hitoshi's presence alone is making it difficult to keep explosion at bay. Hey, Bakugou! Katsuki whips his head over to the waving redhead opening up the locker door. His uniform is a bit sloppily put together compared to his peers, but considering Ijiro somehow always finds a way to be running late to class despite waking up an hour earlier for his morning jogs, he doesn't put it past Shitty Hair to do so here either. Wait, who is Shitty Hair? Wow dude, you're quick. Where's this speed when you're late for class? Kaminari smirks. I could ask the same for you. Shinso rolls his eyes. Shiro bites back a laugh. Ijiro walks past the babbling trio and right over to Katsuki. He allows himself to revel in the internal smug delight. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Baku. Well, what did you think? Not gonna lie, I could have honestly done better. Hey, don't beat yourself over that meatball guy. Kaminari chides in. Even though it was totally gross and I'm not the one that got turned into a literal meatball, you had the most important role in that whole fight. You gave Shinso an inspirational hero speech. Midoriya would be so proud. Shinso looks away. Thanks for that, by the way. And his internal delight is no more. Ijiro bobs his head. Yep, no problem. He grabs Katsuki's hand. Wanna start heading back? I could really grab a snack on the way. The blonde nods, his gaze lingering on their interlocked hands. They're soft. See you on the bus. Kaminari hollers out as the two walk off. Just in time to invade Mineta Minoru. Guys. The midget scrambles over to his classmates. You think that chick is still here? The one that traitor hid away with during the exam? Hitoshi dejectedly looks down as the three devolved into their frenzied argument from earlier. Purple Eyes ultimately decide to survey the off-brand snacks offered in the vending machine. You'd think a heavily funded hero organization facility like this could afford better stuff than this? // Uraraka Ochako allowed herself to take a steady breath as she sank into her bus seat. The softness of the cushions carefully supported her sore limbs. Ajui Tsu, or Tsu, as she heavily insists, chuckles at the brunette's antics. Ready for bed, Ochako? And you're not. From what I've heard, Tsu, you were in the ringer. I can't believe those CI Academy girls would endanger your life like that. Tsu hums. Even so, I can get where they were coming from. Only 100 of us were going to make it into the first round. They had to take out the competition. And if I was put under any real danger, I'm pretty sure the organizers would put a stop to it, ribbit. It is then that Ashido Mina peeks up from behind the other seat. Yeah, considering how most of our year at UA has gone, we're responsible for keeping ourselves alive most of the time. Sue puts a finger to her lip. I suppose you're right. That's an understatement. Hagakure Toru hollers from behind. Not that I'm hating on any of our teachers or anything. Mina sputters, letting herself sink back into her seat. Toru giggles at her display. Being a hero nowadays is way more stressful than before, you know, with the whole villain organization that's now on the loose and all. Yeah, Kyukajiro looks up from her phone. No pressure. Yairo's Momo looks out the window to observe the irate Aizawa standing just by the bus. They've been waiting for about half an hour now despite most of Class 1A having made it back from changing into their uniforms. So that could only mean… Ida, who else is missing? The class rep whips around. Bakugou, Kirishima, and Todoroki from the 7th headcount I have conducted. Mr. Aizawa informed me that if they do not appear in the next 10 minutes, he will go looking for the 3 of them himself. Seriously, where are they? Mineta Minoru moaned. My mom made reservations to the Shinoya restaurant. I do not want to be late for my hero license celebration party. Wait, your parents can actually afford that place? Don't talk to me, Midoriya. I can never look at you the same ever again. It wasn't what you think it is. Todoroki, I can understand he's probably brooding somewhere. Sato Rikido spares some pity for the double quirk user. But what the hell could be keeping Kirishima and Bakugou busy? That does not excuse their absence for the past 33 minutes. You're even keeping count? A mop of red and white hair emerges from the bus-propped doors. Unsurprisingly, Todoroki's demeanor does not match the description of one who has failed the most important step toward his future career. Hey, the heterochromia teen announces to the gawking crowd. Do not hate us. Where were you for the past 34 minutes? You owe Mr. Aizawa a proper explanation for your abhorrent tardiness. Still counting? Apologies, Todoroki bows. I was invited to a short meeting with the organizers along with several others who failed the second portion of the exam. They allowed me the opportunity to retry to the civilian section again, given circumstances. I already informed Aizawa, so, can I sit down now? Ida Tenya blinks. Ah, well done. Yes, of course. Thank you, Todoroki. And good luck with your second exam. He definitely rehearsed that, Mina whispers as Todoroki walks past them. Toru nods. It is then that Aizawa himself steps back onto the bus. He looks less irate, but only by a fraction. Still better than what he was moments before. All of you stay here. I don't need to go on another goose chase when I get back. If I don't come back by 6, I'll just have the bus return you all to your dorms by then. But why not now? I'm hungry. You sure we just can't hop off real quick to grab a snack? Take a quick leak? Stretch? Oh. End of discussion. Dude, why do you think that would work? Mr. Aizawa. Momo yells, her hands pressed against the window. I see, Kirishima. The quirk erasing pro has his eyes set on the bus doorway. And sure enough, the familiar red spiked hair pops up, followed by a, wait, why is Kirishima still in his hero costume? Where have you been? Class 1A winces at the dangerous aura directed at their poor yet beloved fool. Their beloved fool, by some miracle, manages to keep his composure as he bows under the eraser head's ire. I had to head over to the infirmary, Mr. Aizawa, sir. Kaminari Denki is shaken from his palsied stupor. What? Dude, I thought you went with us to the locker room? Yeah, I was going to, but then a medic stopped me halfway there. They said my arm was bleeding, which even I didn't notice at first. In my defense, it wasn't really hurting, just a little sore, chalked it up to just that. But they said that I lost a bit of blood, which probably explained why I felt way more drained than usual. The redhead motions at his heavily bandaged arm. I don't remember how I got it, but hey, today was crazy. Someone probably had some porcupine quirk or something and jabbed me last minute. I was only there for like 20 minutes and I rushed straight to the lockers after, I promise. But then I couldn't find my uniform. I lost track of the time looking for it, and before I knew it I was so late. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa. He looks over at his friends. You know how awkward it was walking all the way over here? Literally the worst. Aizawa's fuming wrath seems to have entirely dissipated. Kirishima, he chooses his words carefully. Where is Bakugou? The pro is met with confusion. I don't know. You said he was going to stay with you. Shouldn't he be on the bus, actually? Kaminari stands up. Kirishima, we literally saw you walking out of the locker room, uniform and all. You went with Bakugou to get a snack or something. You're not fucking with us, right? This kind of gaslighting is, the blonde tries to smile. If you really tried to gaslighting. That wasn't you, was it? Shinso Hitoshi interjects. None of you leave, Aizawa commands, sprinting off the bus. Ochako watches him pull out his phone from outside the window, storming into the building. She doesn't like this. /////. This is not Kirishima Ijiro. It should have been obvious the moment the impostor appeared, the moment the impostor carried him away, hand in hand, the moment the impostor pulled him down the street and into this narrow alleyway. It only dawned on Katsuki the moment Ijiro's unusually soft hand melted away in their suffocatingly interlocked embrace. The hammering of his heart has him fearing bruises forming on his chest with foreign speed. His clammy hand tightens around the feminine palm, his worn-down sneakers involuntarily dragging against the concrete. Never before has he been overcome with such an instinctual desire of dread. Or has he? He should pull away, he should attack, he should? Follow me, Nomo. Nomo relaxes in her hold, the girl giggling at his lax switch. Good Nomo. Still so obedient. The petite girl leading him along smiles. It's a feral thing. Tamura will be so happy to see you again. Incision of the left radial artery. 20 seconds until complete regeneration. The scribbling of a pen was just barely audible over the roaring flood of blood rushing through his ears, the coinciding pounding headache only elevating the internal stress of his body. Sezai could only manage a stuttering inhale, the wires sending hot electric flares through hooked skin as his exposed chest expanded upward. It's been getting harder to breathe the longer this torture went on. The blinding light overhead has been getting more and more obscured with black splotches. That's enough of the left arm. The hands pull away, leaving the tissue of the left arm to reassemble itself gradually. Generally, regeneration functions as an improved version of normal human regeneration, regrowing tissues and cuts at a swift pace. Doctors have even told him that it even has the potential to regrow lost limbs. Not that guy has ever actually lost a limb to test out the theory. But like most quirks, they had their limits, and he was pretty sure he was starting to reach that limit. The skin section of his left arm had yet to reattach the severed layer of tissue that had been breached. And he's fairly certain regeneration doesn't exempt him from blood loss because he's pretty sure he's lost a lot of blood by now, and he's pretty sure fatigue is a clear indicator of that. This is by far the most impressive iteration of regeneration we have been able to find. Master has high hopes for your quirk's performance in the upcoming future. The voice speaks up, out of his sight. He hears the metallic tapping of medical tools moving about. You should be honored, Mr. Sezai. With your life, you will create a new generation of man. More things are being moved around as the voice draws on, but at this point, the overbearing presence of his rushing heart blurs out whatever fucking nonsense this psycho is spurting out. Master? Generation of man? This is literally just torture. But delusions are typical for most psycho-murderers. One believing themselves to be some Dr. Frankenstein wannabe shouldn't be outside the realm of possibilities. And good news, the voice enters his peripheral again, just barely being audible to noise flooding his head. We only have one more test, although I must admit, it is more to test out a personal theory of mine. Guy shudders against his restraints. His body is sore from the constant stress that's been slowly stabbing away at his consciousness. He finds his throat blocked as he struggles to breathe. He struggles with batting away the tears that are flooding his vision. Anissa. What's going to happen to her if he can't find a way out of here? Will her family finally step in? Will she get some sort of financial support from the government? Anina, his sweet baby girl. Her birthday is next week. She'll be getting her quirk right around then. For her sake, he prays to God she's quirkless. The abrupt whirling of a saw powering on draws a scream from the restrained man. For once throughout this entire fucking torture session, he finds himself flailing, no longer caring how the hooks tear at his flesh, how his insides start spilling out from all the wild thrashing. He can't fucking die here. They need him. He needs them. The voice laughs. Ah, so you are still alive. Not even blood loss can kill you. Interesting. That saw is hovering just over his neck. Guy's throat is already raw, but he just can't stop himself from screaming, begging, praying by some fucking miracle for someone to save him. Where are the fucking heroes when you need them? Now I wonder from which end you will reform? From your headless torso, or will the rest of you spawn out from your decapitated head? Skin meets serrated blades and the screaming dissolves into silence, followed by a wet thud. Get up, boy. Red eyes open to a familiar ceiling, and yet despite that fact, it does little to quell the unsettling feeling that has accompanied Nomu upon awakening. His torso stung raw, the faint metallic musk filling his lungs and the slickness coating his back as he peeled himself off the metal table painted a clear visual in the Nomu's head. Cocking his head to his left, the silhouette of a short, stout old man slouching over countless monitors greets him. The old man works with a vigor you wouldn't expect. Sensing an audience, the old man relaxes in his chair. I'll be honest, I was not planning for you to come back so soon. I figured those heroes would hold a tighter leash on you, yet they've still proven to disappoint. The doctor swerves around in his chair, wrapping his fingers atop the armrest in a lame rhythm. It's a shame, the man prattles on. You were a fun side project. I hate that my work on you got cut short, otherwise, I believe you would have come out as a fine specimen. The new generation of man. Nomu swallows the weird lump caught in his throat. The doctor, noticing, smiles. I know you understand me, boy. Impressive. I'm proud of how far you've come. But alas, in a sudden shift of mood, the doctor shakes his head mournfully. It was not meant to be, at least not yet. His giddy grin pulls up again. Although my work has nearly doubled now, I may have some free time to take a look or two over your progress, maybe even make some upgrades. The doctor chuckles, turning back to work on his many monitors. I provided a few reparations while you were unconscious, free of charge, of course. Wouldn't want you to give out right when back in our care. Shigaraki Tamura may find some use for you now that you are decently functional. Won't you take your generous donor? Nomu turns to his right. The body next to him fails to meet his gaze. Instead, green eyes stare off into space with an unsettling vacancy in them. The large gash in the young man's torso has run dry by now, staining the blue officer uniform in a disgusting brown hue. It doesn't even match the young officer's shaggy crimson mane. He looks about the same age as... Ah, but if only those scars of yours would heal themselves, you could have still had a chance to pass as human. Nomu closes his eyes. //////. You're back. Nomu blinks. The vile aftertaste of warping still permeates his mouth, and it sours with the red set of eyes that dig into his huddled form against the wall. Shigaraki is silent in his scrutiny before he scowls. I expect you to obey my every word from now on. I'll send you back to doctor to tear you apart if you prove faulty. I'm not in the mood for any disobedience. The man walks off without another word. Nomu closes his eyes. /////. The needle plunges into his already sore arm. A few of the fresh assortment of lacerations that had just barely scarred over, unfortunately, reopen anew at the disturbance. Red eyes blink wearily up at the ceiling. The musky permeance of his own blood mixed with the musty air of the warehouse makes it harder to keep his eyes open. The constant assault on his arm is also of no help. With more prodding from his assailant, the more difficulty Nomo finds in sound. Can I borrow some of your blood for later, Nomo? Pretty please? The feral blonde begs, despite funneling said very blood away into a vial at the ready. I got some from Ochako and Izuku, it's only fair. Oh, won't you please let me have some? A sudden flare of heat silences the previous rowdy commotion in the other room. Cremation is sure to have left nothing but ash behind, but even that would probably blend in naturally with the decrepit state of the already poor structure. Mistaken for dust. Footsteps carry the quirk user into the very room they've been left waiting in, a metallic odor of ash trailing behind. The apathetic front of the man brings a familiar ire he hasn't felt since his incidental scuffle with Todoroki Shoto. Seems as though being an insufferable nuisance is a shared characteristic of the Todoroki, although it seems Todoroki Toya has inherited the worst of those traits. So, any new recruits? Himiko Toga coos, twirling a loose strand that escaped from her messy buns. She pays no mind to the sticky red hue now spoiling her hair. The man does not look amused. Why did you follow me? Why not? Himiko whines. We're not getting in your way, aren't we, Nomo? She drags him over to her like a clingy child. Nomu lets her. This small interruption gives super regeneration an actual chance to patch him up. Stop talking. Blue eyes draw away as Todoroki Toya goes rooting for his phone, taking his leave from the room as he makes a call. Sticky hands immediately push him aside. The girl stands up, groaning at the dust that has clung to her outfit, previously a drastic juxtaposition of the storage unit. But she is all but giddy when she snatches up her filled vials, her hands stained with the red elixir. Thanks again, Nom. I really appreciate it. Nomu closes his eyes. //////. The shy Hasaikai, you say? How has a peculiar man like him managed to make contact with the likes of them? Red eyes peel open with much struggle, much to Nomu's disliking. The constant abuse this body has undergone at the hands of the doctor, although improving upon its previously lacking capabilities, on the other hand, seems to be taking a toll. Noma doesn't like it. Their current leader is Kai Chisaki, or Overhaul, as your associate has referred to him. Master had a brief partnership with the Shy Hasaikai's previous leader, but alas, they did not see eye to eye. Nomu manages to spare partial awareness over to the doctor, who is in the rare presence of Shigaraki. The other, who does his best to strive clear of the doctor's radius, appears to be here of his own free will this time around. Why are you telling me this? The old man chuckles. Well, as the heir to Master, I believe that it would benefit you to be more well-versed in the assets at your disposal. For instance, the doctor scurries over to the boundless rows of filing cabinets that are just out of reach from Nomu's peripheral. Shigaraki reluctantly follows, but without any of the usual wariness ever present in his steps. The young heir has a lively look in those red eyes that have been absent since their first encounter. Nomu closes his eyes. /////. The sliding doors to the warehouse creaked painfully open, inviting the soft fluorescent lighting of the moon to invade the abandoned storage unit that has been laid claim to for tonight. Yellow feline eyes stared past Jean to the suave-looking man standing idly behind. So this is the young head of the Shy Hasaikai. Tamura studies the man from afar. Or Overhaul, I've heard that alias occasionally thrown around. The man, Overhaul, hums. I didn't expect the young head of the League of Villains to be so endowed in the inner workings of the Yakuza. This was a Yakuza? Aside from the mask, he looks painfully average. Himiko always pictured the Yakuza as older, tough-looking men with raw scars and cool-looking tattoos that would cover their bodies. Guess modern Yakuza lost that sort of flair when heroes took over the scene. She tilts her head up at Atsuhiro, the masked man sitting on some old generator over her. The old man was the veteran in their clusterfuck of a criminal league. He probably knew a thing or two about this wimpy-looking Yakuza guy. What's this guy's deal? How's the job of a Yakuza any different than what we're doing? From his hearty chuckle, she can tell that the man is smiling fondly from under his ever-changing mask. My dear young Toga, let this old-timer explain. Long ago, the underworld was controlled by numerous organizations, some big and some small. However, with the rise of heroes, came the fall of these organizations. Only a few managed to escape the fallout, and well, to put it bluntly, they resemble an endangered species nowadays, the living remnants of the past now near indiscernible to what once was. Himiko snorts. Their special guest spares her a vexed glance. So, why is this impoverished Yakuza boy here? Big Sis Magna cuts in, unable to smother her visible smirk. Are you also on a high because of All Might's retirement? More so about the loss of All for One. The air turns suffocatingly still. It's an accustomed sense of dread that they've all gotten familiar with since joining the league, but it still doesn't make it easier to deal with. Tamura must have learned the trick from his master. It's similar, but distinctly different in intent. Whereas One for All's presence brings out the innermost dread of any person within his proximity, Tamura brings out your innermost discomfort? If Himiko could best describe it, it would be like inviting over the world's most prolific NET over to meet your family and being forced to watch the ensuing carnage. Whatever, it doesn't even matter anymore, because somehow Overhaul is powering through Tamura's creep radius to keep up his spiel. With All Might retired and All for One thrown into Tartarus, for both sides, there is no leader. He scrutinizes Tamura's taut form. So let me ask you, who do you think will be the next leader? Shigaraki shoots up. Are you here to challenge me? He growls. Himiko can't help the giddy smile that stretches across her face. There probably won't be any blood, but seeing this descendant of the once great Yakuza crumble into dust by the new wave of villains sounds like some poetic irony. You already answered your own question earlier, Tamura goes on, leaving an open gap between the two men. But let me give you a refresher. I am the next leader. Overhaul sighs. If you are the next leader, then what is your plan? Tamura pauses, his posture loosening. You aren't here to join us, are you? He spits. What you have is a delusion, not a plan. The Yakuza scoffs. How could I possibly join such an organization fueled on nothing but that? Besides, from what I've seen, your achievements have been done not by your own hands, but by luck and outside factors. Starting with the hero killer, Stain, you tried to recruit him to your cause but ultimately failed. If anything, your little stunt to kill him resulted in growing support for his cause. You just claimed credit is all, twisting his original message to suit your own. And that's how you even managed to gain your so-called supporters in the first place. They no longer had a physical Stain to follow, so instead, they chose a subpar substitute. And need I even mention said supporters? Out of the few you had, you managed to lose the 2 first-class game pieces right away. Did you not understand how to use them? Overhaul takes a challenging step forward. You want to increase your forces but can't even figure out how to properly use the assets you currently have? With your current track record, once you finally get your long power, your entire delusion will finally come apart. Himiko's grin has long since dropped. This guy was a total buzzkill. Did they have to talk about statistics in the open like this? Get a room at least. You actually need a plan to achieve your goal. The Yakuza cups his gloved hand over his other closed fist. And unlike you, I have a plan. Tamura sighs. Twice, make sure you get a good read on a person before bringing them in next time. Poor Jean is practically shaking right now. This is not going the way she was hoping at all. No blood being spilled, no cool Yakuza uniforms. This is the worst recruit yet. The Yakuza's clenched fist finally opens. There's nothing in it, not from where she's sitting, but she doesn't dare make an effort to move. She's itching for a fight, but she isn't going to be the one to initiate it. Put yourselves under me, Overhaul declares. I'll show you how well I can use you. And then, I'll become the new leader. The faint rustle of fabric meets her ears. Himiko smiles. Go home, Tamura replies. As Big Sis Magna charges forward, magnet at the ready. Sorry, Yakuza boy, she hollers. But those should have been the last thing you said to people like us. Magnetism engulfs the arrogant Yakuza, hurling him directly in line toward Big Sis Magna, the southern end of the magnet aimed right at his hurling head. Finally. Oh, she hopes the impact makes his head explode. No one here wants to be bound by anything ever again. We will decide where we belong. Wait, why is he taking off his stupid gloves now? Nomo. A loud boom goes off in the warehouse, followed directly by a thick cloud of smoke. Himiko scurries off to the side, pressing herself against the cool concrete floor. Her eyes sting, and her lungs are burning. The smog having briefly breached her body is slowly filtering out with each gravelly cough. There's a heavy commotion happening somewhere around her, but the ringing in her ears still has yet to give up, so who knows what's going on now. Blind hands manage to find a corner of the storage unit. Immediately, she tucks herself away. She just needs a minute. All of this is amalgamating into a headache. It smells just like the ashes from Dobby's failed recruiting missions, but Dobby's quirk doesn't make an explosion, at least not that she's aware. And they certainly don't leave any blood behind. Most of the smoke has dissipated, which means she can actually see what the fuck just happened. Well, Overhaul's still alive, and now he has reinforcements. What the beck, Magna? How did you miss him? He was right. Atsuhiro's arm is gone. And Nomo's dead. He's nothing but a pair of legs now. That is a lot of blood. What kind of quirk did that? Overhaul's scratching at his arm like a cat with a scratching post, and his once pretty face is covered in gross hives. It's unproductive to cut down each other's forces. He tries to keep his tone cool, but it's clear to hear the slight edge in his words. It's a good time to stop. Was this his doing? Atsuhiro's arm, Nomu's upper torso, completely gone? We're even now, but we also owe you an arm. The man turns to leave, his subordinates following like mindless lackeys. So uncool. Actually, Tamura calls out. We're not. You are the only ones with a casualty. You just owe us an arm. Even the Yakuza seem confused, and they're all wearing stupid bird masks. What the hell are you doing, Tamura? Apologies for being rash, he continues. I should have done more as a leader to end the quarrel, not joined in. To make it even, for your lost asset, I'll give you one of mine. Shigaraki. Big sis Magna spits with vitriol. But her words go ignored. Nomu, Tamura commands. Stand. Somehow, the corpse has begun knitting itself back together, albeit crudely. Most of the upper half is still missing, yes, but that isn't stopping the pair of legs from rising to its feet, clumsily so. Kind of like a zombie. That's a Nomu? One of the masked Yakuza stammers. But it's still... Overhaul barely spares a glance at the staggering corpse. He doesn't look impressed. He has several quirks you may find useful to incorporate into your operations. Tamura prattles on. Search, super regeneration, explosion, and fire breathing, or as the original user wished to name it, he pauses. Dragon breath. What did you say? Tamura cocks his head. Just sharing an interesting fact. He hums, massaging his hand. Well, are you willing to accept my apology? This time, the man actually looks at Nomo. The body is just about almost completely healed, save for the head. Missing his once ragged shirt, the torso is purged from its previous assortment of scars, some personally gifted herself. A shame. Overhaul turns back to Tamura, his features contorted in an undecipherable way before it all melts away with a sigh. Fine, I'll take the boy. But, he glares. I also want some answer out of you. Another time. Himiko can practically picture his creepy smile. As you said, it's a good time to stop. / Fire breathing? I know, Hisashi bemoans, plopping onto his bed. I've been cursed with the lamest quirk and name for a quirk. My life is literally the worst. Kai frowns, before reluctantly sitting beside the other boy. Hisashi was sick less than a week ago, and the caregivers still have yet to clean the bed sheets. How the entire orphanage hasn't been infected yet is a miracle. Kai clasps his hands together, his palms immediately getting clammy. Your quirk should be the last thing to worry about, you know. If anything, you should count yourself lucky. I guess, but still, the greenet whines. It's nothing flashy, if anything, it's too average. There are so many cooler quirks popping up now, and I got fire breathing off all things. Well, you can't change your quirk, so why not change the name? The greenet shoots up. It won't be official though. So what? You'll just have to make people call your quirk by the new name. How? By lighting them on fire? Yes. Hisashi blinks, then collapses into a giggling fit. You're so funny, Kai. The brunette turns away, ignoring the burning of his cheeks. How about the dragon's tongue? Cool, but that's too wordy. Hisashi taps his chin, humming obnoxiously as he does. How about, his green eyes light up, and his freckles pop out as he smiles. Dragon breath? Like the snack? The greenet cries, falling back onto his unmade bed. It's hopeless. No, it's fine. You can still use it? Kai tries to calm the boy. And if someone points it out, then you can light them on fire to shut them up. The greenet's sobs turn into a loud snort. But you can't expect me to light everyone on fire. Why shouldn't I? He challenges. So, do you like the name? Hisashi beams. If you think it's cool, then I'll use it. Kai hates how contagious Hisashi's smiles can be. You're welcome. Can you turn the TV off? Eijiro blinks out of his hazy, drifting his eyes off the monotonous news segments that have been looping on the television. A cumbersome sense of déjà vu washed over him. He lets himself sink into the couch and closes his eyes. You're not even watching it? Denki rolls his eyes. The electric quirk user stifles a yawn while simultaneously trying to rub away at the darkened bags forming under his eyes. It earns him a merciless pinch on his shoulder from Kyoka. An aggravated sigh reverberates from the kitchen. Footsteps hurry over to the archway as Mina peeks out. The Pinkette's usual grin is all but replaced with an arched scowl. Well, I don't want to hear the same thing over and over. The UA bashing or the Bakugou frenzy? Minoru mumbles, eyes glued to his handheld console. None of those things. Mina shouts, jolting the inhabitants of the couch. I don't want to keep hearing this. There's an uncomfortable silence, save for the looping audio on the television and Mina's crumpling composure. She hurries back into the kitchen just as tears start to trickle down her face. Mina, Siro scurries off the couch, making his way to the kitchen at a somber pace. Denki slowly reaches for the remote, switching the channel at random. It's some obscure cooking show, the show's host donning a ridiculously large chef's hat, completely obscuring their vision. Honestly, it's times like these that Eijiro just wants to let himself cry. Things were actually looking up for them. Bakugo finally made it back to them, although not perfect. It was some past semblance of normalcy with the explosion user back in their daily lives, but now everything seems to have reverted back to those paranoiac nights after the attack on the training camp and All Might's retirement following the Kamino Ward incident. Class 1A has gone back to that horrible feeling of hopelessness. At least Eijiro can personally attest to that. But instead of crying, Eijiro only lets out a tired sigh before getting up from the couch himself. He should probably head in for the night anyway. The redhead's been hearing rumors from some of the upperclassmen about Aizawa planning on introducing their class to hero work studies with the aid of some special guests. He fails to suppress the shudder of dread that crawls up his spine. /////. Deft hands ably enveloped the fresh set of bandages. The old torn and bloodied plasters littered the generally pristine bedroom floor, concealing the mess of raw skin that were his hands. It takes less than a minute for the task to be complete, and yet the boy simply stares down at his work, his uneven breaths stilling just for the moment. Kai clenches his fists, watching the cloth flexibly bend with the motion. His face twists into an unsightly snarl and the newly applied bandages scatter to the floor along with the ever-amassing pile. His careless hands reopening hives and drying wounds into states more appalling than before. The brunette plunges his bloodied hands back into the medkit, fumbling for the roll of plasters that is nearly run dry. He grows as the white cloth is stained with his unsightly red fingerprints. Another explosive episode is cut short by a soft knock on his door. He can feel his body relax as his breathing seems to regain itself. No one else bothers to visit Kai, not even the boss, the old man always insisting that he can come and visit him instead, as if the offer still stood from today's disastrous altercation. No one but, come in, he curls in on himself. He hates how pathetic he sounds. The door opens swiftly and in scurries Hisashi while grappling his hold on some takeout bag. The savory smell alone ignites a roar from Kai's self-neglected stomach. Kai, I bought some, Kai. The greenet all but drops the bag, rushing over towards the other. Kai flinches away when he goes to clasp his hands, sending a glare his way. Hisashi hovers, his frown tugging down his freckled cheeks. It wasn't this bad earlier. Hold on, we gotta wash this first. Did you wash your hands first at least? And no need to answer that. Just sit tight for a second. Kai sucks in a breath of air, soaking in the silence that has fallen over the two boys. Only the sounds of the running water and Hisashi's anxious footsteps fill the room. He cringes at the pungent musk of his own blood, his teeth clenching at the current state of his room. He tries to suck in another fresh gulp of air, but even that feels sullied. The brunette hisses as he squeezes his palms, his already dirt nails further sinking into open skin. It's all filthy, he's filthy. The mattress gives beside him. Kai jerks back but forces himself to relax when he is met with an unfamiliar look of seriousness from Hisashi. With a water basin filled to the brim with warm water set to the side, the freckled boy holds out a bottle of soap and a rag. Rolling his eyes, the brunette lowers his hands into the basin, suppressing the hiss of pain that threatens to breach his lips. He's enough of a mess already, he really doesn't want to make himself look any more pitiful than he already knows he looks. Even if it's only Hisashi, he hates eyes looking down on him. Kai snatches the soap and rag from the other, grimacing at the pink-tinted water spoiled by his hands. He ignores the greenet pillaging through the medkit, choosing instead to wash his scattered cuts, conscious this time not to exaggerate his already delicate skin. "Where's your mask?" The brunette squeezes the rag, dribbles of pink and soap suds fall back into the basin. "It got dirty?" he answers, motioning to the pile on the floor. Much like the cluster of bandages, the face mask too has prominent blood marks. "Ah," Hisashi bites his lips. "I don't know if we'll be able to get most of the stains off, but we can always just buy a new one. No need to get bent up over some cheap mask." Here, the greenet motions for his hands, plasters in his other. Reluctantly, Kai obeys. He avoids eye contact, choosing instead to stare down in the used basin as Hisashi carefully treats his hands. Kai can feel the weight of the other's gaze flickering up towards him every now and then, trying to draw his attention, to talk. Hisashi should know he hates talking about himself. But luckily for Hisashi, he's feeling a bit generous today. "When I take over," he starts. There is no need for exposition, no clarifications. No matter how many times Hisashi eggs him on to talk about this or that, he knows that Hisashi already knows. How could he not when the other is by his side like an engorged tick? Hisashi is observant like that. One of his few good qualities. Things will be different. We will make a change in the world. No one else can seem to understand. Neither the common folk, the arrogant heroes and villains that have destroyed the very foundation of what he hopes to overhaul, or whatever excess yakuza that are simply content with just dying off. Not even the boss, the one person who should understand him. But no, there is only one person that truly understands him. "I'll follow you all the way, Kai." Yellow eyes meet green. "I'll hold you to that." //////. For the third cut, chronostasis pressed the blade deeper in until it breached the muscle, causing more blood to collect onto the concrete floor. Pulling out the scalpel, the masked yakuza secured his gaze on his stopwatch until the wound finally knitted itself back together. 10 seconds, the assistant moves to the medical tray, depositing the blemished instrument atop it. But considering the size of the wound, it could presumably vary between case scenarios. Overhaul examines the boy from where he stands. Compared to his bombast presentation at the UA Sports Festival that made international headlines for the next subsequent weeks, you could be forgiven for mistaking the Bakugou Katsuki of now as some near look-alike. For instance, those eyes. Before, there was a violent yet passionate spark in those crimson eyes. But now there is nothing. The best thing he can compare it to are the eyes of a dead man. "Let's try a more extreme wound this time," the head yakuza commands, working on removing his glove. "Just the arm though. We already got a sample of how advanced the regeneration is when the damage is critical. Complete regeneration from the legs up." Chronostasis reflects, flipping through his board. "Remarkable. It's impressive that such accomplishments can be achieved through this indecipherable manipulation of quirks and the human body, all for one has truly perfected his craft." With the slightest graze of the skin, the boy's left arm erupts. Bits of skin and muscle scatter in the air. What remains confined against the chair's heavy restraints is the unmoving skeletal left arm barely being held together by shredded ligaments. Overhaul gags, rushing to the sink. Predictably, the boy does not react. And as expected, regeneration gets to work patching up the pulverized limb. While scrubbing down his arm, yellow eyes flicker to his assistant. "What do you know of Nomus produced by the All for One?" He does not like being left in the dark regarding his new assets. Chronostasis hums, eyeing his stopwatch. "I have heard rumors." Some say that Nomus are all for one's idealized vision of the new race of humans, monstrous abominations of compacted quirks. Others saying that all for one has deep-rooted connections to all healthcare facilities across Japan, stealing quirks from gifted children, replacing them with defecting ones in turn, or just outright leaving them quirkless. Truthfully, one of the most disturbing rumors, which turned out to be true following the League of Villains' first attack on UA, was one in which live human subjects were used as templates for his creations. And sure, he has mainly been using petty thugs and the vagrant for his work, all those forgettable by society, but it still is, admittedly, unsettling. He stops his watch. 22 seconds? The assistant sighs, bestowing his handful of things atop his messy desk. Truthfully, besides rumors, there is not much that I can make sense of in this work. He motions to the dormant boy. Blood samples tell me nothing of value other than the obvious mutations. This is the very first Nomu we managed to secure, and yet this one is a clear anomaly compared to most. Understanding it is near impossible. Do you think dead bodies are used in the process? Overhaul asks before he can stop himself. Although hidden behind a mask, the brunette can feel the other's bewildered gaze washing over him. Reanimating the dead is impossible, no matter how powerful of a man all for one is. Why do you ask, sir? No reason. Overhaul tosses the towel away, swiftly sliding his hand back into its secure glove. Anything else for today? I want this room cleared out. I need more blood samples from Eri for the week. I need one more blood sample for today, Chronostasis replies, glossing over that little mishap and getting right to the point. If only the rest of the Shai Hasaikai could operate like him. Just to make sure that this blood can actually be crafted into a drug. Overhaul nods, making his way toward the door. He does his best to avoid the scatter of skin and muscle still littering the floor. Before we work on anything else, I want you to run some trials with Explosion. From what I've heard, it has the potential to produce some valuable weapons for us. Overhaul ignores the response from his assistant the same way he has been ignoring the trailing eyes of a dead man since the second he stepped foot in that room. He needs to wash his hands again. They're filthy. /////. As he is being led out of the room, Nomu crosses paths with a young girl. There is nothing remarkable about the girl, silver stringy hair, a typically short stature expected from any child, and a small horn protruding from the right side of her scalp. A seemingly ordinary child. Much like him though, the girl is in an egregious state. Lackluster clothes barely clinging to her thin frame, being herded around by some masked figure, and the defeated acceptance in those dim red eyes. Those are not ordinary things to expect from a child. The girl rounds the corner with her masked chaperone, presumably down the same path that he just walked up from. Presumably to the same room Nomu has spent the past hour in. Nomu runs his hand over his reformed arm. The new skin still feels odd under his touch. He finds himself, pitying her, unable to touch her own skin hidden away under layers of oppressing bandages.